to make you a countryside chicken curry.
My name is Karine. Hello, everyone.
Pound and a half of chicken. Stir and fry it again.
Mom? You're living in our house now, Mom. We're not living in yours. Why do I have to keep telling you this? And then on Wednesday, you forget to pick up Nikhil from school. All of your meddling and these questions and the TV serials cause you to lose sight of the fact that you are not a good nanny.
I'm the best damn nanny that you ever done seen. Fuck top 5 nannies and fuck top 3. I'm the number 1 nanny, don't fuck. Cause I'm 85 years old, 85 years. With my family on my back, so I'll outlast everybody on my fucking haters. Don't you never know me ace. Wrapped in grace, but you me, better just catch face. This the nanny anthem, Jim in a passing on you for ransom. It's handsome and then some. Spends his income on dim sum to fill time. You talking retention and expansion. Yeah, keep a mansion and retention. So, gather round now, celebrate me. I'm your boss, I'm your fucking money. Gotta die, bitch, so don't fucking me. Don't need, cause I'm living my G. Kitty my G. City like Aramiyati. Stay setting people up, MC at the shawty. If you see me in the streets, don't be asking Guani. Bow down for you. Hit the ground for you. Make a sign for you. Give a crown to you. Bow down for you. Hit the ground for you. Make a sign for you. Go ahead, make a rap for your nanny. It's a rap. Get the guap, spin the rack on your nanny. Spin the rack. Come through, give a dab to your nanny. If you really feeling good, spin a track for your nanny. Go ahead, make a rap for your nanny. It's a rap. Get the guap, spin the rack on your nanny. Spin the rack. Come through, give a dab to your nanny. If you really feeling good, spin a track for your nanny.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, folks, boys, girls, MBs. It's Newsday. Tuesday. That was the mayoral hopeful, the potential future mayor of New York, ZOHRAN Mamdani, singing Nani as his rap persona, young cardamom. Bro has intentionally crashed the stream 4 days in a row just to dodge gaming. Yeah, bro is that devious. Bro is that mischievous. That's right. I love crashing my stream. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, MBs, it is Tuesday, September 9th. 2 days off of 9/11, as a matter of fact. It's September 9th, 2024. And where did I get my glasses? They're thrifted. They're fake YSL. Pretty sure they're not real YSL, but they're fake YSL. Or maybe they're real. I don't know. But I got it at Meller Shooting Post, and then I put these lenses in them. And I've had these for many, many years. But yeah, I'm pretty sure they're fake because they've the gold plating has come off of them. Anyway, but yeah, folks, we're live. We're alive. It is Tuesday. It's 9/11 -2, 2025. We got a lot to talk about. Of course, it's 73 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California, where I'm at. And I am having a fantastic one, and I hope you guys are having a fantastic one as well. But yeah, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. Okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we had... I got my internet cut out last night, and we unironically are suspecting, because we were directly in communication with the team on the ISP side, and we think it's not a DDoS because it would show up as a DDoS, like a direct denial of service attack. We have this sneaking suspicion that it might be Murat I'm not even joking when I say this, and you guys are gonna be like, I saw you blame him for everything, but like, suspiciously, my internet got clapped only after Murat tried to use the CNC machine next to the server room, and it just like, and there's no other point of failure on the entire network that we have. So we have no idea this time, because like every day there's a new reason. Yeah, Murat, more like Mossad, am I right? So potentially it could be that. Some people think I'm using my own bot farm to DDoS my own stream to get out of gaming. Okay, that's not real. I want to do gaming. You have a fucking CNC machine? Yeah, he built it. He built a CNC machine. And I asked him, why in this day and age, when 3D printing is readily available for like, you know, whatever kind of machinery that you want to build, why would you get a CNC machine? And he said, I didn't get a CNC machine. I built a CNC machine. So then I asked him, why did you build a CNC machine? And he said, because I wanted to see if I could do it. I hate this motherfucker, man. I swear to God. I can't wait for him to be married so he's no longer my problem. You know what I mean? Just, I'm sick and tired of this fool, man. He is ruining my goddamn life. Okay? It's over. Anyway, as also an engineer that checks out, yes. My point is, for all the engineers out there, he is living your dream. Okay? For all of the engineers out there, he is absolutely living your dream. He gets to have unlimited funds that he can dump into whatever kind of engineering project he wants to engage with. I mean, not only does he do engineering as a part of his job, but he also gets to do like fun engineering off the stream as well. So, I'm trying to save up money for my pilot's license, so I feel it. Well, he already got his. Unlimited billionaire acquisitions confirmed. Exactly. So in any case, 3D printing in metal hasn't gotten to a great point, so CNC is the best option. I mean, he has that too, by the way. He has a fucking 3D metal printer as well. He has everything. He has everything. Fucking out of control. All right. So anyway, the internet went out. I hung out with the family as always. You know, dad's here, mom's here, cuzzo's here, with the whole family. And it is a whole, it's a lot. There's a lot happening. Like sometimes I'm like, maybe I should just like get a hotel and just like sleep there. You know what I mean? But basically, you know, there's a lot of chaos and a lot of commotion here. Has he ever met Michael Reeves, my brother? Yeah, I think so. He's met Michael Reeves. He knows Michael Reeves. He watches Michael Reeves as well. So is your 10-year-old niece that is smarter and more mature than you in town too? No, she's not. Because they're not making it to the wedding, I don't think, because they're well, my uncle passed away, but my other cousin, whose father is my uncle that passed away, is here. He's staying with me. So this is my father's side of the family, and they're all in Turkey, but they're coming here from Turkey. So sorry for loss, bro. It's all good, guys. Thank you. So Allah rahmet eylesin. Aynen. Niece, did Murat have a kid? No. So Drew John, thank you for the 10 gifted. Do you have a big family? No, it's not big like Mormon big. It's like it's pretty normal. We're just close. Like that's the only difference I would say is like regardless of our physical proximity to one another, like, you know, most of my family's in Turkey, it's not big in the way that like Mormon families are, where they get like 8, you know, they have like 8 children. Like everyone in the family has like 2 kids pretty much. So, but like I grew up with my cousin, you know, so that's it. I probably speak for many of us when I say I wish my older brother was half as caring and supportive as you are. To Murat is so heartwarming, low key. I mean, I love my brother. I love my family. I'm a big family guy. You guys know this already. I'm a huge family guy. I love my family. All right. So in any case, where were we? Oh, so yeah, I did, you know, I did the damn thing. I hung out with the family, went to bed. It's not Mexican big either. It's not Roman Catholic big. I'm telling you, it's just like, it only comes across as big for like American Protestant standards, because like if you're a bicoastal elitist American, or even if you're like, if you're in this chat, you probably have an extended family that you don't like actually see all that much. Even if they have like, even if you have more immediate relatives, you just don't really see them, as opposed to someone like myself. Like I'm in constant contact with my extended family, my cousins and whatnot. So it just comes across as like big, but that's it. It's not as big as like Cutie's family is massive, right? Like they have like, 12, like some of the family members have like 12 children and shit, right? Like, or 7 children. Like we don't do that. Anyway, where was I? Okay, so where was I? Oh yeah. So went to bed, woke up early, and went to bed, woke up early, played some basketball, lost one game, won one game. And it was like a terrible loss because it's like a very winnable game. But then I lost it with a total like lucky bank shot reverse 3-pointer. Like it was like a 360. But that's it. That's all I got on the basketball side. And then this morning I'm like having a conversation with my team, all right? And then I see this insane mention by my friend and journalist, esteemed reporter Dave Weigel. Okay, I get a mention this morning from my friend, esteemed reporter for Semaphore, Dave Weigel, and I'm like, what the heliante? What the hell is going on? I got this. I got an alert for tough on Hassan the Hun, tough on the causes of Hassan the Hun. Yeah, that's right. Andrew Cuomo's doing a press conference today, and apparently he is going to be finally. The Macy's came into offline chat with the live stream link of the Cuomo event saying you were being talked about. I thought they were joking. Then I clicked the link a few minutes later and I saw it. That's right. Ma'am Danny. Video is private now, so we can't hear the shitty quality. Wait, no, someone grabbed it, right? Oh, come on, guys. Someone must have grabbed it. They had a live stream where nobody could understand them. Please tell me someone grabbed that shit. Okay, in any case, we'll cover that. We'll look at that. But very funny stuff. That's what I saw, and then I immediately fucking sent it to all of my friends and family. I sent it to like Majority Report. I was like, look at this. This is so funny. Because I think it's hilarious. But I'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, that's very fun. That's funny for me, and also very fun for me as well. But the reason why he's doing that, of course, is because he's getting absolutely clobbered. All right. And for good reason. Some new numbers came out for Zohran today, and they look very good. But yeah, that's it. That's all I got for personal news today. I'm gonna keep it pushing. Let's do it. ZOHRANMENTUM is alive as new numbers show absolute W over Cuomo. Cuomo uses me as an attack against Zohran in failed press conference. And yeah, they bombed my sponsor Qatar. Israel sets up ceasefire call to assassinate negotiation team in Qatar. Yeah, I mean, Israel is so fried and so uncontrollable, so demonic, that I do legitimately think, like, I feel like it's they could just like assassinate someone on US soil at this point, like openly. I don't mean like not on some secret shit, not on some like, oops, somebody just died suspiciously, maybe Israel killed them. Like straight up assassinate like a high profile public figure on US soil, someone like myself even, and they could just do it. They could just get away with it. I think. I'm not even kidding. I mean it straight up. But yeah, did you see the David situation? They found a corpse in his car. I saw that. That's so crazy. I met him. He seems like a really nice guy. I don't know what the hell's going on there, but I'm sure there'll be more details on that. But yeah, to try and assassinate negotiation team in Qatar. I'm on Wired Mag and more. David is a rapper, like musician, that is friends with nephew Jason. They have a song together, and yeah, it's It's he seems like a really nice guy, but yeah, we'll talk about Israel. We'll talk about a lot, but wait, what is happening? Liv Agar is getting blasted on Turkish Twitter or something, an Ottoman twit. Someone told me this. Nepal needs coverage. Yes, I covered it yesterday. I'm gonna cover it today as well. Calling David a rapper is crazy. Sorry, he's not a rapper. He's a musician. He's a singer, songwriter, artist. Guys, I don't listen to music. Okay, calm down. Just freaking calm down. Okay, just keep it pushing. Just interact with this tweet. Okay, retweet it, re-exit. Okay, re-exit right now. Mike just texted me the tweet, but this exact same tweet. Okay, not my blast off tweet, but like the original tweet, and said it would have been crazy if they used the meat pick. Not my blast off tweet, but like the original tweet, and said it would have been crazy if they used the meat pick. Bro, I like that everyone's on board with this. Yeah, just it would have been funny if they did this instead. This is the guy that ZOHRAN is hanging out with. This is messed up. ZOHRAN Mamadabo Babaduba. Dude, how much of your billionaire dad Hamas money did you use on this Wired article? If only you use that money to fix your Wi-Fi so we can have gaming streams. Yeah, all of it. I used all of it. Bro, the HasanAbi PR thing is so funny. HasanAbi PR thing has gotten to... I asked about this. CUOMO points out that this poll had him virtually tied one-on-one, says not paying attention to polls. I love that the New York Magazine reporter asked him about my tweet. Reeks of desperation. Yeah. So I'm in Wired as well. I'm on Wired Magazine. But at this point, the whole like HasanAbi pays for PR meme has gotten so out of control that when I sent this photo to Sam Cedar, Sam said, "How much did you pay for this PR hit?" Oh man. 9/11 family blast Zohran Mamdani for associating with terror sympathizer Hassan Piker. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, this is such a sad line of attack. Also, yeah, of course it's coordinated. But you know, it's no motion as fuck. And the reason why they're doing that is because of this. This is the real reason why they're doing that. And we'll talk about all of that. But before I do any of this, got to get into the Liv Agar situation. Apparently, 18th century Turkish sword passed down my family with translation of the text. This is the craziest thing. The sword made by Haji Mehmet. The owner is Ahmet Ağa. The other side of the sword carries the following text: there is no hero except Ali, nor the sword except Zulfikar, the sword of the prophet. Wait, this is a Shia sword. Yeah, you're American, you're white. How can there be a Bektashi Serb Ottoman Aga in your lineage? They're not cooking her. They're just like Alevi Kılıcı abi. Hazreti Ali diyorsa. Evet, Alevi. Well, not Shia. It's Alevi, right? Sunni Muslims love Ali too, man. Relax. No, but they wouldn't. No, I don't think that they would. No, this dude is. I don't know the dude specifically, but like, let's be real. As someone that says there is no hero except Ali, nor the sword except Zulfikar, is the sword is a yatan. Abi Aleviler de teknik olarak Şii, ben Alevi olarak söylüyorum. Yeah, this is a Shia Alevite or Alevi. I don't know how you say it in English. Alevis are tough to categorize into one group, unorthodox Muslim group, basically. Yeah, they got some cool ass shit that they do too, from what I understand. I didn't know anything about like Alevis, ironically enough, when I was growing up in Turkey, but like apparently they have like a very interesting structure within their. No, Alawite is different. No, Alawite is different than Alevi. Dude, it's just there's too many groups, man. Don't worry about it. They're all keep it pushing. They're Muslim, okay? They're Muslim. they're Muslim. Alawite is not Alevi though. It's different. It's two different groups. I mean, they're still like, I guess I wouldn't say that they're like the traditional majority like Sunni or a part of the Shia. It's not like they're just not Sunni. That's it. Time to bust out the flow chart. Yeah. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it because it's very similar. It's not dissimilar to the way that like Catholics and like Protestants think that they're like different. You know what I mean? They're not. Like there are some significant differences, I guess, in interpretation and whatnot. And there has been like obviously, battles and war and struggles as a consequence of these ideological differences. But like, it's the same as like, I as a Muslim look at all Christians as the same, right? With the exception of like maybe Mormons, but even then Mormons are also under the Christian banner. And from the Christianity perspective, like this is all just like inside baseball. It don't fucking matter. All right. Wrong. All Protestants are heretics who are going to hell for corrupting the word of God. Okay, got it. Anyway, this is cool as hell. This is cool as hell. There are 2 notches on the sword, which I'm told is cutting off 2 heads in the Serbian War of Independence. They were doing some silly stuff at the start of the 19th century. Don't worry about it. This is a crazy sword, bro. This is dope as hell, dude. Like, look at this. You are all under the Serbian banner. Abi nasıl geri alacağız bu abladan? Turks are devising ways of stealing this back for Turkey. What do you mean? Her family played a role in this. Like, that's fair is fair. That's an understandable family heirloom. What are you talking about? It's not like they pulled a British and just like stole it. They used it, bro. They chopped off heads, apparently. I didn't even know that like Serbs played like that. I guess maybe they were just like, we love chopping heads, so fuck it. You know what I mean? They were just like, we'll do it for anybody. But like, that is crazy that it belongs to Albania. Yeah. Crooked Media reveals lineup for DC conference live Pod Save America taping. Yeah, I'm gonna be on this as well. Yeah, they were just like invested in the head chopping. So this one was for culling the Serbs that were trying to do uprisings at the behest of the Ottoman Caliphate. So much respect to Liv Agar. It seems like her family, at least at a certain point, was on the right side of history, the Ottoman side. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. I'm pretty sure she was a Serbian side. No, this is, I don't think, unless I'm misunderstanding it, no, her family were very clearly collaborators with the Ottomans. She is Serbian. So I think her family was, yeah, no, this is like straightforwardly, this is, my dad has some Turkish ancestry results as well. Haha. Yeah, no, this is, Liv, your family was on the right side. That's what I'm gonna say. That's what I'm gonna say. Your family was on the right side of that one. Okay? Listen. That's all I'm saying. There's only one side, okay? Listen. Balkanization has been a disastrous failure. Can we all admit that? And if you're not going to ride for the banner of Tito, then you might as well ride for the banner of the Ottomans, because it's clear that region was better united. That's all I'm saying. It's clear that region was better united. Think about this in NBA terms. Think about this in basketball terms. Imagine a world where the entirety of Yugoslavia is one team, okay? This would imply the Joker and Luka playing on the same team, okay? Just think, Alperen Şengün, Jokic, and Luka on the same damn team, bro. And Giannis too. And Giannis. So Giannis will be in there too. Think about that. That is an unstoppable team. That is an unstoppable force. This to me is proof once again that this region has to be united. Don't fucking bring up Enes Kanter, okay? Ew, gross. No, we're talking about basketball players, okay? Bro, Giannis isn't from the north. Shut your mouth. Think about how deep that fucking bench would look like. America would literally lose. America would lose to that team. That would be a super team that could unironically match America's prowess at the Olympics. Okay? Sen nereliydin bro? I mean, İstanbul bebesiyiz oğlum. Ankara bebesiyiz aynı zamanda ama. La bebe. Luka is looking mad scary, man. They got the heat on him for real. Wait, you got a pistola too. Another family heirloom I have is this flintlock pistol, presumably from the same person / period. But I know much less about it because we never brought it to an appraiser. Baba, bak gel bir şey göstereceğim sana oradan uzaktan bak. Bak 18. century arkadaşın sordu. Yatağın diyorlar. Bak görüyor musun? Bak bir dakika dur. Hacı Mehmet, Ahmet Ağa owner'ı, Ahmet Ağa diye bir adam. Diyor ki, there is no hero except Ali nor the sword except Zulfikar. Zülfikar işte tam bu Şii değil mi? Alevi kılıcı. Şii kılıcı. Ama bunlar Sırpmış ve şeymiş. Bu ailesi Sırp. Şeyden. Ha? Ha, Bektaşi, evet. Sırp ama evet, o da diyor zaten, evet, aynen. Ama diyor ki Alevi ve şey için hani diğer o Sırp uprisingleri olduğu zaman onlara karşı kafalarını kesmişler bu sword'la. Evet. There you go. Yeah, he said Bektaşi. He said your family was most likely Bektaşi, which is there no word for uprising? No, I'm fucking speaking both English and Turkish at the same time, man. Chill. Sword, M-word, kılıç oğlum. Does English or Turkish feel more comfortable now? When I'm with my family, I speak Turkish. Did you talk about what happened in Doha? Not yet. I will though. Anyway, live Agar. We are united. Our familial bonds. Live Agar. Live Aga. Live A. A means so. My name is HasanAbi, or my username is HasanAbi, which is A. Abe means older brother, or also means I guess like a tribes leader kind of, you know what I mean? Aga, it means like unk almost. Means general. No, it has multiple meanings, but it comes from older, like abi, comes from a yumuşak G, which is like a G but a silent G. A B E Y. It's a shortened version of that word, and abe comes from like it's a two-parter word where means like leader and can mean leader, and bay means like bay can mean man but also could mean what do you call it? It's like a sir, mister. What is little brother? Because if you are Hasan, the older brother, then the family should be called the younger brother rather than HasanAbi head. No, younger brother just means like you just say kardeş, but there's no honorific for younger brother really. You don't say it's the same as like in Japanese culture, for example. There's an honorific for like older brother and older figures, and you don't actually say the names of your older relatives. You say whatever their honorific is, what their familial relationship is with you. As opposed to for your younger siblings and younger people in your family, you just say them. You just say their names. Anyway, so Pasha. What about Pasha? Pasha means a general. All right. So we got a White House press conference. Prime Minister told President Trump that he wants to make peace and quickly. President Trump believes this unfortunate incident could serve as an opportunity for peace. Yeah, it's fucking bullshit. We're obviously going to talk about Israel in a second, but we're going to start off before we get to Israel. Doing all of this unlimited violence and super violence. Let's get started with something fun and something funny. As you guys know, Andrew Cuomo, Curtis Sliwa on the Republican ticket, and the current mayor of New York, Eric Adams, are running up against our boy Zohran Kwame Mamdani. Now, Zohran Kwame Mamdani is, according to the new New York Times Siena poll that just came out, basically beating everybody else on every single metric, every possible demographic by a landslide, or at worst, tied for the first in his weakest categories, which is older people. Okay? And what has Andrew Cuomo, who's supposed to be like the guy that is going to try and beat Zohran Mamdani after he lost in the primaries, what has he thought about doing as a line of attack? What has he thought about? Attacking Zohran Mamdani over, who's the current frontrunner? His connections to a popular Twitch streamer who has been supporting him from the initial stages of the primary. That connection to said popular Twitch streamer, me, has actually played a role in him beating Andrew Cuomo in the primary. Not like a super significant role, but somewhat of a role. So, not sure exactly why he thought this would be a fantastic own, okay? But that's right. Andrew Cuomo has decided to play the association game with Zohran Mamdani. Who are those other people? Victims of Hassan Piker? I assume, I don't know anything about this press conference because I didn't see it. I only saw this originally, and it launched me into orbit. Okay, your tweet got age restricted. Which one? But I suspect it's like 9/11 first responders and their children or something. But in any case, it is pretty funny that America's most important cities mayoral race has gotten so completely out of control that they're basically trying to do like internet beef. That is where we're at. Lamont, I work in office with David Friedlander. Yeah, shouts out to David Friedlander, who apparently asked Andrew Cuomo at this presser, because he's the one who actually took the photo and sent it. But shouts out to David, who asked him about his horrible numbers. Because as soon as I saw this, I immediately sent this photo to a bunch of my friends and said, "This is fantastic." And then I also tweeted, "Great campaign, Mr. Cuomo," with this New York Times Siena poll that just came out. Zohran Mamdani leads by 22 points in a four-way general election. Mamdani is most trusted on affordability, housing, Israel, Palestine, and crime, taxes, dealing with the Trump administration, leads all racial groups, plus 4 out of the 5 boroughs. If the field holds, he wins. So while this is going on, and this is a horrible day to be Andrew Cuomo, horrible numbers coming out, what is he choosing to do? This. If this is your exit ramp, if this is what you think is going to, move your numbers, improve your numbers, if this is what's going to carry you across the finish line, you are delusional. Because 2 reasons, okay? 2 reasons. Number 1, nobody knows who I am, you fucking idiot. No one knows. I try to repeat this to like extremely online people all the time, people that come in here, and even members of my own community. I'm like, guys, for the most part, people know me as like, oh, that progressive guy, okay? That's it. If they know who I am, especially amongst like the normie crowd, they just kind of know me as the progressive guy, okay? And they have a rather positive association with me. Now, of course, there are a lot of negative associations with someone like myself, negative associations coming from incredibly Zionist groups. If you are super, super invested in Israel, then yeah, you're going to know who I am and you're going to have a negative opinion of me. If you are a dedicated Fox News watcher, you might have maybe seen who I am and you might not like who I am. But even then, it's not super relevant overall. And then, of course, last but not least, it's like the extremely online people, but they never go outside and they never vote. So it doesn't really matter. So now you'll be the 9/11 guy to these New Yorkers? No. And he is so desperately trying to farm this shit and trying to do this in a way. But here is the funniest thing. In order for this if this were to ever become a real problem, which it's not, right? All Zohran needs to do is say, I don't know him. And I did a podcast with him because he has a massive platform and it worked. And I don't know him and I don't like him. Okay, what now? You know what I mean? Oh no. All he needs to do is Jeremiah Wright my ass in the same way that Barack Obama did to Reverend Wright. Also, I do personally find it funny that this is another op that I have that is a fucking sex criminal. Oh my God. He was already asked about this during the primary and he said he will go anywhere. Yeah. Regular New Yorkers seeing a picture of Hasan. I don't even know who you are. Yeah. Like, can you imagine a regular ass New Yorker being like, wow, this guy sure sucks. Can't believe Zohran did an interview with him. Like, the reason why this is such a stupid line of attack is because either nobody knows who I am, and that's the overwhelming majority of normies, okay? Or the people that do know who I am overwhelmingly are on the younger side. They're already very pro-Zohran. And part of the reason why they're pro-Zohran is because they might have even seen Zohran and myself communicate on this fairly successful Twitch stream that we conducted early on in his campaign. So who is this for is the question I have. Like, I'm imagining a guy, okay, from one of these like demographics that Zohran is like really cleaning, right? Like a 34-year-old who's like, I really love fast and free buses. And I really think that it's cool that Zohran was saying like, I'm not going to go to Israel. I am the mayor of New York. Why would I go to Israel? I thought all that stuff was cool. But wait a minute. Am I seeing that right? He's hanging out with HasanAbi Piker? Well, that's it for me. Time to vote for Andrew Cuomo, I guess. Like, that's so stupid. And of course, he had been asked about this already by, once again, a Zionist group that was, hammering this early on in the primaries. And he said, I'll go anywhere. I'll talk to anybody. So ultimately, this is just red meat for my haters online who will be like, your association is a negative one with Zohran. It's like, well, I already associated with him and he won the fucking primaries. I did my job. Okay. He was in a crowded field. He was in an incredibly crowded field. And myself and many others in our little sphere of influence recognized that he was a cut above. There were plenty of good candidates there as well, but my job is done. We already brought him into the primary. Okay. So from this point on, it's just not, you can't fucking be like, oh, your association is like hurting his reputation. It's like, no, he's good. Now, of course, the other side of this, too late, too little too late. But the other side of the story that I think is of course interesting is that if we were to talk about associations, Andrew Cuomo is associated with the entirety of the Trump orbit, Trump himself, and also Benjamin fucking Netanyahu. Like, what are you talking about? There's no comparison. Oh, wow. This guy hung out with the Twitch streamer who said America's actions in the Middle East was what caused 9/11 to happen, okay, in 2019. Wow. You got him. So ultimately, that is nothing in comparison to Andrew Cuomo's long list of genuinely vile associates, especially from the perspective of New Yorkers. But yeah, Can't Ever Die says they're calling this the greatest campaign ever devised. Campaigns like this have a base of entirely 60-plus-year-olds who will see this and immediately move on. The average Cuomo voter has never heard of any leftist online personalities law. Exactly. All this does, for me at least, is I guess increase my visibility. It doesn't do anything to Zohran in general. And if it ever even got to like a serious point for them, all he could do is just say, I don't know him. I'm not associated with him in any way. And that's it. That's all he has to do in that situation. Now, I don't think he should do that. Once again, it's in a way, it's not that different from, the whole, like, not backing down from the globalize the intifada message, right? Because like his original assessment there was correct. Like this only becomes like, I mean, it'll never become like a real problem, but this only becomes even like a blip on anyone's radar if you make it. Because this is not a real thing. This is not a real point of contention, right? It's not a real point of contention at all. You're killing it. You're cooking. And it's, your association with a massively popular streamer that is massively popular by the standards of like a lot of Zohran's base of support is not going to be a negative for you. Okay. Hey, that massively popular streamer who's beloved by millions and resonates with Gen Z, he supports the other guy. Yeah. This association is not a negative one. It's a positive one. And I'm not just saying that because I'm me. I think it only becomes an issue if you make it an issue, but he might, who knows? I mean, he has, appeared squeamish at times when it comes to like Israel related things every now and then, because he thinks that will stop people from yelling at him. Hasan, I think it's a big issue for Zohran. It's not. The reason why it's not a big issue is because most people don't know who the fuck I am. And the ones that do are already like either door knocking for Zohran or have voted for Zohran. Like it comes down to this. And I mean this, I am not glazing my own self when I say this. I think I am a more popular figure in New York City than Andrew Cuomo. This is not to say that I am more known than Andrew Cuomo. Of course, Andrew Cuomo is a much more visible, much more known person, but he's also a hated person in New York City. I am not. Do I have my share of haters in New York City? Certainly. But the number of people who like me is far larger than the number of people who hate me in New York City specifically. And I would say that it is a reversal for Andrew Cuomo. A lot more people know who he is, and a lot more people don't like him than do like him. And I would go so far as to say that if we went band for band in terms of how many people would be willing to go out to a rally or a meetup that I set up, me versus Andrew Cuomo, there would be more people showing up to mine than his. Do you see what I mean? Does Zohran know about you and what Cuomo is mentioning? What do you mean? You versus Cuomo money spread? Hasan self-glazing, but I like it. How is it in LA compared to New York City? I love New York City. He was endorsed by Wendy Turigi, who became an AMT after the attack. She added his opponent Zohran Mamdani, proudly associated with Hasan Piker, a man who said America deserved 9/11. To families like mine, that's not politics, that's life and death. His association with Hasan Piker qualifies him to serve at any role for New York City, let alone as important as mayor. I'm calling on Zohran Mamdani to disavow Hasan Piker and his hateful words. Like the whole like he needs to disavow Hasan Piker. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? This is yet again another instance where are you gonna let the reactionary group, the reactionary entity in this race, Andrew Cuomo, backed by Donald Trump, lead the conversation? Okay, disavow this person, condemn that person. If you get into this game, okay, if you get into this game, it's not going to be good for you because you're constantly going to have another person that comes after you. That's why I have said before, the whole like sister soldier shit or the Reverend Right shit, like that stuff in the past didn't work either, but Democrats love doing that shit. This is a new meta. This is a new dawn. It is a new day. Okay. Also, I like the implication that I did 9/11. Like these people make it seem as though I was familiar with the matters, and like the subtle implication is like I participated in 9/11, like I did it. Okay? Yeah. So in 2017, Cuomo stood side by side with Sal to sign legislation granting unlimited sick leave to responders battling illnesses from the service. That day, they rode motorcycles together to honor 9/11 first responders to symbolize resilience, solidarity, and progress. I know firsthand what kind of leader Andrew Cuomo is. Wendy Turturici said, as governor, he fought to secure benefits to 9/11 families. He treated our community with the respect and dignity we deserve. That's the kind of leadership New York City needs again. She added his opponent, Zohran Mamdani, proudly associated with Hasan Piker, a man who said America deserved 9/11. To families like mine, that's not politics, that's life and death. It's like, it's crazy to just be like, yeah, dude, you love 9/11. You might have done 9/11. And it's really fucked up that Zohran is associated with this guy who like is responsible for 9/11. It's also pure racism through and through, but it's an act of desperation overall. And once again, in this act of desperation, it only has as much motion as the popular candidate in the field, Zohran Mamdani, gives it. It only has as much motion as Zohran Mamdani breathes life into it. Okay? Cuomo keeps his remarks to benefits for 9/11 victims, saying Mamdani's inexperience is dangerous in the case of terrorist attacks. Families are still living with the pain, and families will still endure the loss from 9/11. Should Zohran respond? And if so, how do you think? Look, I have no, way of figuring out exactly how he's going to communicate through this. But the best possible thing would be to just never even respond to this at all. And if you ever were forced to respond to this in like a moment where someone, they sent like like a provocateur or something, then they caught you when you were doing like a presser or some shit, the best possible response would be like, what are you talking about? Like, this is a popular media figure. He's a leftist. Of course I'm going to go on a stream. And of course, instead of like, if we're going to talk about the association game, Andrew Cuomo is associated with Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump. So he's both bad on domestic affairs and bad on foreign policy as well. My association with a progressive Twitch streamer using Fox News lines of attack is so insane. But yet another clear-cut example to Andrew Cuomo is a right-winger and running to spoil this race. That's it. I want to improve people's lives in New York. This kind of silly back and forth is a simple distraction for a campaign that is failing, for a campaign that is failing for good reason, because they do not care about New Yorkers, and New Yorkers have already responded by voting for me, Zohran Kwame Mamdani, over Andrew Cuomo. That's it. Excited to see all the worst humans online start backing Andrew Cuomo because of this. Yeah, it's a unique moment like I said, at worst, this would turn into like Hassan's association with politicians is bad when it's not, but they will try online in the little world that we live in, where no normie actually broaches that that side of the internet. It'll make it seem as though my association with Zohran Mamdani was a boon, was a burden, was a negative and not like a positive one, and that's it. And they'll just recirculate that bullshit back and forth over and over again with the hopes that Zohran will disavow or condemn or something. And I don't, not Boone, sorry, Bane. I don't think it's necessarily, like I said, even if Zohran were to come out and be like, yeah, I don't know this guy, fuck him. I disavow Hassan Piker. It doesn't bother me beyond the fact that I think it's bad instincts. That's it. It's not dissimilar to me being critical of him backing away from like the globalize the intifada message. It's showing me that it's very like he's more susceptible to the squishy liberal optics, maybe a little too much, and in a way that actually doesn't translate to strength and leadership. It's just not a good. We don't live in that era. We don't live in that age. We don't live in that era. So you're literally walking around New York like a month ago and everyone was so excited to see you. No, exactly. So that's it. Like, come on, dude. It's in the same line of attack. I met and hired a Gen Z line cook who's one of my sous chefs now. And when we met, I tried to tell him I watch you and he goes, you want me to watch Hassan Piker? 3 years later, I mentioned him again. I get my news now. He says, oh, well, that's for the best. If you want to know what's actually going on. Oh, how the turns have tabled. Mohammed El Kurd had a good post on this. Yeah, I saw. Hold on. It's here somewhere. Where was it? Do you guys understand what I mean, by the way? Because it's like, it doesn't, association with someone like myself, a fucking niche online left figure, is either seen as like a major positive for those in the know. Like a lot more people have a positive association with that than a negative one. Or they just like are completely oblivious and think like, why the fuck is this a big deal? Like, what are you talking about? Like they're trying to make this a big deal. But the problem is you must be extremely online to think that this would be a big deal association. Do you see what I mean? I don't have enough motion and broad mainstream disapproval for this to actually stick. And for the most part, my mainstream appeal is positive, regardless of how much the ADL comes after me and attacks me with regular frequency. So yeah, we're going to look at Zohran's numbers in a second, but have we blasted off already? Yes, I did. Where was it? There was a Mohammed El Kurd post that I was going to cover as well. Hold on. Yeah, Dave Weigel joke says, tough on Hassan the Hun, tough on the causes of Hassan the Hun. But yeah, Mohammed El Kurd said, I've told you this on the phone, in person, and I will reiterate it publicly. What you think of the phrase globalize the intifada, our beautiful uprising against occupation, is irrelevant. What matters is that it's a slogan adopted by a movement that is partly responsible for your success, and you mustn't throw them under the bus. We are facing unprecedented levels of state repression and institutional censorship. Both our political organizing and speech are criminalized, and we are confronting genocide for God's sake. That you choose to continue elevating Jewish feelings over the lives of Palestinians over the fact of genocide is nothing more than punching down on those who have helped elevate you. And not to mention, it is bad electoral strategy considering you are quite literally winning and need not to bow down to Zionist pressure 100%. Like I'm endorsing Mohammed's take here 100%. He's right. The tens of thousands of volunteers who have canvassed for you in the scorching hot sun, they are not to be taken for granted. Their support isn't unconditional. Remember that. If I could vote, I would vote for Mamdani solely because of his economic agenda, as I care about the poor and working class New Yorkers. No other reason. I have no doubt that those anti-Palestinian dog whistles will only grow louder if not challenged. I sincerely hope I am wrong. I said this already. I don't think this is a betrayal. I see this as I don't see this as like a major betrayal to the Palestinian cause or anything like that. I don't think he's like backing away, especially because he has spent so many years so visibly doing activism for Palestinians and for Palestine. And when you do that, especially at a time when there were far more severe consequences for it, like being pro-Palestine wasn't like a popular position until recently. Even though it was always the correct position, it was an unimaginably unpopular position. Okay, there's an entire wing of progressives in this country that are progressive except for Palestine, and not even just in this country, but in general in the Western world. There are people who have been incredibly progressive overall, with the exception of Israel. This is something that I know from all of my years of advocacy, and this is something that Zohran Mamdani knows as well. So, especially when he's winning on this issue, the fact that he would like ever back away from that and give any inch because he personally thinks this is going to improve his broad appeal is just wrong. And the instincts that he had of unconditionally supporting Palestinian emancipation was right. It showed earnesty. So this looks like kind of fake. I'll still support him regardless, and I'll still tell my audience to go and vote for him regardless, even if he were to say like, oh, fuck Hasan, I don't know him, I disavow him. And I'm sure he knows that already. But the thing that I worry about is that it shows me that it's like a bad instinct in general. It's like not a, it isn't, I know it's like sounds, obviously it looks personal because I'm now in the crosshairs of Andrew Cuomo, but I said this yesterday as well before this thing happened. And my assessment is still the same, which is I don't think he's like betraying what he believes, right? I don't think he's betraying what he believes at all. But it does feel as though he is miscalculating if he thinks that this kind of line of attack is actually a successful one that actually tarnishes his broad appeal. Okay. Also, Bernie AOC influence is stupid because Bernie's own team reached out when Bernie and Zohran were doing the Brooklyn thing, and they wanted me to come out. So the notion that like, this is the Bernie AOC wing of the party, they still associate with me publicly. What the fuck are we talking about? Calm down. They understand that I seemingly have some kind of appeal in the left flank of the party that they also think is important enough to talk to. Anyway, Zana says, if you're wondering why they're still asking about this months later, it's in part because every time he's asked this, his position becomes more palatable for the Democratic Party leadership and donors. They will continue asking this question until he's completely acquiesced into a boilerplate progressive Dem a la AOC. I don't think it's going to happen. And I think it's actually more nefarious than that. I think the reason why they're asking them this question is so that they can actually cook him and make him look inconsistent and hit him harder. Because the moment that you actually acquiesce, the moment that you actually concede on this ridiculous notion, this notion that is not truthful at all, because his original statement was like, it's an Arabic word. It's one that literally the Holocaust Memorial Foundation like uses when talking about the Warsaw Ghetto uprising. It's just the Arabic word for uprising. That was correct. That was the correct statement initially. And he has backed away from that, saying like, oh man, I don't know. I just don't know. It's very hurtful. It reminds people of bus bombings, like as though saying globalized intifada means like you're going to do, Muslims are going to do bus bombings in New York City. Like that's fucking bullshit. That is a racist fantasy. And you do not have to concede on that at all. Okay, you do not have to concede on that at all. And why must you not concede on that? Not because you want to be like a moral beacon. Okay, that's not even what I'm saying. The cynical, calculated assessment here. Okay, the cynical, calculated assessment here is that once you concede on that, they're just going to ask. They're going to use that as an opportunity to legitimize their line of attack. See, he recognizes it too. So we weren't wrong. We were right. That intifada is a violent language. And at a time when there's unprecedented amounts of attack on free speech, specifically from the perspective of being anti-Israel, anti-genocide, anti-Zionist, conceding on this after your lack of concessions on this issue allowed you to win this incredibly crowded primary against a dynastic figure like Andrew Cuomo and many other even progressive figures that were fighting alongside you to win the Democratic Party's primary is bad. It's never going to stop at this. Once you give a fucking inch, they're going to take a mile. Okay? That's it. Chatters want drama between you and people you have professional relationship and have professional disagreements with. Insane levels of parasocial from chatters. Yeah, this is not the first time he has said this thing. I know he had basically unveiled that this was going to be his like soft concession to this standard. And I don't think it works. I don't think this is that big of a problem either way. It only becomes a big problem if this is all he is constantly seeking to address. Okay? Any moment that you find yourself offering legitimacy to this angle of attack is a moment that you're failing, because it's a moment that you're not talking about your policies. It's not a moment where you're talking about it's a moment where you're not talking about like why people trust you, why people find you to be earnest. Okay? That's it. Didn't you address and predict this in your interview with him? I mean, I might have brought this up at some point, but I don't remember. I don't recall. Maybe. Yeah, Zohran, who says he'll arrest Netanyahu, is 3 times more trusted by New Yorkers on Israel Palestine than Cuomo, who has volunteered to defend Netanyahu. New York City's message to the Israel lobby is loud and clear. We are not stupid, and you have no more influence here. Exactly. So it's just a weakness, and you can never show weakness, especially when you're winning. It just makes no sense. I think it would be more damaging for him to concede on, do you disavow Hassan Piker? Do you disavow, globalize the intifada? All this shit. That shows more weakness and becomes a point of contention for him than not addressing it at all and just moving on and being like, these are silly distractions. Let's talk about the issues that really matter. Okay? Do you see? Do you understand what I'm saying here? Like, these motherfuckers are making it seem like I did 9/11. It is a horrifyingly racist statement on its face. It's an insanely Islamophobic shit. It's an insanely Islamophobic thing to do. I'm Muslim. He's Muslim. They're saying 9/11. Remember 9/11? Remember 9/11? It's basically what Charlie Kirk was doing, but a little bit different, like a little bit more palatable, right? What is this? Holy, just watch the context related to that quote is way worse. What do you mean? I think people need to cut him some slack because this guy's running for mayor, not president or governor. No, I'm cutting him all the slack in the world. I don't think you guys understand. Like, this doesn't change my opinion, but the only thing that I'm worried about, and this is far before the Andrew Cuomo stuff too, the only thing that I'm worried about is like, it just shows bad instinct if you concede on stuff like this. Okay? I don't think he's like betraying the Palestinian cause or anything, or like used it as a way to farm clout or anything like that. In some respects, this in and of itself is no different than if he had conceded on the Israel question. Would you travel to Israel? Why won't you travel to Israel? Do you believe that Israel has a right to exist? Over and over again. What did he do in that situation? He said Israel has a right to exist as a democratic state that has equal rights and equal representation for all, which is not what Israel is. Okay? He perfectly took a framework that is so acceptable for liberals and recalculated and answered it in that way. But that, instead of conceding and instead of like owning and legitimizing this like cynical line of attack, he just said, fuck no. He stood proudly on this issue. So anyway, but it is obviously like a coordinated campaign. Maybe Fox News will get in on it too a little bit, but like, it's gross. It's gross the way that like Andrew Cuomo is just like farming 9/11 to be like, see, this guy may or may not have done 9/11. Andrew Cuomo standing next to a sign that says in big letters, America deserved 9/11 with no additional context other than the photo of a Twitch streamer that most regular New Yorkers have never heard of. What a fantastically run campaign. Exactly. It's so stupid. Like, you do this only if you like want to attack me, not even Zohran. Because the counter here is so easy for Zohran to just be like, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, at most. Do you see what I mean? This feels like an idea that his Groyper social media manager came up with. Yeah. It's an act of desperation. 99% of retweets have just been laughing at this. I know, but that doesn't matter because Zohran's assessment might be a little bit different. What is this? Why is Hassan making this a big deal? It's a nothing burger. It's only a big deal if you make it a deal, Hassan. Then he tries to make it a big deal. I'm just explaining something that I have been personally brought up in. I think it's valid. No? You don't think so? Am I being crazy? And I'm, as always, not just talking about myself in this process, but also drawing on a broader point. The broader point being that, one, I'm utterly irrelevant to the grand scheme of things, and two, if he were to lean into this line of attack, it just once again shows bad instincts, and it could become a problem for him in this race. Because he's gonna keep getting gummed up in the works. They're just gonna keep hitting him over and over again. This is what originally this is what was brought up in the mayoral town hall from a Zionist group that asked him about this already, because this is like something that the ADL has been trying to fucking farm off of Zohran over and over again.
These last 24 hours, that social media comments, activist slogans actually can lead to what happened last night in Washington, D.C. We've reported at Jewish Insider that you've gone on the show of a popular podcaster on the left named Hasan who has justified Hamas's October 7th, 2023 terror attacks. Said it didn't matter if rapes occurred on October 7th on his show on a number of occasions. You've been on his show. Do you regret going on that show? And especially in the light of last night's murder of the Israeli embassy staff, is that type of rhetoric responsible in our public discourse?
I think that one of the lessons I learned from the Democratic Party's failures in this previous election is an inability to use every single platform and avenue to communicate with as many people as possible.
Yeah, the framing is also crazy racist, making it seem like I'm responsible for the fucking DC shooting once again. Like, this is double fuck for someone like Zohran, because he's not a white boy either, you know? I mean, they're lying about my takes. That's fine. They always do. What are you going to do? Who cares, right? But this also, like any attack in this vein that is directed in my direction can absolutely be implemented against Zohran in the exact same way because of our similar backgrounds. That's it. So it's a even more unique position for someone like him because, once again, he's brown, he's Muslim, he's even more visibly Muslim than I am, right? And he's a socialist. And also, he has spent a very long time doing very visible pro-Palestinian advocacy. So any kind of line of attack that bastardizes my assessment, my commentary, my analysis can very easily be directed at him as well. So he's in a really unique position here, in a really unique predicament where saying like, oh, this guy is bad and wrong, they can just as easily turn around and say, okay, well, here's something you've said. Here's a group that you've started, Students for Justice for Palestine and Bowdoin College. Like, and this is the exact line of attack that won't really actually harm his chances, as it didn't in the primary. It's not going to in the general either, unless this is the only thing that he is constantly tasked with responding. Stop giving them ideas. No, I'm not. I'm not giving them ideas. I'm telling them exactly how this works because I saw it happen with Corbyn. Okay? That's it.
Desire to only speak to journalists and podcast hosts with whom you have agreement on every single issue. And I think that much of that conversation pertained to discussions around whether or not people should appear on Joe Rogan. But I think it is part of a broader conversation around politics as a manner of purity, when I think politics should also be an avenue to engage as many people as possible. And so to me, I do not have regrets of speaking to any interviewer, to any journalist, to any podcaster, because ultimately...
Yeah, Corbyn conceded early that there was anti-Semitism in the Labour Party, and it was all that he was asked about for 5 years. Which is ironic because the Tories on the other side, for those 5 years, were doing unimaginably anti-Semitic shit, like almost directly aligning with the EDL, like all these other groups. They put a statue of Nancy Astor up to celebrate her. She literally said Hitler was right about the Jews. Like, a person who said that was venerated, was celebrated by the Tory government at the time when everybody was like, Jeremy Corbyn's a real anti-Semite. Like, we've seen this already. We've fucking seen how this works. And like taking on the oppositional framing in this situation and conceding to their framing unironically makes this a larger issue for progressives, for the left, for Democrats as well. This is the same exact technique that right-wing groups apply with regular frequency. They're doing this. This is a right-wing group, it's a Zionist group, and they're doing this as Zohran right here. And he, dances around it and does a decent job. I don't expect him to just be like, Hasan is my favorite content creator. I love him. I am defending him unconditionally. That's not my expectation at all, right? And it's not even about loyalty or anything like that. I don't give a shit. Like I said, put the fucking policy in the bag, okay? Put the policy in the bag, little bro. That's all I care about. You're a politician, okay? You're elected. I want you to be a good mayor. I want you to actually help the people of New York. I want you to help the working class of New York. I want you to make things more affordable. I want you to have a more robust public transit. That's what I care about. Okay?
My message is consistent in all of those mediums. And it's a message that I want to have reach as many people as possible while making clear what my values are and my statements are.
Given that comment, do you have a responsibility then when you go on a show like that to say, Hasan, your comments about Hamas, your comments about October 7th are unacceptable. I reject them. And if so, why haven't you said that to his face and on his show?
I think that my words speak for themselves. In the context of that, I think about 3.5-hour interview, I made very clear where I stood. And I think this is something that I have sought to embody throughout my career as a consistency. And I think that my actions, my words, even in that interview, spoke for themselves. But it is all.
But this was in the primary. Those questions are fucking ridiculous anyway. If you recall, the Zionist advocacy groups have one speed. They try to do this in France as well to Mélenchon's party. Okay? They try to do this in France and Mélenchon's party. And their response was so clear. It was the best possible response I've ever heard from any politician. Okay? Zohran, I'm pivoted here. In France, the dude straight up said, you guys literally say everyone's a fucking anti-Semite if they are anti-genocide. Are you anti-genocide? He redirected it back. He said, there's a genocide going on. Are you anti-genocide? Why do you never ask people if they're anti-genocide or not? You say this to anyone that has ever said anything mean about Israel. Okay? That's the perfect response. You say this to everybody. And the reason why that's a perfect response is because not only is it true, okay? Not only is it true, but also a lot of other people, if you're running in a popularity contest, like a fucking election, you want to say shit that's going to come across as popular, okay? And virtually everyone, regardless of their position, unless they're like super duper pro-Israel, and they're never going to fucking vote for Zohran anyway if they are super duper pro-Israel, has felt this. They've seen this. Even if they themselves are not visible public figures, they have seen, they've sensed the attitude coming from mainstream outlets, coming from institutions where it's like, don't say anything about Israel. Don't say it. You see the dead children? Don't say a fucking goddamn thing, or else we'll say you're anti-Semitic. We'll ruin your fucking life. And that has gotten so out of hand that the average person is aware of this attitude. Okay?
Always helpful to hear feedback as to what I have said, how I have engaged, and to always understand what it could look like in the future.
Has what happened?
Anyway, would you consider being a campaign manager for someone else? No, dude. Why the fuck would I do that? I give it out for free, okay? Nothing in my advocacy is paywalled. It's fucking free, okay? That's why the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. There's no ads, and you know, it's free ball. There is no reason for me to, in any way, shape, or form, paywall my takes. Why does your advice not penetrate to people like him and AOC when it comes to this sort of thing? Because the more you are surrounded by people in DC, or the more you're surrounded by establishment Democrats, I feel as though the more you hear from them as opposed to people like myself. Because like Zohran, when he was running, hey, open presence, thank you for the 25, get the subs. When Zohran was running, he was surrounded by activists, advocates. His entire team is people who have a similar mindset to someone like myself. But now that he is like more tapped in with the Democratic establishment, because he's like trying to become, I mean, he wants the endorsements from all the Democrats and he wants to win the mayoral race. He has more feedback, less feedback from people like myself and more feedback from people in DC. And their attitude is a lot more careful. Their attitude is a lot more calculated. But the thing is, Zohran Mamdani's earnesty on this issue, on an unimaginably popular issue in the base, is what allowed him to cut away from the rest of the politicians on that crowded field in the primary. But I think that's where this comes from. Mélenchon's answer on the Dig podcast on being smeared as anti-Semitic as a way to delegitimize Muslims and Palestine solidarity. Here's what Mélenchon said. Jean-Luc Mélenchon said, at the same time, all these attacks are an opportunity for mass popular education, provided we never back down. That is to say, once the battle is engaged, we do not give in. We do not back down. We do not apologize. We do not admit any mistakes, and we put up a fight. Those who don't like you won't like you anymore in the end. They may even hate you more, but those who didn't know you will understand that there is a problem. And those who are with you will gain confidence. They will say to themselves, they're not giving up. They're not going to betray me along the way. They're not abandoning their ideas along the way. For us on the left, regaining the trust of the people is the number one test. This is precisely my point. This was unfortunately a major failure for Jeremy Corbyn, who I love deeply. Okay. I think he's a fantastic person, but unfortunately, as a politician, he was too kind. He was too soft, and you can't be. You got to be a fighter. You cannot fold. Okay. That's it. So never engage on a faulty framework. Even if you concede on a minor point, they'll just pounce on you anyways. Exactly. How many times have we seen this? But now on to some, here, I'll do this last part. A hero 9/11 family on Tuesday slammed Democratic mayoral nominee Zohran Mamdani for associating with vile left-wing influencers. Hassan Piker once said Americans are 9/11. How can you hang around with someone, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. Mamdani doesn't deserve to be mayor, she said. Her husband, Sal Tortucci, 60, FDNY emergency medical technician who removed bodies and body parts from ground zero to be sent to the morgue. Now suffers stage 4 neuroendocrine cancer, added, I don't like Mamdani. The couple said they were endorsing Mamdani's rival, ex-governor Andrew Cuomo in the November election, joining him in a press conference 2 days before the 24th anniversary of the terrorist attacks that killed 2,977 people. Piker once controversially said, America deserved 9/11. I'm saying it. We fucking totally brought it on ourselves, dude. Holy shit, we did. We fucking did. He also said it doesn't matter if rapes happened to women during Hamas' October 7th attack on Israel. Wendy Tortucci said Mamdani palling around with Pikers beyond the pale. She also pointed out Mamdani once voiced his love for the 5 leaders of a notorious nonprofit convicted of funneling more than $12 million to the terror group Hamas. You see, it's more. It's not just like his association with Hassan, okay? It's in the same vein of attack. So if you fucking actually turn around and concede on this framework, they're going to pounce on all this other shit too. Do you see what I mean? You should not be fearful of this. You shouldn't. It's ridiculous. Do you see what I mean? Do you get it? Because the starting point here, the starting point for this cynical line of attack is not out of like some sincere belief, unless you legitimately think that like myself or Zohran had anything to do with fucking 9/11, and you are actively misunderstanding what I'm saying there. Okay? I get it. I do think it's kind of weird that they love clip farming you. I mean, it's fine. It happens. It happens when you are a public figure. It is what it is. It's the name of the game here. Okay. It's a shitty situation, but you know, we're adults. Sal Tortucci and Cuomo also rode motorcycles together to honor 9/11 first responders. I know what firsthand Andrew Cuomo is like. This is just a way to try and fucking make Andrew Cuomo look good. Okay. So, I don't think it's going to work. I mean, this is incredibly stupid. Once again, the silver lining here is that they are desperate. And the reason why they're desperate is because of this. Mamdani holds huge lead in mayor's race, Times Siena poll finds. Okay? Zohran Mamdani, the Democratic nominee in the New York City mayoral race, is way ahead of his 3 rivals, but his lead would diminish considerably if the field shrank to a 2-man race. He's at 46%. If the 2025 New York City mayoral election were held today, who would you vote for? And as far as I understand, it's over anyway. The ballots are already being printed. So these guys are going to be on the ballots regardless. Okay? None of them dropped out. None of them dropped out. Which means that there is no way to ensure that every single person and every single vote is behind one of these guys. Okay? There is no way that they can actually, now that the ballots have been printed, even if there were endorsements that came, like even if Eric Adams dropped out and then endorsed Andrew Cuomo, which is not going to happen, right? Even if Eric Adams dropped out and endorsed Andrew Cuomo, which is not likely to happen, he's called Andrew Cuomo a snake and a liar. Even if Curtis Sliwa dropped out, which I think is the less likely option out of all of this, and endorsed Andrew Cuomo, their names are still on the ballot. And therefore, there are going to be a lot of people who vote for them regardless. You understand? There's going to be a lot of people who just simply go, yeah, I didn't hear it. I still voted for my guy. Now, ultimately, this is the reason why I think like these guys are incredibly desperate, and they'll get even more racist as the election nears. I suspect that they'll do a big push around 9/11 as well to try to like associate Zohran Mamdani with 9/11, because they're just leaning on Islamophobia. That's it. Zohran is Muslim. They're trying to fucking be like, they're trying to be like, yeah, Muslim guy kind of did 9/11. His people did 9/11. Remember 9/11? His people did it. Do you want an insider to do 9/11 again? Like that type of shit. That's basically what they're doing. They're just like hitting the racism line. New York about to be Mumbai 2.0. It isn't a phobia if it's rational. You think, first of all, you're in the chat of a Muslim dude. That's number one. But number two, you think Zohran Mamdani is going to do 9/11. You think that's a rational phobia. No, but Islam is responsible for many extremists. Brother, this is the worst time to say that. Okay? First of all, that's just transparent racism. But it is pretty funny to say that at a time of like unprecedented Christian nationalism growing in this country. Okay? Fascist Christian nationalism growing in this country. And also, Israel falsely is conflating every single action that they're doing at the behest of this Zionist project, which is a Jewish supremacist ideology that is exterminationist in principle. They're saying that they're doing this for Judaism. So like right now, in terms of like the Abrahamic religions, the only reason why you feel like the Muslims and Islam is responsible for many extremists is because like this is the worst possible time. If you were saying this in like 2001, it would still be ridiculous, but at least like, you know, you could have a little bit of broad appeal for this kind of sentiment. 2025, 20 plus years after the failure of war on terror, not a good time to just like deliver this racist sentiment, because it's one of those things that just like slams you directly in the fucking face, that is just not real at all. Not that it changes the dynamic for you in any way, because you are not operating off of any sort of like rational fear, even though you think you are rationalizing this fear, but it's incredibly stupid. Incredibly stupid to say right now, as opposed to any other time. The poll found that 46% of likely voters currently plan to choose Mr. Mamdani, the Democratic nominee, in a four-way race. As I was saying, hold on. By comparison, 24% of likely voters in New York City said they would support former Governor Andrew M. Cuomo, who is running as an independent after losing June's Democratic primary. 15% were back the Republican candidate, Curtis Sliwa, and 9% favored Mayor Eric Adams, the scandal-scarred incumbent who is running on an independent line. The survey captured the state of the race in early September at a moment of unusual flux. The day after polling began, the New York Times reported that President Trump and powerful figures in New York City were endeavoring to create a one-on-one contest between Mr. Cuomo, 67, and Mr. Mamdani, a 33-year-old state assemblyman and Democratic socialist. The extraordinary effort has included negotiations about Mr. Adams potentially suspending his campaign and accepting a nomination, this part is really funny, to be ambassador to Saudi Arabia. Presidential advisors have also discussed strategies to try to push Mr. Sliwa out of the race. The Times Siena poll underscored the potential impact of shrinking the field. Doing so, it suggested could meaningfully erode Mr. Mamdani's lead, but only if Mr. Adams and Mr. Sliwa, who have vowed to keep running, suspended their campaigns. Yeah, you miscalculated. I hate Cuomo more than I love corruption. Yeah, that is funny. That is literally what happened. They just thought that they could squeeze him out by giving him like a sweet deal, because they're like, you love deals. You love doing corruption. Here, we'll let you do some corruption. That's your favorite, no? Come on. Let's get you out of there. Nope. They should have suggested making him the ambassador to Turkey, and maybe then he would have been down, I think. You know? They fucked up. Anyway, in a hypothetical head-to-head matchup, voters who initially supported Mr. Adams and Mr. Sliwa broke heavily towards Mr. Cuomo, a moderate Democrat. The survey suggested that would lead to an extremely tight race, with 48% supporting Mr. Mamdani and 44% supporting Mr. Cuomo. But if Mr. Adams dropped out and Mr. Sliwa stayed in the race, Mr. Mamdani would likely still hold a comfortable lead, given Mr. Adams' relatively low level of support. With just under 2 months to go until Election Day, the race has already been one of the most tumultuous New York City has seen in decades. It has included short-lived corruption charges against Mr. Adams, a comeback attempt by Mr. Cuomo 4 years after he resigned as governor in scandal, and the unexpected rise of Mr. Mamdani. The Times Siena survey is among a handful of independent polls in the race in recent weeks and showed a somewhat larger lead for Mr. Mamdani than others tracked by the Times. The new poll suggests that Mr. Mamdani's success so far is rooted in two factors. This is huge. Voters' personal regard for him and their sense that he is best positioned to address the two top electoral issues, affordability and housing costs. Oh my God, this is so shocking. Who could have thought that if you just listen to the people's demands, the people's wishes, the people's points of pain, and chose to address them, that they would respond positively to your candidacy. Who could have foreseen this? Oh my God. So shocking. No, it's the voting base that is out of touch. Exactly. They simply don't understand the dangers that Mamdani presents. If only we could do a couple more attack ads on him, then they would know. Okay? Then they would know how dangerous it is. Around 60% of likely voters said Mr. Mamdani was inspirational, had good character, and cared about people like them. He's the only candidate viewed positively by a majority of voters, despite months of attacks against him, because those attacks are failing, because those attacks are fucking stupid. Those attacks against Zohran Mamdani revolve around shit that people actually want. They say his campaign promises are impossible. They will ruin the economy. People go, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? The economy for me, personally, is already ruined. It's tattered. I can't afford shit. They say Zohran Mamdani hates Israel. He hates Israel. He hates Israel. People go, what the fuck? I hate Israel. What do you mean? And even attacks that comprise, like, they say he's hates Jews, right? The Zohran Mamdani hates Jews. Like, people understand that the reason why they're saying that about Zohran Mamdani is not because he actually hates Jews and is anti-Semitic. People understand it. It's because he's anti-Israel. And everyone else is anti-Israel as well, seemingly. So, of course, most people have at the very least encountered online or on TV the exact same thing that I'm talking about. Someone who comes out and says, yeah, fuck Israel. What they're doing is terrible. It must be, we must stop it. We must put an end to this violence. And immediately they get pounced on and everybody goes, oh, you must hate Jews. You must hate Jews. You want to kill all Jews. And like, and people go, no, I don't want that. What the fuck are you talking about? So they've already experienced this, even if they themselves have not actually like been public about their own personal positions. They already have felt the environment of insecurity due to the endless sea of counter narratives and attacks in this cynical direction. So when they try to fucking hit him on that stuff, when they try to hit him on this shit, people understand exactly where this is coming from. And Mr. Mamdani has an edge on all racial groups, leading Mr. Cuomo narrowly among black voters. Mr. Adams, the city's second black mayor, trails in third, and by a larger margin among Hispanic voters. Overall, voters said they trusted Mr. Mamdani over Mr. Cuomo 49% to 23% when it comes to handling the city's daunting affordability challenge, with the other candidates lagging behind. Mr. Mamdani's proposal to freeze rent increases on rent-stabilized units wins particularly strong public support. Nearly 70% of voters, including majorities of Cuomo and Adams supporters, favor the policy. How'd that happen? How the fuck that happened? They've been attacking him on that line as well. They keep saying, oh, this is silly. This is ridiculous. Good things are not possible. Vote for me instead of Mamdani. Good things are not possible. He's a monster. He wants you to pay less for your rent. Think about the poor landlords. He's just got slick slogans. And it's like people go, no, man, I don't want you to tell me that it's impossible for my rent to be cheaper. What the fuck is wrong with you? That is usually the response from people who go, no, I heard him say he wants to fucking freeze the rents, and I love that. Increasing taxes on the wealthiest New Yorkers, as Mr. Mamdani has proposed, is also widely popular, the poll found. Wow. Faith Dulaurier, 24, teacher from Flushing, Queens, said Mr. Mamdani's focus on affordability and his frequent appearances around the city had won her over, even though she's not registered with the party. I want to see something new, different, actually active change, he said. By a large margin, likely voters also said Mr. Mamdani was a candidate who had best addressed the conflict between Israelis and Palestinians. 43% favored his position compared to 16% for Mr. Cuomo. Only 16% support for Andrew Cuomo's I'm going to take some time out to be Benjamin Netanyahu's personal lawyer for the International Criminal Court case. Wow. Mr. Mamdani has been among the most outspoken proponents of Palestinian rights and a longtime critic of Israel, describing its war efforts in Gaza as genocide. Mr. Cuomo is a staunch ally of Israel and has volunteered to defend its leader, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, from war crime accusations. Still, the poll registered potential vulnerabilities for the frontrunner, too. Voters have doubts about whether Mr. Mamdani, a three-term state lawmaker with a sparse resume, can deliver on his ambitious campaign plans. Roughly two-thirds of likely voters, including more than half of Mamdani's own supporters, said they do not expect him to achieve everything he has promised. Some 57% of likely voters have also said New York City should not follow through on Mr. Mamdani's plan to make buses free for everyone, even as a majority of New Yorkers support the proposal in theory. And they were divided over his affiliation with the Democratic Socialists of America. Leftist group, about 37% of likely voters said that having a Democratic Socialist mayor would be a good thing for the city, compared to the 32% who said it would be a bad thing, and 26% who called it neither good nor bad. Wow. So even his association with the DSA is either irrelevant or positive. A larger number thinks it's a positive association. Who could have fucking seen that? Despite Mr. Cuomo's primary loss, the survey suggested that he had more room to increase support before Election Day than Mr. Adams or Mr. Sliwa. Now, let me tell you something, and this part is also important. I'm willing to bet that right now in New York and in many other places around the country, an association with establishment Democrats looks worse than an association with the Democratic Socialists of America. The DSA has a higher approval rating in New York and perhaps even many other parts of the country if they were to be able to operate with the same level of intensity as they do in New York City. They would be infinitely more popular than the Democratic Party, which is, of course, not that significant overall. It's like saying, yeah, people prefer a ham sandwich over shit from a butt, okay? Because the Democrats, broadly, on the national scale, are seen as shit from a butt, okay? A shit sandwich. That's it. That's what the fuck people think of the Democrats. We know that already. Excuse you? No, I will not excuse myself. The Democrats look like shit. They smell like shit. Nobody wants to be fucking associated with them. So the likes of Zohran Mamdani and many other seemingly radical candidates that are actually trying to implement modest social democratic reforms are unironically trying to save this fucking country. This is something that I keep repeating over and over again, and people get so goddamn mad, so much in their fucking fifis. Democrats are unpopular. The Republicans are unpopular too, but Democrats are also devastatingly unpopular. These guys, people like Zohran Mamdani, are exactly the type of people that they should be like grabbing onto and then trying to implement their fucking policies, try to identify why they're popular. And then repackage their dumbass campaigns in a similar vein to say like, oh yeah, we're radical too. We're socialist too, please. It's a different kind of Democrat. We're a different kind of Democrat. You know, one that is a real fighter. That's what they should be doing. The former governor has taken a far more aggressive approach in recent weeks to try to convince voters that Mr. Mamdani is too inexperienced and too ideologically left-leaning to lead a global financial capital. Mr. Cuomo, who spends a decade leading the state, receives high marks on his ability to govern. Roughly 57% of likely voters said the phrase would be an effective mayor described him well. Rodrigo Tobar, 64 of Queens, said he planned to support Mr. Sliwa, but was open to voting for Mr. Cuomo because of his experience. I like Sliwa because he's on the side of Trump, and I like anyone on the side of Trump, said Mr. Tobar, who works at Elmhurst Hospital. But Cuomo did a great job as governor. I think he'd be a good mayor. Roughly 2/3 of voters support a proposal by Mr. Cuomo to limit who can lease the city's nearly 1 million rent-stabilized apartments to those who would be spending at least 30% of their income on rent. Mr. Cuomo named the plan after Mr. Mamdani to draw attention to his rivals living in a rent-stabilized unit despite his six-figure state salary. Mr. Cuomo's plan to hire 5,000 more police officers is also popular and has support from many of Mr. Mamdani's backers. But there are signs that the key lines of attack by Mr. Cuomo are not working. He has spent months criticizing Mr. Mamdani for his past support for defunding the police department, a position the Assemblyman has since reversed, and has argued that his rival would be ill-equipped to go toe-to-toe with Mr. Trump. Yeah, except this this line of attack is, of course, the funniest one to direct at Zohran Mamdani, because Donald Trump is clearly antagonistic to Zohran Mamdani, and Donald Trump is clearly interested in making Andrew Cuomo the mayor of New York. Christian extremists never flew planes into buildings. Don't ever compare them to Islam. I hate Christians, by the way. Wait, what? Yes, Christian extremists never flew planes into buildings. Instead, they just leveled entire countries. What the fuck are you talking about, you dumb piece of shit? What are you talking about? George W. Bush said God told him to invade Afghanistan and Iraq. Okay? There were generals in George W. Bush's military at the time that were like, saying we're going to dip our bullets in pig's blood to kill all the Muslims. But of course, no one understands that as a Christian crusade, because it's not. Christianity is just an association that you slap on to any sort of fucking movement so you can galvanize the public in that direction. God damn it. Why do so many fucking r/atheist dipshits turn into just like major Islamophobes? It's like, I hate Christianity too, but Christian extremists never flew planes into buildings. Dude, you have the white like understanding of Sharia in the most like Al-Qaeda version of it here in the United States of America right now, and you still think it's the Muslims that are fucking responsible for extremism in this country. You're a fucking delusional moron. Okay? They say that, you clown. They don't believe Lamau. The guys in the plains actually believed. If you think fundamentalist Islam is an ever-present danger to your existence in the United States of America in 2025, you can be convinced of anything, okay? You can literally be convinced of anything, especially in this conversation, when we're having a conversation about myself and my associations with Zohran Mamdani. Do you think me or Zohran are in any way, shape, or form fundamentalist Muslims? Are you fucking stupid? Do you think that we're Salafists? I don't think that. Just don't compare them. It's embarrassing. No, what's embarrassing is your argument in 2025 that holds no fucking water. 90% of all instances of domestic terror since 9/11 have always been conducted by far-right anti-government extremists, many of which actually present themselves as Christian nationalists, as a matter of fact, or neo-Nazis. So the idea that this is actually a real significant threat to American existence shows that you don't actually have any aptitude in statistical analysis and are simply operating off of your fucking feelings. That's it. That's literally it. And it's something that was so stupid even after 2001. Present themselves, yes, they don't believe in shit though, not as dangerous. Brother, I am talking about the most dangerous ideology from your perspective, okay, from your existence. It is neo-Nazis. It is white nationalists. It's white supremacists. Whether they are real believers of Christianity or not doesn't fucking change that, okay? If Muhammad Atta was caught drinking alcohol before he did 9/11, would that change the dynamic from your perspective? No. You just assume this is a visible aspect of Islam. You're a fucking moron. It's so funny to say this right now, by the way, when the evangelical Zionist Christians are attached to the fucking ass cheeks of Israel, which is also presenting a ethno-religious supremacist state doing a fucking genocide. And the evangelical Christian Zionists here in the United States of America are literally permanently on board with this. What are you saying? Your perspective on this issue is not as decent or as calculated or as analytical as you think it is, okay? You're just trying to present your fears, unsubstantiated fears, as though it's like a reasonable position. It's not. And it's also not a new position. It's one that I've heard a million times over. None of them would blow themselves up, Lamau. You are a fucking moron. What are you talking about? What do you mean none of themselves would blow themselves up? They have blown themselves up. What the fuck are you talking about? Is it simply the act of blowing yourself up that is the, oh my God, Zohran Mamdani's dad literally wrote about this. Mahmoud Mamdani wrote specifically about the act of martyrdom and why it is orientalized by dumb fuck Westerners who cannot comprehend that, like, this is not a unique version, that every military member that takes a weapon and goes and invades another country is risking their lives just the same. And many of them have died. 12,000 American service members died in the process at the behest of America's profits, okay? America's super profits and America's endless dominance all around the world. But the people, from their perspective, it was all the same. They were also making the same calculations. They were putting their fucking lives on the line. You are a fucking moron if you think that there's any difference, okay? There is none. He literally wrote about it, ironically enough. But you were just hyper-focusing on the fact that, oh, they blew themselves up. So I guess it's fine if someone just rides a fucking car into a crowd of people because he didn't blow himself up. It's a different type of terrorism. Is that what you're saying? Or if the person driving that car is Muslim, do you make a different calculation there as opposed to a person doing that is a white supremacist Christian nationalist? That's the question. When a white supremacist Christian nationalist goes into a fucking school, shoots a bunch of children, and then kills themselves or engages in suicide by cop, I guess that's different because they're Christian, they're white. Ultimately, it comes back to that same fundamental difference. I'm done arguing on this issue. Okay, if you can't comprehend it at this point, you're unfortunately too dense. Let's get to CBS News, New York. Yeah, it's also so stupid because once again, it's utterly irrelevant. It's just simply saying, oh no, it's different because they're fucking is different because they're blowing themselves up. That's all this is. Like, it does not matter. It doesn't matter that it doesn't matter that the death counts are far larger on one side over the other. It's just the the methods utilized is very different. Even if those people also are basically putting themselves in the line of fire and recognizing that they might die in the process. There is no, that's not a real assessment. You're just desperately trying to figure out a way where it's somehow different, okay? It's somehow different when Muslims do it. That's it. Anyway. Yeah. Siena Research New York Times poll of New York City voters. 39%, including 66% of young voters, say Mamdani has best addressed the Israeli-Palestinian conflict during the campaign. Only 17% say the same about Cuomo. Shocking. Here's another take on that front, by the way. New York City voters, including a solid majority of young voters who powered Zohran Mamdani's Democratic primary win, say the strident Israel critic offered the best approach to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict during the campaign. The New York Times Siena College survey of 1,284 registered voters conducted September 2nd through September 18th found that 39% of all respondents and 66% of those aged 18 to 29 said Mamdani best addressed the conflict in the Middle East. Oh my God. It feels like it feels like not backing away. It feels like not backing away from your position on Israel, a clear black and white issue on Israel's genocide, yielded the most benefits. Anyway, yeah, we got the sniper story as well. Don't worry, I'm going to cover that as well. You're going to see a lot of these Islamophobes because their cockroach daddy hasn't streamed over a week. I know. I mean, it's nothing new to me. Come on, man. I've been doing this for a long ass fucking time. It's not new.
To go until Election Day, new polling has business leaders and candidates scrambling to make their mark on the New York City mayor's race while they still have time. The latest New York Times Siena College poll shows Queens Assemblyman Zohran Mamdani is widening his lead in the current four-man race for mayor. The poll found 46% of likely voters are planning to choose the Democratic nominee, 24% for former Governor Andrew Cuomo, 15% for Republican Curtis Sliwa, and 9% for Mayor Eric Adams. 5% of respondents say they're undecided. But that same polling shows a much tighter race if Mamdani and former Governor Cuomo were to face off head-to-head. 48% Mamdani and 44% Cuomo. Meanwhile, a group of business leaders met with the former governor in Midtown today to back his candidacy.
I care about this city. I grew up in this city, and I think that he is the right guy to lead the city.
We need a plan for Andrew to become the mayor of New York City. It's the most vital issue in New York City today.
Zohran Mamdani, when you hear that name, what comes to mind?
I cringe. Absolutely cringe.
Mayor Adams says he's also meeting with prominent business leaders who back his candidacy.
Well, right now, the concern is...
Yeah, you got prominent business leaders backing Adams. You got business leaders and Donald Trump backing Cuomo. And then you got the people backing Zohran. Now, the problem for these guys is there's a lot more people than there are businesses and business executives. What a lot of these guys don't understand is that your business executive decisions might not necessarily translate to your rank and file workers either. Okay. This is even like finance. Okay. This extends even to fucking finance. Now, obviously, that's the most like right-wing field I could think of. But even then, there are still people that work at these fucking financial offices, for example, that are suffering, that can't pay their fucking rent. And they're going, yeah, I'm going to vote for this guy. It's that simple. Even fucking finance bros are having a hard time paying their rent. So they're going to go for the guy who says, I'm going to make rents cheaper.
What the Democratic primary winner would do to the city. So I don't blame them for sitting down with Andrew and whomever else. We need to make sure that this city does not go into a state where decriminalizing prostitution.
Mamdani's spokesperson responded by saying, quote, New York City is not for sale. The backroom scheming from Donald Trump and the billionaire class is backfiring, as New Yorkers see Zohran Mamdani as the only candidate who will fight to make the most expensive city in the country more affordable. We did reach out to Andrew Cuomo for his reaction to the latest polling, but have not yet heard back. Meanwhile, today, the Board of Elections will meet after rejecting a request by Jim Walden to remove his name from the mayoral ballot. The board said Walden's application was submitted too late. He says keeping his name on the ballot will only confuse voters. Walden suspended his campaign last Tuesday and urged the other candidates to unite to defeat Mamdani. Stay with CBS News New York for all of your election coverage. Political reporter over the sky.
Oh yeah, before we do the Hamas thing, let me wrap this up. Overall, Andrew Cuomo has a mile-long career filled to the brim with unimaginable controversy. Okay? Unimaginable controversy. And he is an objectively weak candidate that staked his reputation on this race, a much smaller race than one he has won in the past, and lost. So it's not going to happen. No matter how hard Trump tries to boost his chances, I don't think it's going to work. And these numbers basically show that reality. Poll was conducted in English and Spanish by telephone using live interviewers and by text message. Overall, more than 99% of respondents were contacted on their cell phone. You can see the exact questions that were asked in order which they were asked here. Voters are selected for the survey from a list of registered voters. The list contains information on the demographic characteristics of every registered voter, allowing us to make sure we reach the right number of voters. To further ensure that the results reflect the entire voting population, not just willing to take a poll, we give more weight to respondents from demographic groups that are underrepresented among survey respondents. The margin of sampling error, blah, blah, blah, all this stuff like this, just mostly talking about the election, or I mean, talking about the survey and how valid it is. All right, we talked about Liv Agar, but I'm going to clap that off the docket. Yeah. Before we get to what Israel did, there was one other thing that I wanted to cover here. Where was it? Anyway, actually, you know what? Let's get into it. So basically what happened in the past day, in the past 24 hours, is that the United States of America and Israel got together and put forth yet another bullshit ceasefire appeal. Okay? They said, "Oh, we're going to float the ceasefire in front of you. We are going to come to terms with like a reasonable proposal here. We're going to stop this unlimited violence." Okay? Trump sent a peace deal to Hamas. Hamas met to discuss it in Doha, in Qatar, where the U.S. is mediating talks and has a base. The United States has 10,000 troops in Qatar. Okay? And then Israel turned around and bombed them, presumably with U.S. support. This is what Ryan Grims from Dropsite News says. The strike in Doha was aimed at Hamas negotiators who were gathered to discuss Trump's ceasefire offer, according to a Hamas official speaking on Al Jazeera. Much as Trump carried out fake nuclear talks with Iran in order to kill the Iranian negotiators. Okay? Israel is taking credit for the attack, citing 10/7, though most or all in Doha didn't even know about the 10/7 attack until it happened. The IDF and ISA announcement is that they conducted a precise strike targeting the senior leadership of the Hamas terrorist organization. For years, these members of the Hamas leadership have led the terrorist organization's operations, are directly responsible for the brutal October 7th massacre, and have been orchestrating and managing the war against the state of Israel. Prior to the strike, measures were taken in order to mitigate harm to civilians, including the use of precise munitions and additional intelligence. The IDF and ISA will continue to operate with determination in order to defeat the Hamas terrorist organization responsible for the October 7th massacre. It is, once again, another fucking war crime. Okay? Israel went in and bombed Doha. Another country, Qatar, another country, a country that actually gave Donald Trump a bribe too. Turns out it doesn't fucking matter. Okay? Israel did this specifically to kill the principal negotiators after they had already killed one of the principal negotiators, Ismail Haniyeh, in Tehran, in Iran. Okay? They are bombing the capital of a foreign country that is supposed to be an ally to the United States of America, a country that is such an important ally to the United States of America that its central command is there for the entire region. Its central command for America's operations in the entire region is in fucking Qatar. Okay? And it seems like the UK also helped by refueling the jets. UK fuel tanker took off from Qatar, refueled Israeli fighter jets that were attacking Qatar, and then landed in Qatar. What the fuck are we doing? Historic Israeli action in Qatar. IDF attacks Hamas leadership in Doha, 1,800 kilometers from Israel, with heavy bombs and escorted by drones. Explosions were heard in the capital of Qatar. The negotiation delegation met to discuss Trump's proposal. The assassination attempt targeted Khalil al-Hayya, Zahar Jabarin, Ghazi Hamad, and Bassem Naim. You might recall Bassem Naim from the many interviews that Jeremy Scahill has conducted with him. The operation was conducted by the occupation army in Shin Bet. They can't use Qatari airspace, among other things, without coordinating with the Americans. Americans and British reconnaissance planes were in the sky over Qatar before the operation was carried out. Al Jazeera reporting that Khalil al-Hayya was not present. A Hamas leadership source to Al Jazeera, the delegation was targeted in an Israeli airstrike during a meeting to discuss President Trump's latest proposal. Make no mistake, this brazen assassination attempt is a part of the negotiations. Yemeni drones are moving over Eilat, and there are reports that one is near Ramon Airport again. A senior Hamas leader to Al Mayadeen reiterates that all Hamas leadership members in Doha are safe after the Israeli aggression that attempted to assassinate them. A leading Hamas source says the movement's delegation in Qatar survived. Reportedly, 10 Israeli Air Force jets were flown for the assassination attempt, releasing at least 12 bombs on the site. Early indications that the violent raid may have killed a group of foreign workers and some Hamas staff members who were present at the office. Israel is still not given an assessment. Qatar announced a suspension of mediation between Israel and Hamas. Khalil al-Hayya's son was reportedly martyred in the attack, along with the office director. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and Qatar all strongly condemned the attack, which fucking means nothing, okay? That means nothing. Remember, Netanyahu prevents government ministers from making statements until further notice. From Khan, there are reports that only the security cabinet was informed of the attack beforehand. Barak Ravid confirms that Barak Ravid, IDF's very own, confirms that the Trump admin was briefed on the operations beforehand. Meanwhile, Netanyahu was giving repeated statements saying that this was an entirely independent act by Israel, okay? The moment the first impacts from a CCTV camera, you can see it here. It's also complete bullshit to say that like Qatar didn't know. America knew this was not an independent attack. There is no way that you can do an independent attack. The UK probably helped as well, according to these reports of the refueling that took place. Nothing Israel does is done without the go-ahead of every other fucking nation involved. And if they were to do such a brazen act of terrorism once again to a pivotal fucking ally to the Western interests in the region, then they would get punished for it. These guys would turn around and fucking destroy. They would destroy Israel if that was the case. The expanding scope of Israeli violations underscores the importance of Arab regimes reevaluating their options to confront this American protected recklessness. Ansar Allah press statement. This treacherous crime, carried out in coordination with the U.S. administration, confirms that no ally is respected by the Americans except the Israeli enemy. The treacherous crime in Qatar reveals the practical involvement of the U.S. in the declared Zionist plan. We warn of the American Zionist project, which spares no one. Those who act otherwise are only deceiving themselves and living in an illusion in all its forms. Now, the refueling might be fake. I don't know. That's why you can't rely on fucking OSINT immediately. RAF tankers use drogue probe fuel prods. Israel jets use boom from tankers. Two completely different methods. Israel also confirmed it refueled its own jets. Now, do I believe that the UK and the American government were involved in this? Absolutely. In terms of reconnaissance, I do believe that. Do I know if they? Do I know for a certainty that they also engaged in the act of refueling? Perhaps, maybe. But once again, we will wait for more reports. Okay. But what took place here did not happen without America's fucking watchful eye. Not only did that not take place without America's watchful eye, I think America did this deliberately, just like Ryan Grimm's assessment here, that they deliberately brought these guys together with a fake ceasefire proposal so that they could bomb the group. My bad, dude. Should have double checked. It's okay. Do you understand? This is almost identical to the Iran situation. Martyrdom of both Khalil al-Hayya's son, Humam al-Hayya, and his office manager, Jihad Labad, and 3 others. We hold the U.S. administration responsible for this attack, says Suhail al-Hindi. The movement had given positive signals regarding the American proposal. The Israeli bombing targeted every free person in this world. We will not raise the white flag, nor will we lay down arms, and we will resist the occupier with all our might. You know what's really funny about this? It's sad, but ironic, I guess. Maybe not funny is perhaps not the right word here. Is that the reason why they did this is because Hamas is fucking agreeing to the ceasefires. That's it. That's the reason. They keep saying, we want a ceasefire, and they keep conceding to the additional insane demands that Israel keeps presenting, and that kind of fucks up the situation a little bit further. That's it. That's the reason. Hamas keeps saying, yeah, sure, you can keep your military occupation in the region. Just don't fucking invade. Don't destroy the Gaza. Don't destroy the remaining fucking tall buildings in Gaza City. Israel does it, says, fuck you. It doesn't matter. Because their goal is not to release the fucking hostages. I mean, that much it was clear if you have been paying any attention to the situation for the past 23 months. Their goal is to do ethnic cleansing. Their goal is to do genocide, and they've been doing it. Yemen, in retaliation, has now fired ballistic missiles towards Jerusalem in the south. Sirens are sounding in Jerusalem and the West Bank settlements. What looks like a Yemeni cluster warhead releasing submunitions. There are reports of many explosions heard across a wide area. This is the Yemeni missile right as it releases. No evidence of exo-atmospheric intercept. So this was likely a successful operation by the YAF. Hamas issues a statement. The treacherous attempt by the Zionist occupation to assassinate the negotiation delegation of the Hamas movement in the Qatari capital Doha today is a heinous crime, a blatant aggression, and a flagrant violation of all international norms and laws, which is true. This crime represents an aggression against the sovereignty of the sister state of Qatar, which, alongside the sister state of Egypt, plays a vital role in mediating efforts to halt the aggression and reach an agreement for a ceasefire and prisoner exchange. The targeting of the negotiation delegation at the moment when the latest proposal by U.S. President Donald Trump was being discussed confirms beyond any doubt that Netanyahu and his government do not want to reach any agreement. We hold the U.S. administration jointly responsible with the occupation for this crime due to its unwavering support for the aggression and the crimes of the occupation against our people. What can Israel do that will cause America and the American government to go, okay, it's a bridge too far? There are less countries that Israel is not currently bombing in that fucking region than there are countries that it is bombing. Okay? What's next? Can they bomb Turkey, another NATO ally? Perhaps. This is what I'm saying. Like, Israel, I think, right now, could literally kill American citizens in the United States of America, and not in like some act of espionage or like a fucking psyop or some kind of false flag attack or whatever. I mean, like, deliberately go, we used our drones to kill American citizens in the United States of America, and the United States of America would not fucking turn around and say, okay, that's too much. They've killed American citizens in the West Bank. And obviously, the United States of America said nothing about it. But I'm saying they could probably kill American citizens in the United States of America. I think Israel could turn around and assassinate me on U.S. soil if they chose to do so. And the American government would never even fucking turn around and say, oh, yeah, this is really... They say, it's my mistake, our bad, that we didn't fucking kill him ourselves. So sorry that we made you kill an American citizen on U.S. soil. It is fucking insane. This cowardly assassination attempt will not change our clear positions. An immediate end to the aggression against our people, the complete withdrawal of the occupation from the Gaza Strip, a genuine prisoner exchange, and the relief and reconstruction for our people. We affirm that these crimes will not weaken the resolve of our movement, nor will they divert us from adhering to the national rights of our people and continuing the path of resistance until the occupation is removed from our land and our independent Palestinian state, with Jerusalem as its capital, is established. Qatari foreign minister claims that they were not given prior notice and that they received a call from the U.S. government officials as the sounds of explosions were heard. The Yemeni Air Force confirms in a statement that they used a cluster fragmentation warhead in today's ballistic missile attack. Yeah, Yusuf Munayyer says, if you are sitting in Amman, Cairo, Riyadh, or Istanbul, and you just watch Israel strike Qatar, a major non-NATO U.S. ally that Trump just visited and which hosts a major U.S. airbase, you have to conclude that there is little to protect you from the diabolical Israeli rogue regime. I do not believe that this will cause the Gulf leadership. I do not believe that this will cause the Gulf leadership to reconsider their fucking endless loyalty to the state of Israel and to American imperialism in the region. I don't think so. There's also a disgusting Trump statement as well, but let's watch the France 24 coverage first.
Eyes of Doha, smoke was visible from motorways crossing the Qatari capital. Fires broke out after explosions struck the city around midday. Israel quickly claimed responsibility.
At noon today, I convened the heads of Israel's security organizations and authorized a surgical precision strike on the terrorist chiefs of Hamas. These are the same terrorist chiefs who planned, launched...
Bro, you're the terrorist. You're an actual literal terrorist. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my God.
...celebrated the horrific massacres of October 7th.
Hamas officials said the buildings normally housed the group's negotiators in Doha, though it was unclear if they were occupied at the time. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said he ordered the strikes in response to Monday's attack in East Jerusalem, which killed 6 people and was claimed by Hamas. His office stressed that Israel acted alone. But Israeli officials told reporters that former US President Donald Trump had given his approval for these strikes. Qatar, a close US ally, reacted sharply in a statement read on national television.
This criminal attack constitutes a flagrant violation of all international laws and norms and a grave threat to the safety and security of Qataris and residents of the state of Qatar.
Iran, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and the UN Secretary General also condemned these strikes. The US Embassy in Doha advised its citizens to shelter in place.
Paula, what is Qatar saying about this?
Well, we have a strong statement from Qatar, as you might imagine. They have issued a statement through their foreign ministry spokesperson saying that this attack is a, quote, criminal assault, also saying that it is cowardly and that it is a blatant violation of international laws and norms. Now, Doha would be furious with what has happened. It's worth pointing out, as Jeremy mentioned there, that the Hamas main negotiator, Khalil al-Hayya, is stationed in Doha. He also met with the Qatari Prime Minister, who's also the Foreign Minister, just on Monday, we understand. And the Prime Minister was trying to push him and urge him to accept this US proposal for the ceasefire hostage deal that was on the table. So there were active negotiations between Hamas stationed in Doha and the Qatari Prime Minister. Now, Qatar has been one of the key mediators alongside Egypt and the United States, and this is certainly a very shocking development. Now, we have seen Israel targeting Hamas leadership in other countries. We have heard repeatedly from the Israeli Prime Minister that nobody in Hamas is safe and they will target them wherever they are. But in the past, they have targeted them in Tehran, for example, in Syria, in the deeper past, in Jordan. But there has not been this kind of attack somewhere like Doha. And also, of course, it was Ismail Haniyeh who was the political chief of Hamas who was assassinated in Tehran. He at the time was the chief negotiator. And if, as Jeremy suggests, it was again the chief negotiator.
I'm destitute and ICE is offering a $50K bonus that would be life-changing. You justify crime because of material conditions. Why is taking that job worse? What do you think? When people are broke and they engage in an act of crime like stealing fucking food, okay, or stealing, I don't know, expensive purses from a store that harms the profit margins of corporations, that's a little bit different than taking a $50,000 signing bonus to become a fucking Nazi. I mean, there are plenty of jobs you could do when you're destitute. Do you think you should be a fucking contracted killer, for example? That's a crime too. The fuck kind of question is this?
For this ceasefire hostage deal that has been targeted, it raises questions once again about whether Israel wants this deal to be done. The timing is very surprising, given the fact that this new US proposal was on the table. The US President Donald Trump had given his verbal approval of it, saying he didn't want to see.
I'm sorry, I just don't believe that Qatar had no fucking prior warning of this kind of incident, considering that, like, they have anti-air defense systems. Okay? They do. The American Central Command is in Qatar. They have anti-aircraft defense systems. I don't think that it's possible for them not to. I don't think that it's possible for them not to, like, be able to withstand this kind of attack without, like, actually fighting back.
Some hostages released one day and then some more the next week. He wanted all hostages released at the same time. That is what this deal is. It was on the table. We understand Hamas was looking at it. So, of course, a good question is, what does this mean for that deal now? Now, another interesting point that the Qatari officials gave in this statement was they say that it was residential building.
State of Qatar, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. So stupid.
That were targeted. These buildings were housing several members of the Hamas political bureau. But the fact that it was residential buildings that were targeted in Doha, again, significant. We don't believe that there was a warning for people on the ground. Was this just Hamas who was impacted in this strike?
All right, Paula Hancock, thank you very, very much. We'll stay in close touch with you. I want to go get the latest from the White House. Kevin Liptak is there for us. Kevin, what are you hearing from White House officials?
Yeah, officials still very much digesting the news of what happened is on the ground there in Doha. According to an Israeli official, the U.S. was notified ahead of time of their plans to carry out the strike. We have not gotten confirmation of that from the White House, and I think that that will be a very critical piece of information as we sort of digest what is happening here. As both Jeremy and Paula have noted, this comes at quite a critical moment. President Trump, as recently as Sunday, said that he thought a deal in Gaza could happen very soon as a result of this new plan that he had put on the table that would result.
This is the Israeli government speaker, speaker of the Knesset, openly threatening the entire region. This is a message to all of the Middle East. This is a photo. This is a video, CCTV footage from Doha, for the record. Make no mistake. They will not. None of these fucking Western operators within the Western media infrastructure is going to turn around and say, this is fucked up. We have to put an end to it. This is the message of a state that is trying to impose hegemony over the entire region. Gratitude is not expected, but giving your support is non-negotiable. Israel stands against the terrorism that threatens most Arab and Western peoples, and we do not expect words of gratitude, but we anticipate support. The reason why they did this is because Hamas is conceding too much, okay? That's why they did it. Hamas doesn't concede, Israel continues to bomb. Hamas concedes, Israel continues to bomb, and then kills or attempts to kill the Politburo, the negotiators that Israel talks to, okay?
In the immediate release of all 48 of those hostages in exchange for Israel ending its campaign to occupy Gaza City. He also wrote something of an ominous warning on Truth Social that day, saying that he's warned Hamas about the consequences of not accepting this deal, that this was his last warning, there will not be another one. So whether that was issued with the knowledge that Israel was planning this attack is a question that I think we have heading in to today as we hear more from White House officials about what exactly transpired here. The other question is what this does to the U.S.-Qatar relationship. This has been quite a critical relationship. The Qataris have spent ample time trying to cultivate President Trump and his administration over the last several months. President Trump was the first U.S. president to visit Qatar back in May. Qatar hosts the forward headquarters of CENTCOM at Al Udeid Air Base. So some critical components of the U.S. national security infrastructure housed in Qatar. And according to Qataris who have said this over the last several years, it is actually the United States who asked Qatar to host Hamas's political leadership in Doha as a venue to have these kinds of negotiations. So how all of this sort of adds up over the coming hours, I think, remains to be seen. Just one more thing, Wolf. We have heard from the U.S. Embassy in Doha. They're saying that they've seen the reports of these missile strikes. They say that they've issued a shelter in place at their facilities, and they're encouraging U.S. citizens who live in the Qatari capital to shelter in place as well. So the U.S. government now advising both its employees at the embassy, but also all citizens in the Qatari capital to shelter in place as the fallout of this attack becomes known.
Yeah, it's really a serious, major development that's unfolding right now. And Kevin, a lot of people probably don't realize that the U.S. and Qatar have an extremely close military-to-military relationship. The U.S. Military Central Command, for example, has bases at the El Udeid Air Base. A lot of Air Force personnel are there, and Camp Asaliya, as you pointed out, ground troops. That's basically a regional headquarters for the U.S. Military's Central Command. There are a lot of U.S. military personnel on the ground right now in and around Doha, Qatar. So that's a significant development. We'll continue to watch and monitor that as well. We'll see if that had any impact on this Israeli decision to go ahead and target these facilities in and around Doha, Qatar, where they suspect Hamas officials may be. But these negotiations are continuing. All right, Kevin Liptak, thanks very much. Paula Hancock, Jeremy Diamond, thanks to you as well.
Yeah, and we should also note, when you look at the U.S. and Qatar relationship, it was Qatar that gifted, controversially, that luxury jet to President Trump recently to replace Air Force One. It is a close ally of the United States, so it will be interesting to hear from the White House on this. But I first want to go to CNN Chief International Correspondent Clarissa Ward, our correspondent in London. Clarissa, just talk about the significance of what's going on right now.
I mean, this is a seismic event. It's not often you read something cross the wires that makes your jaw drop, but this was certainly fall into that category. And I think what will be crucial in the coming hours is trying to ascertain Israel's claim that the U.S. was aware of this strike. How aware of the strike were they? Did they effectively condone it? And if so, what could the possible impact of that tacit acceptance of this strike be in terms of the relationship between Qatar and the U.S.? And as Kevin was just articulating, and as you and Wolf have been discussing, this is a crucial relationship for the U.S. Qatar is host to the largest U.S. base in the entire Middle East. This is a close relationship that has lasted over many different administrations. And Qatar has effectively cultivated a unique space for itself in terms of being a neutral space where these talks and negotiations between various non-state actors and states and terrorist groups can happen in a safe and sensible manner. This is not the first time, by the way. We're looking very much now at the talks between Hamas and the U.S. and Egypt and Qatar and Israel. But of course, Qatar was also host to the Taliban and was a crucial part of the U.S. navigating its withdrawal from Afghanistan and essentially forming some kind of a dialogue between the U.S. and the Taliban that without an interlocutor like Qatar would be.
I mean, not stopping Israel at any given point it has allowed them to do this. Not stopping Israel after this is going to allow them to do whatever the fuck they want and continue to blow up whatever country they want to. I'm telling you, dude, like the way this is going, Israel is going to fucking blow up an American citizen on U.S. soil openly, not in some like act of espionage or whatever, just openly. And then the American government is going to apologize to Israel. Israel's on track to break the post-war nuke taboo sooner rather than later. There's nothing stopping them. It'll be a jailable offense in the West, a hate crime to publicly oppose Israel nuking countries. Yeah, it is completely belligerent. It is an insane nuclear-armed nation state that we have complete power over, and we're just not reining them in at all. Bro, I'm from Oman. Should I be scared? I mean, Oman is the same as Qatar. It's like the two separate neutral states in the region where these kinds of negotiations are taking place. I don't know. I don't even think Turkey is fucking safe. And Turkey's a NATO nation. I don't know. I don't know what to say anymore. Like, I don't think I'm being that crazy when I say if left unchecked, and it seems like they are going to be left unchecked because they're openly posturing that this is a good thing, that they did it, and they think it's awesome that they did this. I don't know. Israel can do whatever the fuck it wants, and America will never fucking stop them, it seems.
Effectively impossible. And I think the question now becomes, beyond the sort of U.S. Qatar of it, what does this mean for these negotiations at such a crucial point in this conflict? Do they effectively...
Dude, they targeted a fucking terrorist. What do you want them... what do you want? Send them a party? Dude, what the fuck are you talking about? They targeted a terrorist. As long as there are dumb fuck Americans that have just been this lobotomized, I mean, that's another part of the reason why you could just like get away with whatever the fuck you want to do. Dog, they're the negotiators, okay? Just because Israel calls them a terrorist doesn't mean that they actually are. Ironically enough, Israel is the terrorist here, both in this action, violating all norms, all rules, okay? This is like, you need to understand, a country that is this belligerent, that is this willing to blow up a major American ally where the Central Command is, okay, for its entire, the Central Command is for its entire operations in the Middle East, a country that is willing to blow up the host nation's capital can kill anyone anywhere without any scrutiny whatsoever, okay? That's it. It is completely fucking insane. The people that they killed are diplomats, dumbass. The people that they killed or tried to kill and failed to kill were unironically people that were in the conversation with Israel trying to set up a ceasefire negotiation. Yeah, they attacked a residential building in a residential neighborhood in the city and killed only civilians. These are not armed combatants. These are not armed combatants in the act of war, engaging in an act of war. These are diplomats. They killed citizens. They killed diplomats, or they tried to attempt to kill diplomats that are not actually combatants at all. And the way that the strike was conducted was through perfidy. Again, another war crime. But it doesn't really matter. Like, people say, oh, well, America's capital, like America's decency has run out in this region. Like, I think it ran out a long time ago, man. These guys just know that you can't trust the Americans, and you obviously can't trust Israel. But there's nothing that anybody can do in this situation. When America says, oh, there's a ceasefire proposal, get together and discuss it, it just means Israel's going to blow up the fucking area where you're discussing it. A not so hypothetical is that Israel attacks press and influencers, and if they happen to be people who Trump does not like, the Trump administration will accept, like in Turkey. Yeah. Would it be justified if Russia shot missiles at Athens, Greece, because Putin said there was a Ukrainian terrorist there and subsequently killed 100 innocent Greeks? Would you be cool with that because he used the term terrorist? No, of course he wouldn't be cool with that. And this is happening on the heels of a genocide that it's conducting too. So it's like there is no end to this violence. There is no end to this bloodshed. Did that chatter even respond to what I'm saying at all, or no? Like, as long as you can slap the terrorism sticker on whoever the fuck Israel's trying to kill, it's fine. One day it'll be you.
End for the moment? Do they move to a different location? Do we see Qatar try to launch some kind of a retaliation? I'm not even talking about a military retaliation, but some kind of a very strong diplomatic retaliation at Israel. What does that look like? And does it effectively torpedo these efforts, which had been ostensibly, according to multiple sources, gathering some momentum recently to try to push towards some kind of, if not a permanent end, at least a temporary stop to the fighting in Gaza? Pamela?
All right, Clarissa Ward, thank you so much. I know that you're working the phones right now trying to gather more information. We appreciate it.
And I've spent a lot of time in and around Doha, Qatar, at the Camp Asaliya base, as well as the El Udeid Air Base, and this relationship between the U.S. military's Central Command and the Qatari military is very close. It's a key regional ally of the U.S., and we'll have more on the impact of how this Israeli strike is going to impact all of that.
Sure. Well, I have a statement to read for all of you with respect.
Yeah, here is the White House's response after they concocted this fucking bullshit. They're saying like, oh, this is a great opportunity once again to find a reasonable conclusion to this. Trump posted personally as well. But
to the Israeli strike in Doha, and here it is. This morning, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that as Israel was attacking Hamas, which very unfortunately was located in a section of Doha, the capital of Qatar. Unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals. However, eliminating Hamas, who have profited off the misery of those living in Gaza, is a worthy goal. President Trump immediately directed Special Envoy Witkoff to inform the Qataris of the impending attack, which he did. The president views Qatar as a strong ally and friend of the United States and feels very badly about the location of this attack. President Trump wants all...
I do need you to understand something, because this is not just a violation of like current norms, current rules, the rules of warfare, okay? Like contemporary rules of war in the international rule-based order have been violated by Israel in egregious ways forever, okay? But what they did here is literally a rule that has existed since antiquity, okay? When you watch like a movie about, I don't know, fucking warring factions or tribes or whatever, you'll sometimes see an envoy, right? An envoy from the opposing belligerent side that goes and walks up to the fucking gates of the the gates of the fucking kingdom and says, like, I'm here with a message, a diplomatic message. Okay? Those guys don't get killed. Don't shoot the messenger is a trope, a colloquialism that, like, we understand. Okay? It's like Israel is not just violating, like, the current existing international rules of war. They have already been doing that every single day. Now they're just violating, like, standards that were set in conflict in times of antiquity. Okay? Except 300, except Braveheart. But yeah, okay, guys, those are, again, movies in general, but, like, I'm not saying that has never happened in history. I'm saying that there is a standard set for decent reasons in since forever. Okay? What the fuck are we talking about? This is considered like a barbaric thing to do by standards set by fucking tribesmen. Okay? What the fuck?
All of the hostages in Gaza and the bodies of the dead released, and this war to end now. President Trump also spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu after the attack. The Prime Minister told President Trump that he wants to make peace, and quickly. President Trump believes this unfortunate incident could serve as an opportunity for peace. The president also spoke to the Emir and Prime Minister of Qatar and thanked them for their support and friendship to our country. He assured them that such a thing will not happen again on their soil.
And to be clear, the president disagrees with the location of the strike and that he passed that along to the Prime Minister Netanyahu.
The president just confirmed that in the statement that I just read to you, which I spoke with him about before coming out here. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. So is the president upset with Netanyahu now?
The president made his thoughts and concerns about this very clear, and he spoke again both to Prime Minister Netanyahu and also the Emir and the Prime Minister of Qatar after this attack. And the president has always made it very clear that he wants peace in the Middle East, just like he sought that and accomplished that in his first term. He expects all of our allies and friends in the region, that includes both Qatar and Israel, to seek peace as well. And he wants to see that happen, and he's working with all of our allies in the region to get that done.
Are there any consequences, so to speak, for Netanyahu doing this, as it sounds, against the president's wishes, or at least his belief that it was appropriate? Is there going to be any directive from the president to Netanyahu in terms of what's allowed in the future? And also, is there any concern this could jeopardize the Abraham Accords?
Look, that's a decision only the president can make. With respect to your first question, to answer your second question, as you heard from the president, he said he believes that this can serve as an opportunity for peace, and he's still actively and aggressively pursuing it with all of our allies and partners in the region. Jennifer.
Just to follow up on that, Caroline, are you able to say
aggressively? This is what is not an opportunity for aggressively pursuing peace. You know, everything is an opportunity for aggressively pursuing peace. What an incredible way. What an incredible way to fucking aggressively pursue peace over and over again. This is becoming a Trump signature move, the same modus operandi he used with Iran and now deployed against Hamas, pretending he wanted to engage in diplomacy as a trap to facilitate bombing them, which reinforces the precedent. Engaging in diplomacy with the U.S. is now worse than useless. It's fatal, which is a precedent that's bad for everyone. The U.S. first and foremost. Not exactly in its interest to teach the lesson, never negotiate with America. Even in medieval Europe, in the darkest days of the so-called Dark Ages, rulers were honor-bound not to violate diplomatic immunity, and common sense-bound too, as they understood it wasn't in their interest to be known as oath-breakers. Heck, even the Mongols, not exactly known as sentimental humanitarians, understood that killing envoys was idiotic. When the U.S. is failing a moral test that the Mongol Empire passed, it's time to ask ourselves a few questions. Yeah, exactly. Even the various barbarian tribes of European antiquity consider the killing of envoys to be dishonorable, loathsome, an insult to the gods. Israel and the United States are beneath even this standard of civilization now. Like, dudes that could have gotten one-shotted by a chicken nugget had a better understanding of fucking not killing envoys because it's, like, so stupid to do so than Israel and the United States of America. What are we doing? We like to think of ourselves as so above that standard because we have all this technology, this endless bounty in the Western world, how civilized we are. We wear suits. We shower with regular frequency. And then we just assume that our moral code is way better than these fucking dudes. And seemingly, no, it's not actually.
How often the president spoke to the prime minister of Israel before this, because that's one question. And then what did he mean on Sunday when he posted, "I've given my last warning to Hamas," etc.? He wasn't talking about this strike on Doha?
No, he was not. As I told you, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that Israel was attacking Hamas, and the president spoke to the prime minister after the attack, as well as, again, the emir and the prime minister of Qatar. And I know Secretary Rubio and Special Envoy Witkoff were present for that call with the Qataris as well.
Minister, my name is...
All right. Before we get to the Qatar foreign minister, U.S. not informed Qatar before Israel strike. Yeah, once again, this means for the Gulf leaders, what is the value of an American security umbrella in hosting U.S. base on your soil if the United States itself conspires to attack you? That is a question that all GCC leaders are asking themselves today, given that they have to put all their security eggs in one basket, in the U.S. basket. It should have been clear to them for some time now that this day would come, since the U.S. has, since October 7, lifted all constraints on Israel. Of course, will they do that? Absolutely not. Do I believe that they will actually reconsider? Fuck no. Because these guys, all they care about is maintaining their security contracts and the guns that they get from the American government. And no matter how aggressive Israel gets towards them, they'll fly out. They'll fly out to the fucking European capitals with the hopes that, it'll go away. With the hopes that, eventually people will forget this deep shame that they should be experiencing right now, this deep insecurity that they've caused. Yeah, we have a military in Al Udeid, which is 20 minutes from Doha. Makes no sense. Of course. Isn't it much worse that the U.S. wasn't informed? That's bullshit. That's a fucking lie, dude. What do you mean? Trump says, this was a decision made by Prime Minister Netanyahu. It was not a decision made by me. I immediately directed Special Envoy Steve Witkoff to inform the Qataris of the impending attack, which he did. However, unfortunate, too late to stop the attack. This morning, what? Yet you refuse? What is this? I was there when it happened. I was with the internal forces. They were unaware and reacted as the bombs hit. I've been told Patriot defense systems Qatar bought were turned off remotely. What do you mean? I was there when it happened. I was with the internal forces. It was the Patriot systems that were turned off apparently remotely. They were reacting as the bombs hit. The government had no idea. I was there. The U.S. apparently turned off the Patriot systems. I was with the internal forces. They were all unaware of the bombs, and only reacted when it happened. It's not first of all, it's not even a sabotage in that situation. It's just America using Qatar as a fucking sleeve, basically, like a cum sock. I think it's highly unlikely that the government of Qatar had no prior knowledge whatsoever that they were about to get struck by Israel. Especially, but the United States definitely knew. I don't know if the Qatari government knew, okay, or I don't know how many people in the government knew. I suspect that some did, okay, but America definitely knew. I think we all are aware of that, right? America very clearly knew exactly what the fuck was up. There is no way. There's 0% chance that they did not know. It's fucking bullshit. This morning, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that Israel was attacking Hamas, which very unfortunately was located in a section of Doha, the capital of Qatar. This was a decision made by Prime Minister Netanyahu. It was not a decision made by me. Unilaterally bombing inside of Qatar, a sovereign nation, a close ally to the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals. This is not written by Trump, by the way. There's no way. This is a Joe Biden style press release in the aftermath of yet another fucking red line that has been violated. Okay? Anyway, I don't believe it even for a second. However, eliminating Hamas, who have profited off the misery of those living in Gaza, is a worthy goal. I immediately directed Special Envoy Steve Witkoff to inform the Qataris of the impending attack, which he did. Unfortunately, too late to stop the attack. I view Qatar... What do you mean, stop the attack? What would that imply? So you were going to direct the Qatar anti-aircraft defense systems that are ours, our Patriot defense systems, to blow up Israeli planes? That's because that's how you stop that attack. Is that what you're implying? That fair is fair? That you could have fucking melted some of the Israeli Air Force F-35s that you sold Israel with the weapons that you placed in Doha? Because understand that it's both parties here are backed with American arms to the fucking teeth, okay? What an absurd statement. So they know this is going to escalate to all-out war, right? No, it's not. And I don't think it will, because I'm not a nothing ever happens type of person. But the reason why I don't think this will escalate into all-out war is because Qatar is a holdover state, much like many of these other fucking Gulf states, that is simply a it's not real. It's not a real state. It doesn't have like real sovereignty. They're just run by a bunch of rich guys who want to fucking purchase real estate in London and shit. And that's it. They're not going to do anything. They're going to eat it. They're going to tank it. You're telling me Bibi is just striking without consulting his pay-pick daddy? No, of course Bibi is striking with the consultation of his pay-pick daddy. But most of these countries, especially like Gulf states, their leadership and their population are directly at odds on this issue. And the only thing that would change this dynamic is if there was like genuine revolt. And a lot of these Gulf states already are too tiny. Like they're very wealthy, and most of the nationals are like the actual citizens. The nationals are a tiny, minuscule percentage of the population. Okay? You have to remember that. Like most of these countries actually have an overwhelming majority population of like foreign workers. So in places like Jordan, there is more, there's a bigger opportunity for rebellion and revolt. In places like Egypt, there's a bigger opportunity for rebellion and revolt, as opposed to like a place like Qatar, as opposed to the UAE, as opposed to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Or are you saying he's hoping? I'm interested in whether Trump is actually doing this to cause war, though. I just don't understand the motivation. Or are you saying he's hoping for destabilizing the countries? No, it's just to make Israel's dominance in this area permanent. Okay? Israel is America's hammer, and it can do whatever the fuck it wants. It's a warning, not against Qatar, mind you. It's a warning against Turkey, I think. Because Turkey, as a loyal servant of U.S. empire, has taken the initiative and played an incredibly important role in redesigning the current state of Syria. Okay? So what Israel is doing here is not even an attack against Qatar. It's more so a threat against Turkey because of Turkey's own ambitions in Syria. I think Syria is going to heat up quite a bit in the upcoming month. That's what I think. There's already been a lot of conflict in Syria. Insane mental gymnastics to bring it back to Turkey, or maybe I just know more than you do about this region. Israel wants to be America's servant in the region. Israel wants to be the only domineering power in the region. Turkey presents a threat to that because Turkey Turkey has interest in controlling Syria. So does Israel. They are at odds with one another, even though they're both a part of America's grand design in the region. And for the record, before people say, "Oh, what's Hassan talking about?" Let's take a look at I-24 English.
And Harel, when you look at the reaction specifically out of Iran, interesting wording from the foreign ministry saying Israel's attack on Hamas officials in Qatar is dangerous and a violation of international law. Your thoughts about the kind of reaction one might see out of Tehran specifically, not Doha itself?
I think it's another major blow for Iranian efforts in the area. Basically, a full collapse of Iran's strategy in the Middle East, in the Arab Middle East, I would say, and the Hamas and this leadership was basically the last pillar of this policy, and therefore I'm pretty sure that in Tehran, regardless of their ridiculous terminology, as if they are number one peacekeepers of the world, I think it's a major blow. Or even maybe the final note. We need to wait, of course, but definitely a serious development from their point of view in the strategy that was basically orchestrated by Qasem Soleimani.
What? Any strike on Turkey by Israel wouldn't trigger Article 5? That talking point is bullshit. NATO would just condemn Israel? Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah. You'll see. If it were to happen, you'll see how much worth there is for Article 5 Sammy Gold says, a reminder that if Israel attacks Turkey, the U.S. is, by law, forced to strike Israel with the support of every other member of NATO. Not going to happen. Hold on. Tarek Kenny Shawa says, either Israel acted alone, meaning Washington cannot guarantee any country's security from Israeli threats, or Israel closely coordinated their attack with the U.S., meaning Washington will willingly let Israel violate the sovereignty of any country it chooses. It's the latter. Qatar hosts the largest U.S. military base in the region, gifted a plane to Trump, and was specifically asked to host Hamas officials for mediation purposes. If the U.S. still won't guarantee Qatar's sovereignty and security after all that, then what is a U.S. guarantee worth? It's worth nothing.
Late Qasem Soleimani, but now we see that it brought only a disaster for Iran, their loss of investment, and so on and so forth.
How worried would you think Recep Tayyip Erdogan would be watching all these developments in Doha? It is well known that Hamas leaders are also hosted in Turkey, of course.
Well, that's a very good point, because I think the message here to Turkey is pretty clear. There is no place on earth that Israel is avoiding from attacking if it needs. The whole reason why we didn't attack them until today was just a matter of decision making. We gave it a try because it had an instrumental role. We wanted to see if they can help or if it can serve the purpose of hostages. It did to a certain point, as we know. But that's it. It doesn't serve us anymore. And therefore, Qatar is not immune to Israeli attacks. And the message to Erdogan should definitely be the same. If you will harbor terror, Israel will not avoid from attacking this terror on your...
Yeah. This is also correct. If Israel attacks Turkey with no retribution, then there is no more reason for leaders to give Article 5 any weight, especially at a time when NATO's biggest military power has a president who's reticent on committing forces to NATO. NATO would become as relevant as a non-aligned movement, nothing stopping Russia from taking over the Baltic states with full impunity. This guy is delusional for saying, honestly, losing Turkey wouldn't hurt NATO that much. It's the second largest standing military in NATO after the American military. And it is also a major player, a major role player in the fucking region for America's grand design. Syria would not have fallen, and the new Syrian government would not have been propped up if it wasn't for Turkey. They played a much more formative role there than fucking Israel did. These guys are so dumb. Turkey hosts American nukes, man. Are you fucking stupid? I mean, the answer is yes, they are. I personally think it's bad. NATO involvement is bad in general anyway, so I don't have a fucking... I mean, you know, you'll see. You'll see how much America wants to defend its NATO allies.
Land.
So I'm curious how you approach the audience being shocked about the intangibility of international institutional laws, norms, etc., versus the underlying power dynamics that have always been at work. Is it important for chatters to move past the idea that laws and social contracts, etc., are real, so they can better prepare for where things are going? Yeah, I mean, it is the law of the jungle. It's been the law of the jungle, but it's absolutely the law of the jungle now, more than ever. Israeli security source to Al-Hadath, Turkey is trying to harass us and drag us into a military confrontation. This is from fucking 8 hours ago. That we do not fear, but do not want. And the Homs airstrike targeted Turkish weapons depots. What is this? It was Turkey who warned the Qataris? I don't know about that. But it wouldn't be surprising to me if that was the case. It wouldn't be surprising to me if that was the case, because Turkey is also incredibly invested in Qatar as well. Like, Qatar is a holdover state. It's mostly comprised of, I mean, America has tremendous influence over Qatar, but so does Turkey. Don't Turkey got nukes? Yeah, American nukes in Incirlik. We'll see.
Well, let's bring in now the former Israeli Prime Minister Naftali Bennett. Mr. Bennett, thank you very much for joining us here on the programme. And we've just read that statement from the Emir of Qatar, who has said this is a flagrant violation of its sovereignty and security and a breach of international law. This is a blatant disregard for international law, isn't it?
No, international law starts with the duty to defend your citizens. And I want to say that international law does not provide immunity for ARC terrorists and the masterminds of terror attacks wherever they are. We'll get to any terrorist wherever he may be.
Well, in fact, international law is very explicit. No state may attack another without Security Council approval or a case of direct self-defense. So, frankly, you didn't seek any of those approvals. You've gone into sovereign territory, crossed the skies and launched this strike on a sovereign state.
You know, when the U.S. went out and took out Osama bin Laden in Pakistan, they didn't notify Pakistan in advance. That was also a sovereign country. You have to do this in order to eradicate terror.
Brother, the United States wasn't in active negotiations with Osama bin Laden at the time. Like, and what the fuck? He just said we kill whoever we please, whenever and wherever on the planet, and there's nothing you can say about it. That's all he said.
These are the people who control Hamas in Gaza, control Hamas in Israel. They are responsible for yesterday's attack, where Hamas took responsibility for the killing of 6 civilians in Jerusalem at a bus station. So a terrorist is still a terrorist, even if he sips tea at a 5-star hotel in Doha.
So you're saying basically that sovereignty is negotiable. International law is just a thing of paper. Diplomacy, these sorts of things don't actually matter, because we know that for the last 20 plus months since October 7, Israeli officials have traveled to Doha a number of times, sat in hotels where Hamas was in another wing of that hotel, and negotiated with their Qatari counterparts. How can they now trust Israel?
I don't need them to trust Israel. Qatar is a terror state. Doha is a terror capital. And we know that for the past...
Yeah, again, you can just say they're all terrorists. They're all terrorists. That's it. Qatar is a terrorist state. Everybody's a terrorist state.
25 years, they've been planning terror attacks from Doha. They've been acting them. They've been sponsoring terror and funneling billions of dollars to Muslim Brotherhood terrorists and to Quds terrorists of the Shiite. They're the only ones who support financially both Shiite and Sunnite terror. So I don't need their approval. I don't need them to love me. I need to protect our people.
Well, the United States, they're...
Bro, you're the terrorist. I don't know what else. This is terror speak, okay? This is terrorism language. You're a terrorist. You are terrorizing everybody. This is an act of terror that you're defending. You are the terrorist. What more to say? It's fucking insane. If left unchecked, this level of fucking Islamophobia is I'm telling you, they're gonna fucking kill. They're gonna kill so many more people. They're gonna bomb so many more areas. And America's just going to continue supporting it every single step of the way. Holy fuck.
Ally of the United States. They have the US has military bases in Qatar, and frankly, as far as keeping terrorists there, it was the United States under President Barack Obama who asked the government of Qatar and the Emir of Qatar to have the Hamas office there. So pointing the finger of blame at Qatar in this instance for housing Hamas.
Would there be anything that is too far for U.S. support? I don't think so. If you asked me like 2 years ago, I would have said like this. I would have said this. If you asked me 2 years ago, I would have been like, yeah, maybe like, I don't know, blowing up other countries like that are under the security umbrella of the United States. I would say that was probably a bridge too far, and it's gone. It's over. They assassinated Ismail Haniyeh in Tehran, which is a foreign adversary, right? Like in the past, they did this to Ismail Haniyeh, the principal negotiator at the time, and they did it in Iran. That was a major escalation, but at least it was done on the foreign soil of a foreign adversary, right? Now they're blowing up allies. Like this is, I don't know what else to say. Putting bombs in cell phones? No, like Lebanon, no amount of cruelty that Israel subjects other neighboring countries that are not as like firmly committed to the American security is going to be unjustifiable. Like the beeper bombing attacks, that is obviously a fucking act of terror. It's a war crime, all that stuff. But like That's still well within the realm of like American appetite for death and destruction. Attacking Qatar, a country that houses 10,000 U.S. soldiers, that has U.S. Central Command, smack dab in the middle of the fucking nation, is a new violation. Israel has assassinated Hamas Politburo chiefs already. You know this. They did it. They did it to Ismail Haniyeh, but they did it in Iran. He was in Doha the entire time. There's a reason why they didn't do it in fucking Doha. This is basically Israel saying, we can target whoever we want, wherever we want, and America will let it happen, even when it is against America's interests ostensibly, even if it's like a country that has a shit ton of American military members. I think the one step beyond this would be attacking a NATO country openly, not through like a sophisticated like terror assassination style situation, but like just like openly, flagrantly violating international norms even further, and just like hitting a NATO country, Turkey, okay, because it's right there. And then one step beyond that would be hitting European allies, which they've already entertained. I mean, they struck the previous flotilla off the coast of Malta, okay? They did do that already. They didn't kill anybody, but like they did do that. And the next step past that would be just like assassinating, I don't know, citizens or maybe even the leadership of a European ally, post-NATO, like post-NATO ally, and then even assassinating American citizens in the United States of America. That's where it goes. That's where this goes. If you don't fucking put an end to this madness, if you don't put an end to and stop this madness, like, why wouldn't they? It's clear that America won't punish Israel for doing this shit.
When it was, in fact, the US president who asked them to do that.
No, but I'm talking about much more than just harboring. I'm telling you that, first of all, we attacked Hamas. Hamas is our target. We didn't attack the Qatari leadership or anything of that sort. But I want to be very clear that if you take responsibility yesterday for killing 6 citizens, you're not immune just because you're at another location. You can't kill Israelis. You can no longer kill Jews and think that you can get away with it wherever you may be.
I'm telling you, I think they're just like, I think they're insane. I think they've lost their fucking minds, dude. I think they've lost their fucking minds. They are just a totally belligerent, insane state with nuclear weapons, and America has to fucking rein it in. If they don't, oh my God, I don't know. I don't know where this goes.
So, Mr. Bennett, when the US president tells the Emir of Qatar or attempts to, reassure him that this kind of thing won't happen again.
It all flows from Jewish supremacy and domination. And I say this as a Jew in parentheses in case anyone thinks I'm talking about Nazi dog whistles. No, it is. It is a supremacist. I mean, it's fascism. Of course it's fascism. This is why I say Zionism is fascism. Because at its root, it is firmly committed to the belief, the false notion that like Jews are the in-group, the chosen group, the Aryan, the Volk in this regard, that can kill whoever with no consequence whatsoever. And it is a poisonous ideology that has taken root and has reached its logical conclusion. If left unchecked, this is precisely what happens. As an American, I abhor all versions of fascism, all versions of supremacist ideology. This is precisely why I attack white supremacy with regular frequency. Because if left unchecked, this is what happens. And in many respects, it already is here for Americans, the white supremacist notions. As an American crying, I mean, it's true. I'm an American citizen.
Are you saying he's in fact lying?
No, that's what you're saying. I'm not saying that.
No, he's told the Emir of Qatar this is not going to happen again. You're saying wherever Hamas is, we're going to go after them. So you would attack Qatar again?
Yeah, swift W help is correct. They will stop with Gaza, just like Germany stopped with Poland, which is to imply that they will not stop with Gaza. That much is clear. And anyone who doesn't understand that is deluding themselves. It's not like Israel is hiding its ambition. Its genocidal ambition is very clear. Its project of developing greater Israel, which implies further incursions into Syria and even Jordan and Lebanon, is also something that Benjamin Netanyahu has openly addressed. That's it.
I'm not going to say what we're going to do or not going to do. I will tell every terrorist on earth
You said
that
we will do it again.
Let me be clear. Any terrorist on earth who's planning to murder Israelis, planning to murder Jews, will be killed if necessary. Nothing will be a safe haven for terrorists who want to murder my people.
And that is the position of the Israeli government, regardless of what the US president is saying, that this won't happen to the Qataris again.
I don't think the U.S. president says that you can go murder Israelis and get away with it. He himself said that these. Let me finish the sentence. President Trump today, after the attack, said through his spokespeople that the Hamas.
To be clear, since some chatters are confused, I'm not saying it has anything to do with the merits of the religion of Judaism itself. I'm talking specifically about how Judaism has been viewed by Israel specifically to justify every stage of these atrocities. Yes, it's Zionism, not Judaism, that is an ethno-religious supremacist ideology. Zionism at its root, just like every other version of fascism, believes that there is an in-group that is the domineering force. That is the powerful force that must exterminate all of its enemies. Their enemies are not real humans. Their enemies are not humans at all. They're just a parasitic force. A parasitic force that must be excised. And that is precisely what is going on here. Everyone could just be considered a terrorist, no matter who they are.
Leadership needs to be eradicated.
He did, in fact, but he also spoke in the last hour or so with the Emir of Qatar. They've put out a statement saying that the US president has told them this isn't going to happen.
Look, what I can tell you is my message, our message, is that the days where you can go around murdering and raping and burning Israelis, let me remind you, it was Hamas who attacked Israel on October 7th.
Oh my God, this motherfucker is still talking about October 7th, bro. Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God. Oh my God. Nothing that led up to October 7 justifies October 7, and everything post October 7 is justified because of October 7. That's the argument, always. I don't even think he fucking believes this. It's just, he just wants to literally kill as many people as possible. And it's a nuisance to him that he even has to justify it. It's like, who the fuck are you? Maybe you're the next terror target. If you considered that, you're speaking quite a bit like you are also about to be victim to Israel's self-defense style situations against Hamas.
Burning, raping, murdering 1,200 Israelis. Right now, Hamas is holding 48 hostages, of which 20 are alive and being tortured.
Oh, shut the fuck up, dude. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, we are so cucked, dude. America is so fucking... I mean, it's not necessarily that America's even that cucked, to be fair. It's just that, like, America doesn't give a shit. They're cucked in the sense that, like, they think this can continue. They think this can just continue forever. And this statement from the Trump administration is a perfect demonstration of this. It's like this fake, oh, we didn't know about this beforehand. But also, it's not so bad that they did this. This is exactly the same thing that Biden said as well. Okay? This is the exact same thing that Biden kept repeating over and over again. Oh, I can't believe this. You know, this is a violation, but also it's kind of valid that they did it, and more of that should happen. And that's why we're going to keep sending Israel weapons and offer Israel protective cover and also attack all of Israel's enemies. Yeah. Moen Rabbani says, it seems Trump is taking a page out of the Biden playbook. Play dumb, act surprised, insist Israel acted without Washington's knowledge or authorization, feign anger, and hope it hoodwinks all concerned. Do I think Israel will attack quote-unquote terrorists on U.S. soil? Not yet. Or at least at this stage, I don't think. I think Turkey is a more direct target. Young Holo, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. I told you, they will, I mean, the order of priority, like the expansion of the permission structure goes as follows. Okay? Obviously striking Doha is an expansion of the pre-existing permission structure. After that, you strike Turkey, okay, a NATO nation that would trigger Article 5. No Article 5 triggering will happen. Then you move on to European civilians or maybe even like other officials if there is no checks or balances in that regard, no scaling back, and then America. So it's not, I don't think it'll get to that point, but who knows? Who knows? Yeah, he says, I view Qatar as a strong ally and friend of the U.S., and I feel very badly about the location of the attack. I want all the hostages and the bodies of the dead released, and this war to end now. I also spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu after the attack. The Prime Minister told me that he wants to make peace. I believe this unfortunate incident could serve as an opportunity for peace. I also spoke to the Emir and the Prime Minister of Qatar and thanked them for their support and friendship to our country. I assured them that such a thing will not happen again on their own soil. Well, Naftali Bennett said it will happen again, and there's nothing anyone can do about it. I've directed the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, to finalize the defense cooperation agreement with Qatar. Thank you for your attention to this matter. What is even the long-term plan in this? The long-term plan in this is that every single country in the region is supposed to be openly servile to Israel's interests, which it kind of is already. And it's a complete, the genocide of the Palestinians will finalize. They'll also permanently and completely annex the West Bank and ethnically cleanse all the Palestinians there. Then they'll move on to further and further Syrian territory until they capture the entirety of Syria. And then they'll do southern Lebanon as well. And then they'll do Jordan as well. And then they'll slowly but surely move back to the Sinai Peninsula and the rest of Egypt. And every step of the way we'll go, how could this have happened? How is this happening? I guess we just can't stop it, okay? Until the Greater Israel Project is finalized, America will allow it to happen every step of the way because a stronger Israel, a more dominant military power, a more dominant Israel without any enemies whatsoever, Iran, Yemen, obviously they'll get packed up along the way. Destabilization will take place. A stronger Israel is better for control over OPEC plus. Oh, how the fuck do they think they have the population to do this? They don't. They're fascist. It's like Nazi Germany. Why the fuck did they invade Russia in the middle of the winter? They're not thinking. They're just horny for death and destruction and complete and utter domination of all of their enemies because all of their enemies are cattle. They're not human. That's it. They're inferior beings. It's a fucking death cult. Why do I say fascism is a death cult all the time? Why do I say it's a suicidal pact all the time? You sound like Alex Jones? Really? It's interesting because when I said Israel's plan was genocide on October 7th, people said I sound like Alex Jones back then. Also, I'm not saying this is going to happen. Obviously, there will be more pushback along the way. I don't know exactly how or where. I just don't believe that it's going to come from the United States of America until they recalculate their unlimited support for Israel. Yeah. Fantastic stuff. Here, let's hear what the Qatar foreign minister said.
From Associated Press. My question is, after this attack and these circumstances and situation that we're living in Doha, like everybody is shocked for what's happened today, but again, what is the role that Qatar will do after the Israeli escalation in this region, and what is the effect on the truce deal or the hostage deal and the talks with Hamas and other. Especially, Qatar is not playing one role in the region. It's playing many different roles in this area.
I'm sorry, if you are talking specifically about the talks on Gaza, Qatar has spared no effort in order to stop this war and will do whatever it can to stop this war, to stop this hostility on Gaza. Now, when it comes to the current talks, I don't think there is something valid right now while after we're seeing such an attack happening like this.
السؤال الثالث الجزيرة الإنجليزية. Resus from Al Jazeera English. Sir, has there been any communication between Qatar and the U.S. prior to the attacks, or has there been any warning from the United States conveyed to Qatari officials, or based on your information, has there been any involvement of the United States, whether with the approval or with the knowledge?
We had a very, first of all, the first part of your question, I have just answered it. The attack happened at 3:46. The first call we had from an American official was at 3:56, which is 10 minutes after the attack. And after that, President Trump has...
By the way, this is showing once again that, like, these countries do not have a sovereign military. That's the other thing. Because all of the anti-aircraft systems that they have, all the beautiful American weapons that are supposed to be protecting these Gulf nations, all of that is just up to the United States of America, and I guess maybe Israel. It's under the control of the U.S. and under the control of Israel. That's it. This is something that I have mentioned over and over and over again when talking about NATO as well. America's security cooperation agreements are actually just the 800 military bases that are currently being reflected as security cooperation agreements is actually just 800 military invasions. The only difference there is the soft power initiatives that make it so that the governments of said countries are aligned with the United States because they feel like they are under the security blanket of the United States. This proves that it's not a real security operation whatsoever, that if the United States or if Israel chooses to attack you, then your weapons shut off mysteriously.
Spoken with His Highness the Emir, he condemned the attack, and the U.S. government positioned that they have no knowledge about the attack nor any coordination about it until it started to happen. Now, when they got the alert, when the alert has reached us, that's an information that I don't know right now. What I know that the official channels that we have with the U.S. Got notified by the U.S. after the attack with 10 minutes.
It is highly unlikely Turkey would be aimed at any at this point or any future point. This war around Palestine was enabled by Russia occupying Europe heavily in their war with Ukraine. Turkey has mandated several anti-Israel rulings, hence the rhetoric outburst towards them. Yeah, Turkey's rhetorical outrage against Israel has only stayed at the point of rhetoric. Turkey, if it wanted to, could shut off all of the Azeri oil and gas going into Israel. They do not. As long as the Israeli energy grid continues, that means that Turkey is not taking the initiative to truly stop Israel and punish Israel. And the reason why I say that Turkey is next is not even because of Turkey's like rhetoric. The real reason why there is beef between Turkey and Israel right now is because of Syria. Israel has a different plan for Syria than Turkey. That's it. And for the record, the reason why I'm saying this is because like there's mad fucking chatter coming from Israeli spokespersons about Turkey being next. And they've been saying that for a while now. Turkey did nothing during the attacks on Iran. Why would they do anything now? What? Turkey is not aligned with Iran. Turkey hates Iran. Turkey considers Iran to also be a foreign adversary, both because of NATO and being under the American security apparatus, but also Turkey considers Iran to be an enemy as a regional power. Turkey does not consider Qatar to be a regional enemy. Turkey has a lot of investment in Qatar. Turkey has a lot of control over Qatar, alongside the United States of America. Anyway, there was also another Israeli drone strike on the Gaza humanitarian flotillas that are actually going in the direction of Gaza right now, off the coast of Tunisia.
This is the moment people aboard the flotilla say it was hit by an Israeli drone strike. The main vessel of the flotilla set ablaze. It was anchored outside the Tunisian port of Sidi Bou Said.
The family boat has been officially attacked. A drone came right above it, released a bomb, and it exploded, and the boat was on fire. Everyone on that boat is okay. The fire is out. They have bombed a boat once again with civilians on it in Tunisian territory. This is an attack against Gaza because they don't want us there.
The ensuing fire was able to be contained and no material damage was done to the ship. Shortly after the incident, the Tunisian authorities issued a statement that contradicted the activists' claims.
Yeah, contradicted not just the activist claims, but contradicted what you can see on camera. Okay? Yeah, it's most likely a warning shot. Footage of the fire. I'm guessing Israel's objective with this is to derail the entire flotilla by forcing the main ship to call to a nearby port. That's it. Surveillance footage of the attack. The impact sounds like could be some sort of incendiary device meant to start a fire on the deck. And it was on the port too. Tunisian authorities try to claim that there were no drones in the area, that a life jacket caught on fire on the deck, by the way. And you can see that that's not correct.
The Tunisian National Guard said, according to initial investigations, the cause of the fire was a fire that broke out in one of the ship's life jackets, caused by a lighter or cigarette butt. There was no evidence of hostile activity or external targeting. UN Human Rights Council Special Rapporteur Francesca Albanese lives in Tunisia and was at the port.
The main flotilla boat, the family, has been attacked by a drone. Of course, it will have to be verified, but there is a history of attacks on the flotilla. There are current statements against the flotilla, threatening the flotilla, of course, from Israel, but there is no other state currently protecting this boat other than Tunisia creating a safe port.
The Global Samud flotilla set out from the Spanish city of Barcelona.
Bro, you have the video, by the way. Like, you have the video. So the idea that this is like a life jacket that caught on fire and that was the reason, or like a cigarette lit a life jacket on fire, is so crazy, because you literally can see that an incendiary explosive was dropped on the fucking flotilla. Like, what more do you want to see? Unless it was an exploding cigarette that fell from the sky. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
Barcelona last month, with around 50 boats and hundreds of people on board, including activists, doctors and journalists. It reached Tunis on Sunday night to restock and refuel. Its organisers say they are still committed to its mission, to break Israel's blockade of Gaza and get life-saving aid to those who need it most. Alex Baird, Al Jazeera.
Don't miss out and get the
to the poll. It makes no fucking sense. The authorities like making this statement. What is this? Not good consequence if Israel keeps this up? Oh yeah, this is also another thing that I mentioned, but Italian dock workers threaten to shut down all of Europe if Gaza aid flotilla is blocked. That's the other side of the story too. Or if a single one of their rank and file members are harmed, is what they said. Anyway, there's also a new Guardian post. The Gaza family torn apart by IDF snipers from Chicago and Munich. I'm going to talk about this as well. This is another big story. Okay. This is one of the most insane things. Okay. This is one of the most insane stories. An Israeli sniper from Chicago, after killing a 19-year-old and then shooting his brother for trying to retrieve the body, says, what was so important about that corpse? Those were two of the four members of the same family killed by Israeli snipers on a single day in Gaza on November 2023. He is not technically from Chicago. He's from Naperville, which is the least surprising part about this story. Felix says, Daniel Robb of Naperville, Illinois, is a serial murderer. His family raised money to buy him the equipment he used to carry out these killings. Sooner or later, it will become apparent that we cannot have a functional society while the thousands of families just like this remain free. Okay? That is what's, I mean, this is just so unimaginably cruel, so insane that these guys just walk amongst us. They go, they fly out, they get money to fund their act of terror. In the United States of America, when someone does this, the entire family would get punished. I mean, it has happened. School shooters have gotten penalties, and their family members have gotten penalties as well for allowing these school shooters to use their weapons. These are guys who knowingly are flying out to Israel to do this kind of serial murder. What are we doing? Daniel Robb shows no hesitation as he watches footage of a 19-year-old Salem Dogmosh crumpling to the ground beside his brother in a street in northern Gaza. That was my first elimination, he says. The video, shot by a drone, lasts just a few seconds. The Palestinian teenager appears to be unarmed when he was shot in the head. Robb, a former varsity basketball player from Chicago suburb who became an Israeli sniper, concedes he knew that. He says he shot Salem simply because he tried to retrieve the body of his beloved older brother, Muhammad. It's hard for me to understand why he did that. And it also doesn't really interest me, Robb says in a video on an interview posted on X. I mean, what was so important about that corpse? A 5-month investigation by The Guardian, Arab reporters for investigative journalism and paper trail media, Der Spiegel and ZDF, has identified 6 people shot by Israeli snipers on the 22nd of November 2023. And through interviews with survivors, witnesses, and relatives, reviews of death certificates, medical records, and geolocated images, we revealed how a family from Gaza City's Tal al-Hawa neighborhood was torn apart in a few hours by men who grew up in Naperville, Illinois, and Munich, Germany. Israeli snipers killed 4 members of the Dogmosh family that day, and injured 2 others. Their story illuminates patterns of killing by Israeli troops who have repeatedly treated unarmed men between 18 to 40 in Gaza as targets. The mass slaughter of tens of thousands of civilians is one factor cited by scholars, lawyers, and rights groups who say Israel is committing a genocide. They're thinking, oh, I don't think I'll get shot because I'm wearing civilian clothes and I'm not carrying a weapon and all that. But they were wrong, said Rob, who majored in biology at the University of Illinois before joining the Israeli Defense Forces. That's what you have snipers for. After Salem was shot, his father, Montasser, 51, rushed to the site and tried to collect his son's bodies for burial, but was also fatally injured by a sniper. The need for a dignified funeral for loved ones is a core human instinct, protected in law and explored in art for millennia. It is at the emotional heart of Homer's Iliad, one of the earliest surviving books of literature. But on that day, Rob treated love and grief as cause to kill. They just kept on coming to try and take these bodies, he said. The video of Salem's killing and footage of other attacks on unarmed Palestinians was posted online 5 months after his death, part of a montage made by a soldier called Shalom Gilbert to celebrate a deployment in Gaza. The only reason why we know about these fucking specific war crimes, these incredibly personal instances of ultra violence, is because they keep posting it. They keep celebrating it. Rob later said he and another sniper carried out these 3 of those killings in an interview carried out under deceptive circumstances by a team led by the Palestinian journalist and activist Younes Tarawi. Rob was approached by a Hebrew speaker who claimed he wanted to write about the squad's experiences and to commemorate fallen soldiers, Tarawi said. Rob was promised anonymity, but Tarawi posted extracts of the interview online, justifying the decision by saying it was of public interest given the scale of the civilian killings. Rob did not name his partner, who was later identified from photos as Daniel Greats. Robin Greats did not respond to requests for comment on the shootings sent over several months by journalists working on the investigation. Residents knew Israeli forces were in the area, but on the morning of the 22nd of November, the sound of someone chopping wood in the street reassured locals that there was an active combat in the area. It was a false sense of security. When Mohammed Dagmash set off towards the park with a cousin, Rob and Greats were already in place. The men were part of a sniper team whose members called themselves Rephaim, or Ghost. They had no connection to an elite official special forces unit, also known as Rephaim. Many members of the unit were dual nationals, and photos and videos of their operations posted online have helped human rights organizations alert prosecutors in Belgium and France to suspected war crimes by unit members. Rob and Great's location has been traced from photos and videos taken by Israeli soldiers showing the 2 snipers aiming their weapons through a window and a hole in the wall. Using satellite imagery, the investigative team geolocated that site to a 6-story building about 400 meters from the killings. The position gave a clear view of Moner al-Rayes Street. A Palestinian journalist working from the investigation visited the buildings and found further evidence that Ghost Sniper's presence. Graffiti showing the number 9 with devil's horns and a tail, the squad's unofficial logo. The reporter who also interviewed the Dagmash family asked not to be named because Israel has killed at least 189 journalists in Gaza. A quote from this psychopath. Oh yeah, there's the other thing. So other journalists went and found Daniel Robb and his posts. I looked up Daniel Robb and found this weepy post about him from one of Israel's top Hasbarists, Hillel Fold. The world is beginning to understand the supernatural heroism of the Jewish people. This is a picture of Nina Robb and her brother Daniel being reunited after 3 weeks since the first day of the war. Daniel's an elite IDF unit and was called up on the first day of the war, as his unit was one of the first responders to the South who fought like lions to save as many innocent lives as possible and exterminate the barbaric terrorists. Daniel and Nina are the grandchildren of Holocaust survivors who survived Auschwitz. And though Daniel is a lone soldier from the U.S. and the rest of his family is abroad, his sister got to visit him on base as his unit was preparing to go into Gaza. The world is beginning to understand the supernatural heroism of the Jewish people. Incredible, weepy, genocidal bullshit. If you look up Daniel Robb, you can find endless stories of him being a Barry Weiss-esque bad actor, calling everything from pro-Palestine protesters to college professors inherently and virulently anti-Semitic. I'm the president of students supporting Israel down on campus, explains Daniel Robb, a 21-year-old who was about to graduate from the University of Illinois and was one of the organizers of the pro-Israel rally. While he describes Jewish life at the University of Illinois as thriving, over the years he's been harassed for being Jewish on several occasions. My freshman year, I had my mezuzah ripped off my dorm room floor, Robb recalls. Here's another line. Illini PAC executive board member Daniel Robb told the student newspaper Daily Illini, Illini, I don't know how you say it, when you are demonizing the state of Israel strictly without context of the other nations, you are singling out the Jewish state. You are singling out 7 million Jews who live in Israel out of the whole world and the whole world's problems. That's Illini. Okay. The Daily Illini. Robb said he suspects that those who have lashed out at him are in or affiliated with the Students for Justice in Palestine chapter on campus. Personally, Rob said he believes their actions incite anti-Semitism on campus and that the university should take action, not realizing that his actions, doing genocide, while claiming that it's done at the behest of Jews all around the world, is inciting more anti-Semitism than any number of different Students for Justice for Palestine groups could ever do. You are a Nazi. And Nazis did this too, by the way. Americans of German background heard the call of arms by Nazi Germany, and they went back to the fatherland. And they fought alongside the Nazi forces. That is precisely what this dipshit did as well. It is not even remotely different. IDF soldier Daniel Robb says he shot Salem simply because he tried to retrieve the body of his beloved older brother Muhammad. It's hard for me to understand why he did that. We already covered this from the article. That's it. This guy's a fucking Nazi through and through. All this weepy, mealy-mouthed bullshit about like, oh, Jews are under attack. Jews are under attack. I'm doing this for all Jews. It's all the same shit that the Nazi government presented as a counter message. Oh, we're a little old nation. All these other countries have so much more. They have so many colonies. How dare they speak out against us? How dare they speak out against our atrocities? There's a bar that the university has at the standard of what goes too far, Rob said. Unfortunately, that standard is too low. Daniel's younger sister, Nina, a sophomore in business, said she witnessed appalling behavior by SJP while visiting her brother on campus before she had officially committed. Walking past alma mater, Rob said SJP's Apartheid Week demonstration involved dipping their hands in red paint and placing their handprints on the Israeli flag. Finally, the word genocide was scrawled across the flag's star. For the next few months, Rob said people would bang on his door in the middle of the night while shouting anti-Semitic slurs about him and his support for Israel. Although Rob said he had his suspicions about who it could be, he said he never caught them. I'd have to run out of my pajamas just to catch a glimpse of who was pounding on my door at 2 a.m, Rob said. Rob became heavily involved with Jewish and pro-Israel organizations when he came to campus. He said this has drawn anti-Semitic attention to him, threatening his safety. Illinois Chabad, very intense yet very powerful day as we visited Mount Herzl. Heard from a mom who lost their son, who was a father of 3. Heard from our dear alum, Daniel Robb, who graduated a few years ago. He just got out of Gaza. He spoke about his work, the friends he lost, about our resilience. We then met a man who was visiting his fallen son's grave. This is on June 3rd, 2024, okay? You shared his heroic story. Seeing so many crash graves was very challenging. We are inspired by the ultimate sacrifice given by these heroic soldiers. It was very powerful. So much to process. Am Israel Chai. I can be a Christian, democratic socialist, believing Israel is committing a genocide while still rejecting that Zionism is fascism. Zionism is a movement that advocates for Jewish self-determination and a homeland in response to the persecution like the Holocaust. Fascism is authoritarian ultranationalism, suppression of dissent, and imperial conquest, which isn't the same as Zionism. I love that you described what fascism is, and then it literally fits the purpose of what Israel is doing, okay? And the guiding principle is Zionism. Just masquerading under this like fake wishy-washy bullshit like Zionism is not the same. You're a fucking idiot, okay? I don't give a shit what your fucking background is. It's not different. Then explain to me why it's different. Explain to me why it's different then, okay? What are you holding on to? Explain to me at what point throughout Israel's history where this isn't what has happened. The only reason why you hold on to this fucking Netanyahu is a fascist, not Zionism. Oh, that's interesting. So, Netanyahu's main opposition probably didn't celebrate the brave Israeli soldiers bombing Doha today then, right? Considering that there's some real opposition against Benjamin Netanyahu, don't you think? The only real opposition against Benjamin Netanyahu are anti-Zionist Jews living in Israel, and there's a handful of them, okay? They did, and it's awful. I know they did, dumb fuck. I know that already. I didn't make that up on my mind. I wasn't speculating. I know that they did. I was setting you up. I just don't think Zionism is fascism. Then prove it. Explain to me why you don't think Zionism is fascism. Because it's not 1946 any longer. Okay? We're in 2025. And all Zionism has done, and all Zionism has shown, is that it is a fascist ideology. Zionism isn't everything Habibi does. What do you mean, Bibi Netanyahu? What the fuck are you talking about? Jewish self-determination is not being denied on any nation on the planet. They don't need a state to have self-determination. Demanding a Jewish state is necessarily exclusionary to non-Jews. Exactly. If the foundational principle of the state of Israel is that it was built on built for a people without land on an area, a land without people, and its inception point is the Nakba, 750,000 Palestinians that are indigenous to the land being forcibly removed from their homes, never to return. ever again through military force to death and destruction, then how can you fucking say that this ideology isn't fascist? National Socialism isn't fascist. This was Adolf Hitler's war. Himmler had very different opinions. That's what you sound like. Okay? That's it. And it's additionally funny that you're not even Jewish and trying to defend this position. Okay? So you didn't even get the fucking downloaded social conditioning growing up amongst Zionist groups. You didn't even get this fucking education. Jews and Netanyahu are different. Yeah, no shit. First of all, Jews and Netanyahu are different is fucking stupid. Jews and Israel is different, okay? It's not Netanyahu that's different than the Jews. Israel, okay? Israel. Zionism and Judaism is different. Why the fuck are you trying to, as a Christian, describe this to a bunch of anti-Zionist Jews in this chat too, by the way? Not just me. Oh, God, the audacity of a fucking Angloid Christian. Oh, my Lord, dude. Oh, my fucking Lord. Holy moly. Perhaps I just know a little bit more about this issue than you do. Most Israelis don't agree with Netanyahu. No, the fuck they don't. No, the fuck they don't. See, this is where you're wrong. They do not. That is not true. The notion that most Israelis don't agree with Netanyahu is a fucking ridiculous propaganda point that has been brought up over and over again. Are there Israeli Jews that are protesting against Benjamin Netanyahu? Absolutely, there are. But there are also polls that are conducted with regular frequency. Now, first of all, Zionism is obviously a ethno-supremacist, ethno-religious supremacist ideology. And here is the first inclination that it is an ethno-religious supremacist ideology that is exterminationist in principle. Israel's own demographic categorization inside of Israel is Jew or Arab. That means if you are not Jewish, then you are classified as Arab. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because I'm about to give you the polls. Because there is opposition in Israel to from Palestinian citizens of Israel that are the non-Jewish citizens with Israeli citizenship. There's opposition towards Benjamin Netanyahu in loud numbers and broad numbers, even though they're second-class citizens in Israeli society regardless. But as far as the opposition from Jews in Israel, there is no opposition to what is going on in Gaza. As a matter of fact, people are routinely polled on this matter. And Jews in Israel have consistently stated that they think Israel's either not going far enough or doing just the right amount of violence. When asked about polls on starvation in Gaza, 79% of Israeli Jews said, or 76% of Israeli Jews said that there are no innocent people in Gaza, or this was in August 26, 2025. There's another poll that came out where 79% of Israeli Jews believe that the starvation was valid. Jesus fucking Christ, man, your entire stream has become yelling at chatters. Don't you think that this is an important point of contention to address? Don't you think that this is a fairly important point to address, considering that there's a lot of, it's a common misunderstanding, if not being deliberately pushed? What am I supposed to do when someone is saying something that is so completely wrong? They are actively protesting against them. Okay, what do you say to this? According to a new survey, 76% of Jewish Israelis believe that there are no innocent people in Gaza. What do you say to that? 65% of Jewish Israelis think that as long as the IDF controls Gaza, it isn't Israel's responsibility to provide humanitarian aid to the residents. What do you think about that? As a Christian, I didn't know that I was misinformed. Yeah, exactly. So maybe don't come in here and offer this kind of fucking, ridiculous counter without investigating it a little bit further. The people are protesting Benjamin Netanyahu because Benjamin Netanyahu has made no initiative to actually bring back the hostages. They do not care about the death and destruction in Gaza. They do not care about the ethnic cleansing of Gazans. They do not care about the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians in general. Their disagreements are no different than Yair Lapid stating, oh, I'm in opposition to Benjamin Netanyahu, and then consistently celebrating everything that he does. So how does an entire society get to this point? How does an entire society get to this point? Zionism. Because Zionism is an ethno-religious supremacist ideology. So what's the difference between Jews and Zionism? Are you saying all Jews are fascist? No, I'm saying Zionists are fascist. Okay? Not all Jews are Zionist. But because there is so much muddying of the water in terms of what Zionism is, what it implies, do you care about Israel as a Jew, all this bullshit, and there's so much muddying of the water between Jews and Zionism that immediately people go, wait a minute, oh, I don't understand. Zionism is a fascist ideology. And As a Christian, you should probably know that the number one advocate for Zionism hasn't been Jews historically. It's been Christians, evangelical Zionists. Evangelical Zionists far outnumber the number of Jews overall. Not just Zionist Jews, but Jews as a whole. Evangelical Zionists have tremendous amounts of influence over the government as well. Evangelical Christians have tremendous amount of influence, outsized influence over the American government because of the Republican Party. This is why I always say, even if every single American Jew became an anti-Zionist overnight, which is obviously not the case, but even if that were to happen, America would not move away one bit from its unlimited loyalty and unconditional support to the state of Israel as it conducts its genocide. Zionism is not Judaism. Judaism has lasted for thousands of fucking years. Zionism has been around for 100. What the fuck are we talking about? And in that 100 years, in that last 100 years, obviously, it's been able to, through an incredibly sophisticated social conditioning network, an incredibly sophisticated, pervasive influence peddling network, a lobbying network, has been able to take root in the minds of many people in the Western world, including American Jews, Western Jews in general. But this is an ideology, okay? Hard pill to swallow, but I disagree with you saying Israel's like ISIL. Percentage-wise, almost 50% of the worldwide Jewry support genocide in Gaza. Most Muslims didn't support ISIL. The comparison is more accurate if you compare Christian Zionism with ISIL. In 2025, Zionism is a huge problem within Judaism. Yes, Zionism is a huge problem in general, and it is certainly amongst Judaism as well, but it doesn't change what I'm talking about here, okay? It doesn't change what I'm talking about at all. As a matter of fact, the counter argument that you just brought up is one that I use all the time. When I hear American Jews say that they love Israel and that Judaism is Zionism is a phenomenally important part of Judaism, what do I always say? It's like if Muslims in the Western world were running around saying ISIS is actually awesome. It's doing it for Islam, and you're Islamophobic for fucking criticizing ISIS. That's my argument. Fox 5 mentioned you because of Cuomo and Zohran's response, and has Zohran's response, Islamophobia, time-stamped.
Meanwhile, Cuomo today holding a press conference with 9/11 first responder and his wife. The couple blasted Mamdani for going on a podcast with Hassan Piker this past spring. In 2019, Piker said that America deserved 9/11. But this is not the first time that Cuomo has used 9/11 politically. When he was running for governor in 2002, Cuomo...
Even Fox 5 is not putting up with this. So he's like, he's using 9/11. Politically, he's using 9/11.
Blasted former Governor George Pataki, saying he didn't deserve credit for his leadership since he only held Rudy Giuliani's coat. Cuomo also downplayed the recent poll and said it doesn't matter if Adams and Sliwa stay in the race.
It's going to wind up practically being a two-person race, and that you're going to see support for the less viable candidates drop off because people are going to believe the choices between myself and Mamdani.
Now, Mamdani's team, in response to Cuomo's attacks, point to how the super PAC supporting Cuomo received money from a 9/11 conspiracy theorist. They add in part, quote, Andrew Cuomo knows exactly what he's doing. He's holding a press conference to suggest that Zohran Mamdani, who is poised to become New York's first Muslim mayor, somehow supported 9/11. It's vile, it's dangerous, and it's deliberate. Now, also just moments ago, Mamdani's team confirming that he has now met with Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer here in Manhattan yesterday. Schumer had promised to meet with a Democratic nominee following his primary win, but today still holding off on a full endorsement.
How do you propose avoiding anti-Semitism in anti-Zionist spaces? What do you mean? This is the space. You push back on anti-Semitism when it happens. It's that simple. That's it. Like, what? It's a good question, chatter. I do it every fucking day. Fuck, I missed it. What was Zohran's response to Cuomo? He just very clearly called it out. Andrew Cuomo, Zohran Mamdani's campaign spokesman, says Andrew Cuomo knows exactly what he's doing. He's holding a press conference to suggest that Zohran Mamdani, who's poised to become New York's first Muslim mayor, somehow supported 9/11. It's vile, it's dangerous, and it's deliberate. Great. Perfect response. Because that's precisely what it is. It's what I said as well. We try to ask Andrew Cuomo why he is criticizing Zohran Mamdani for not having majority support when Cuomo also can't receive majority support. Even when it's a one-on-one matchup against Mamdani, Cuomo ignored the question. It was awesome. I'm going to post, judge me by my enemies. Do you think they're going to bring you up on the debate stage? I mean, who knows? He might. Catching a mythical stray on CNN? What do you mean? Oh my God, that's you in the back? Yeah. He also did bring me up briefly during the debate, during the primaries. He just never said it out loud. Like, he never said my name out loud, but now he is. Dude, that is such an insane picture that isn't edited. How is that real? Yeah. By the way, this is who this is who Andrew Cuomo is trying to appeal to here. New York City forgot what Muslims like Zohran Mamdani did on 9/11. As we near the anniversary, let's remind them. So much aura. That's a crazy flex. I will look. This is why internet drama and like petty online back and forths just washes past me. Okay, as I've said before, I have government ops. My ops are in the government. Okay, that's why. Who gives a fuck what some slop tuber had to say, dude? Who gives a shit? Zohran's going to be mayor during the 25th anniversary. There will be racism unlocked that hasn't been seen since Genghis Khan. But yeah, as far as we're talking about the New York Times polls, confirms my theory that any time work Adams to drop out is a waste as long as they can't move Sliwa. Blame Republicans for handing him the nomination. What is Trump going to do? Tweet that he should drop out in favor of Cuomo? How does that help Cuomo? Yeah, it's a cooked situation. Cuomo used identity politics to lose the primary, and somehow his team told him to keep doing it. I think this means Zohran pretty much has this in the bag. I think it also means Cuomo might have some ops in his PR team law. How is he this stupid to keep using a losing strategy? Zohran won on policy and Cuomo lost on identity politics. Yeah, I guess real racism hasn't been tried yet. He's like, we got to get extra racist. It's awesome. Yeah, I'm glad that the Zohran team didn't make a dumb decision to like give this any sort of like relevance beyond just pointing to exactly what this is, which is a very clear-cut Islamophobic attack. Especially seeing their concession, especially seeing Zohran's concession on globalize the Intifada. It worried me a little bit, you know. Anyway, hope he listens to the critics, you know. When online blends to IRL, it all feels really stupid. Do you think you would care about slop tuber drama if it had a genuine impact on the politicians you support? Do you think you would care about slop tuber drama? Yes. In that regard, it would go beyond it. But as far as like shit that slop tubers have cynically presented and pushed, obviously it's Cuomo over. I can't believe there's like Getty images of this. Like, that's what's so great. Like, this man literally thought that this would be popping, dude. Like, he thought this shit would really change the dynamic of the race, you know? So close to the 9/11 anniversary. And like, I suspect that he probably will continue hammering this point for the next couple of days. Jake Tapper was just reporting on it, like the 2025 Panama Papers being dropped in his mailbox. Yes, Jake Tapper fucking despises my ass. So I suspect there are some at CNN who are Omega supporters of Israel. They will literally turn around and use this like this is the fucking bombshell. He has not forgiven me for calling him a cunt many, many years ago. They got a whole photo shoot, bro. All right, someone send me the CNN. So this is the only time where like this reaches the other side, like the liberal media infrastructure, because it's like a pro-Cuomo, anti-Zohran, is a pro-Cuomo, anti-Zohran initiative. Normally, this kind of attack just like stays on the New York Post, and if it's like more visible, it will maybe make its way to like Fox News' digital team. But it's just so funny. The plan to deplatform you is going spectacularly. I mean, the photos were blocking the first poster, and standing next to a poster that just says America deserved 9/11 with no context is so funny. I need to see the CNN Jake Tapper. I still can't wrap my brain around the fact that Tapper and Doney work for the same people. I mean, it happens, you know, it's normal. I already read the New York Post article earlier today. I think he is so personally, he is at the mercy of his idiotic social media team that's like obviously extremely online. They're extremely online. They're incredibly right wing, And this is what's causing him to do these like stupid decisions. Yeah, that's what happens when your media manager is a literal groiper. Before Tapper left Blue Sky after 10/7, I asked him if he'd ever interview you, and he just responded with no, as if I offended him, lol. No, Jake Tapper hates me. That is 100. I know that for a fact. He is like only a couple times directly talked to me. What do you mean? Why? He's a fucking Islamophobe, dude. What are you talking about? He is a major Islamophobe. He'll retweet any drama slop that pertains to me. Yes, he will retweet and like boost all the dumb fuck articles that are written. But Jake Tapper is a straight up G, homie. Oh, come on. Don't make me pull it out. Oh, there is a New York Times profile of Nick Fuentes, a growing threat to Trumpism, includes this telling detail. Trump officials refuse to criticize Fuentes because they feared attack from his groiper army. Nick Fuentes is the Andrew Tate of Hassan Pikers. Yeah, there was also an Atlantic article that talked about me as well, saying that the Democratic Party cannot rip its base of support away from my armpits or some shit. I saw that too. The far right appears more comfortable with racism than at any point in the Trump era, but few MAGA figures are willing to be as unabashedly racist as Nick Fuentes. No matter how far he pushes bigotry, his influence keeps rising. Ali Brelin argues. Ali is a pretty decent reporter. I wonder if this is the article that he mentions me in, or maybe there's a different one. But what is this? Stop. I need the two things I'm looking for is the CNN Jake Tapper, the Jake Tapper coverage. CNN, is there a CNN stream where you can rewind? Chat, ask the Macius, is there? But I think this is the article that, the abundance delusion. This article from Mike Solana about the abundists gives a brief shout out to me for some reason. I don't know why, but they're talking about like how the abundists have not been able to successfully bring together a real coalition, like a working coalition. And they have a lot of support overall. How is this a real picture? Yeah, it's fucking real, man. I don't know. It just doesn't feel like a real thing that happened. Like it happened already. But it doesn't feel like it's a real thing that took place. Also, the vibes on the photo make it seem like he's mourning the loss of this influencer who famously said America deserved 9/11. It looks like he's really sad that I passed away. Instructions unclear. Is Andrew Cuomo supporting 9/11? Anyway, let's take a look at this article. The abundance delusion. This is what I was questioning. Is this abundance? Potentially, I mean, can this be abundance? Can center-left liberals who claim they want to introspect and reform actually build a lot of housing and infrastructure and generate new resources rather than punitively redistribute us all into stagnation? Open their tent in such a way that there's room for committed eat-the-rich communism and sensible housing policy alike? Can they not only wrench the youth of their party from Hassan Piker's armpits, but actually get Hassan, a real authentic bad boy socialist, to join them? What do you say, fellow kids? Mass murder, but make it YIMBY. Yeah, man, sorry, I don't see it. Provided that the purpose of the abundance movement is to earnestly galvanize the left under the banner of abundance, which it will then produce, the project is obviously doomed to fail. Partly this is because of structural issues innate to our political system, and partly this is because of large swaths of the left, which abundance Dems need to win elections, are actively and often publicly fantasizing about sending abundance Dems to the guillotine. I think this is crazy. I feel like I don't want to be recognized. This is too much. And for the record, yeah, this is the new meta here too as well. We're not herded and orchestrated, Alex Trembath says. My remarks from last week's Abundance Conference, in which I respond to Revolving Door DC and others' brain-dead conspiracies. John Tufel says, think for a second about how weird all this is. A book comes out called Abundance. It immediately becomes a movement. Within 6 months, there are abundance conferences, campus groups, and think tanks, all from one book. It's so obviously not organic, lol. It's funded. It's capital. The most interesting thing to me would be to know how much Klein and Thompson seeded this before the book's release, which financiers got advanced copies, how much planning went into the funding before the book was even written. I have a feeling this is going to blow up, and I'm sick of okay. And yeah, they obviously had this before the book came out as well. The elite networks forming around issues central to the abundance agenda are promising. This is from June 4th, 2024. What will turn them into political faction is connections with business and tech leaders who can provide material, technical, and organizational power. In sectors like journalism, law, and academia, we've already seen the intellectual dissenters against the progressive movement beginning to form their own networks and organizations, some of which are explicitly connected to the abundance agenda. This is before the book fucking came out, and it's obviously off of like Ezra Klein's writing to begin with. But this has been a project by I think wealthy corporate benefactors in an effort to keep the Democrats in line with the private-public partnership method. God forbid they actually take left populism seriously. You know? What is this? I don't know if you spoke about this already, but things are happening. Breaking: Ukraine's air forces warned that Russian drones have entered the airspace of Poland, threatening the city of Zamosk. What the fuck? I can't believe Nick Fuentes got a fucking glaring profile like this. That's crazy. Nick Fuentes, a white nationalist problem for the right. For years, conservatives hoped the notorious white nationalists go away. Instead, Mr. Fuentes has gained more traction even while opposing the president. Dude, when I get a fucking New York Times here, you want to know why this country is so fucking far right and will continue to go along that trajectory? The only time where they offer a profile to someone who is an out and about anti-Israel guy is when that guy is a fucking Nazi. The New York Times has written on me in the past, but when they do, it's in the style section, okay? When the New York Times writes about me, they write it in the style section, and they put a fucking quote in there where that says, Hassan accuses Israel of doing a genocide. The only time where they actually talk about the policies of a political figure in the independent side of the media, it's a fucking white nationalist. That's fucking insane. How do people not realize this? It's because you're hot? No, dude. It's because any sort of real left populist figure is seen as a genuine threat. This way, the New York Times can signal to its reader base that some of the most prominent figures in the anti-Israel movement are just straight up fucking Nazis. Okay? Because if you have a guy that you honestly write about and write about the policies on, okay, who is not a fucking neo-Nazi and not an anti-Semite, but is expressly anti-Israel, that kind of puts a dent in this broad message that the New York Times has been abiding by. The notion that like maybe a lot of the critics of Israel are anti-Semitic. Yeah. Jonathan Greenblatt fucking freaked out on this. Maybe I'm expecting him to also criticize Nick Fuentes. Who knows? He responded to your vid. What did he say? He went on a rant. Not surprising. You're a Nepo baby, basically. Okay. Yeah, your vid is heavily brigaded. Who gives a fuck, dude? This is not the first, nor will it be the last time that shit happens. Come on, dude. He ain't that bad. He's evolving. You're fucking so dumb, dude. This is precisely the reason why he's such a fucking ever-present danger, dude. Holy fuck. Goat is right, Elisan. He should go back to Europe. This motherfucker is a skilled orator, okay? He has decent rhetoric. That's all he has. He's also an incredibly dangerous Nazi fucking freak. He is utilizing his already existing anti-Israel stance that is born out of the Jewish domination narratives that he fucking believes as a Holocaust denier to reach new audiences. And he's actually reaching new audiences with tremendous success, which is precisely the fucking reason why we have dumb fucks in here who are named Pure Blood, by the way, okay? Talking about how like, oh, Nick Fuentes has actually changed his mind. On what? Changed his mind on what? He still thinks that Trump is not going hard enough on mass deportations. He wants every non-white person to be deported, even though he's, Hispanic himself. Refusing the Rothschild banking system, easy. Teflon all over again. Good thing about getting banned here is you can still read chat. To me, and this is very important for people to understand, to me, there is very little difference between someone who defends what Israel is doing right now and someone like Nick Fuentes. My anger and resentment for Zionism stems from the fact that it is the exact same style of ideology as the Nazis. It is fascism, okay? Nazis believe the in-group is different. Nazis believe the out-group is different, okay? That's it. The only difference between someone like Nick Fuentes and someone who is like actively defending Israel and is like an ultra Zionist is that, well, you know, Israel is currently doing a lot better, a lot more successful in terms of initiating its own supremacist ideology while also operating in broad daylight as though this is like a normal fucking version of events. They're denying the ongoing Holocaust. He denies the past Holocaust. Okay? Dude, anti-Semitism isn't as dangerous as Zionism. Be for real. Dude, you're a fucking absolute moron. Nick Fuentes is more aligned with the current administration. The administration has openly admitted that they're afraid of his fucking groypers yelling at them. The fuck are you talking about? It's the same coin. It's two sides of the same fucking coin. It's the same shit. The fuck are you talking about? I'm not saying Nick Fuentes is dangerous because, oh, he hates Jewish people. The fuck are you talking about? That's one aspect of his fucking commentary that is wrong and abhorrent, but that's not the only aspect. What are we talking about? What are we doing here? We're now approaching the issue from an insane perspective where it's like, well, I guess, you know, as long as someone says like free Palestine, it's all right. Nick Fuentes would throw you, if given the opportunity, if he actually had any sort of levers of power, if he could control the levers of power, he would throw you in the fucking concentration camp, not just Jews, dumbass. The fuck? Are we forgetting this is the dude who said your body, my choice in the immediate aftermath of Trump's victory on his election night? This is precisely the fucking reason why I was talking about how dangerous this shit is.
Hassan Piker runs and hides because communism would not survive an encounter with the far right. It just wouldn't.
I'm sorry, what? Did he just say communism would not survive an encounter with the far right? Hold on. Wait a minute.
Hasan off. Handsome devil. Stick you in a frock. I'd fucking ride you all myself.
I won't take that as a compliment.
Yeah, don't. Right. What's a war hero got to do? Get some lubrication around here.
What the fuck's this guy talking about, dude? Communism would not survive an interaction with the far right? Scoreboard, bitch. What the fuck do you mean communism would not survive an interaction with the far right? Is this guy such a Holocaust denier that he just like denies that World War II even happened? Is that what we're doing now? That's crazy. It's odd.
All that sentimentalism, all that sappy, you know, bleeding heart bullshit about free healthcare. Okay.
No, we gotta, you know, the moment is clear. You gotta sick like the ACP guys on him. Okay, that's it. You gotta get one of those like Dink type motherfuckers to just like eat his ass alive, you know? Let him fight. Whatever the fuck his name is. What is it? The Albanian dude? Communism would not survive an altercation with the far right. It's crazy. Yeah, he's never heard of a guy named Joe Stalin. Here, let's watch more. Let's watch more. I got another one too, yeah. Yeah, this too. Another communism surviving an altercation with the far right. Look at that.
Hey, I know that guy. I kill like a pig.
I just feel like throughout history, there has been many altercations such as the one that Nick Fuentes is trying to ahistorically present, where communism has actively and very successfully taken out the far right, whether it be Vietnam, Mao in China, whether it be the USSR against Nazi Germany, whether it be Fidel and Che Guevara in Cuba. What are we talking about? What are we even talking about?
We'll give you free health care too. I don't really care that much. I want to close the borders. I want to stop being harassed on the train. I want to be able to live in most of the city and not have to be a war zone. I don't want to have our country run by an Israeli fifth column, a Jewish fifth column. You would not survive that encounter, and you know that. And Hassan knows that if there were ever a dialogue, an ongoing dialogue, or even just a sit down, that whole fantasy, this bourgeois fucking champagne socialism would not survive an encounter with an actual real American. With an actual real American.
Dog, I'm Turkish. You're Hispanic. We're both American. Our existence on U.S. soil contradicts the fundamental argument that you're presenting. What are you talking about? What the fuck is this motherfucker talking about? You would not survive, he says, from his mom's basement. I know. Oh, yeah.
That's a son of working class people. And that's like the delicious and rich irony is that Hasan is a Nepo baby. He's a
once again, he's a Nepo baby. Brother, my perspective, my worldview would, if what you're saying is correct, would place me as a class traitor. You, on the other hand, are advocating for erasure of yourself. You're Hispanic, and you are advocating for the destruction of yourself, the removal of yourself from U.S. soil.
Millionaire Nepo baby who's on all the mainstream platforms. How did he get his start in media? His uncle. And this is a guy lecturing us about generational wealth. Why don't we redistribute the Young Turks media opportunities? How about...
Okay, fine. You know,
we redistribute...
Doesn't seem like that would a dent in the system, but once again, normally he has better arguments. Like when he's duking it out with Charlie Kirk, he can present a better argument because he can showcase that Charlie Kirk is actually, because he is the logical extension of like the advocacy that Charlie Kirk engages in. The reason why the likes of Charlie Kirk fear someone like Nick Fuentes is because it shows that Charlie Kirk is fraudulent, right? He is seen as more real. But when he comes after someone like myself, he has to desperately fling shit in the same way that like fucking Destiny criticizes me over. You know, I don't know if they engaged in information sharing. I know they shared other things. Maybe they talked about their mutual hatred of someone such as myself while Nick Fuentes' dick was in Destiny's mouth. Who knows? Who knows? After a little bit of chicken and waffles, they did it over pillow talk, I think.
The Twitch subscriptions. So, you know, as long as...
I like that the line of attack against me is always the same. No matter.
He's going to sit there and take shots from over there. Yeah, inside of that woke fantasy.
Also, it is kind of funny because the one thing that Nick Fuentes can always present himself in order to showcase his like infallibility, his like moral authority on the subject matter, is the fact that, you know, he's been debanked or he's been attacked and this and that. Like, you know, these institutions have come after him. The ADL talks more about me than they do about you, dumbass. The fucking Zionist groups in this country and newspapers that work alongside Hasbara initiatives write extensively demanding my deplatforming. You supported Donald Trump. Donald Trump's own Customs and Border Patrol detained me for my opinions on Israel. So he can't even hit me on the he's not sincere about his advocacy for the Palestinians line of attack. So he just has to go back to this dumb shit like, oh, he's rich, but a socialist. That's it. That's it.
Land. They'll all be very confident in their ideology. But the reason that they don't want me to talk to Jimmy Dore, the reason they're screaming, he's a Nazi, but he said this, but he said that. Let him talk. We can talk.
Would he be allowed to put dildos in his butt in the world that he wants to live in? No, of course not. It's just the only counter narrative in this situation that he can apply. The only line of attack he can apply is like, oh, you're a bad guy. You're a hypocrite. You're rich but socialist. He knows that that's not a real line of attack anyway. You know, he can't do it. He's got nothing. So he says the exact same shit that like annoying fucking liberals say. Someone said bitch to pure blood. But yeah, New York Times profiled Nick Fuentes as a growing threat to Trumpism includes this telling detail. I think the way that the New York Times is presenting Nick Fuentes as a growing threat to Trumpism is perhaps one of the most damaging things that they could have done in terms of like beefing up a white nationalist movement. I remember all the way back in 2016 when they wrote a glaring profile of Richard Spencer in a similar vein. I criticized it extensively. And the New York Times is back to its old fucking tricks, you know? Classic. Incredible stuff. It's crazy that they're just like trying to prop him up. He's flip-flopped on his positions over and over again. Okay? He has not changed. He is still a Nazi. As a matter of fact, the real reason he doesn't like you, you're not anti-Semitic, you don't talk about the Jews.
Left, these guys are just like fucking defective at this point.
Hasan Piker finally worked up the courage to invoke Nick's name today. Fuentes responds by spending 6 minutes destroying the far left. These guys are just fucking defective at this point.
I don't even think they know why they do what they do. You know, and the reason that the far left is threatened by me is because I'm better than them. I'm going to take their market share. And you want to know why? Because I can talk about Jews. I can talk about black people. I can talk about trannies. I'm not beholden to a crowd of nut jobs that just can't talk about basic reality. You go on the far left, and some of the things I say appeal to them, like about Gaza and like about Israel and so on. But on the far left, you can't talk about Judaism.
What the fuck? I think he just means like, yeah, he's saying that like Israel is doing everything it's doing for Judaism, and it's the international Jewish conspiracy, that it's like international Jewish control. Like, oh yeah, dude, you are more successful, I guess, in your own estimation. It's not real, but in your mind, because you can make up conspiracies that are not correct. That's it. Screen caps that shit with Jews in his hand. I mean, it's just like that. Yeah, mad that the left won't invoke the Talmud. The reason why he's doing this is because he's worried.
You don't think that the far-right Jewish extremists in Israel, like Meir Kahane, who said that all non-Jews should be enslaved or killed, you don't think that has something to do with what's happening there? You don't think that
Wait, that's so funny. Yeah, dude, he's the same as you, dumbass. That's it. Yeah, the reason why I hate Meir Kahane and Bezalel Smotrich and Itamar Ben-Gvir is because they are you. They're you, but the Jewish version of you. That's it. Yeah, they're fucking Nazis, just like you are. A complete false sense of ethnic or religious superiority that they believe. That's the point. That's all this is. Dude, what the fuck are you doing? Man, he got a fucking glaring profile on the New York Times. Shut the fuck up, okay? There's a reason why I didn't talk about Nick Fuentes for a very long time, because it was an irrelevant Nazi. He is now moving away from being an irrelevant Nazi to actually becoming a very relevant Nazi. Do you see this? A glowing profile. Sorry, not glaring. What are you talking about? It's the same reason why I addressed it the other day, because he's like gaining a lot of prominence among dumb fuck people who are not Nazis themselves and don't realize that he also is a dumb fuck Nazi. Yes, but please, will you ever stop fighting with the pigs? Man, this country is run by fucking pigs. Shut the fuck up. This country is run by pigs. What are you supposed to do in that situation? Just like hope they go away? By wish that they just fucking go away? What are we doing? As is the case with like people like Sex Pestany, they just don't go away. There's a point that you have to like try and combat it. How do they not know after listening to him for more than a minute that he's a Nazi? Because people don't listen for a whole minute. Nobody listens for a whole minute. I brought this up in my video, on my YouTube video, that's been brigaded by his fans like nonstop. There are those like Candace Owens, there are those like Nick Fuentes out there whose fan bases operate in the exact same way that like my haters operate, but instead of like clipping it, my haters operate in this way where they clip me out of context and then they blast it everywhere, right? His fan base does the exact same thing. They clip him out of context to make him seem like he has a very palatable approach to issues that a lot of people agree on. And the most nefarious aspect of this is that because there is already an existing party within the duopoly that we have that reflects the far-right neo-Nazi style sentiment in its policymaking, in its agenda openly, that he can just masquerade this position as though it's just common sense. What is the difference between someone like Nick Fuentes and Fox News when Fox News yesterday was talking about how, you know, we really got to take a closer look at the real issue of interracial violence? Like they're just straight up doing the same shit. Sorry, Hassan, Zionism is a Jewish problem. It's not up to Muslims or Christians to fight. It's up to the Jewish people. Yeah, no, totally. Yeah. Nazism is a German problem. It's just up to the Germans to fight against Nazism. Shut the fuck up. It's everybody's problem, dumbass. Everybody has to fight against it. And also, once again, the most robust, coordinated support for Zionism outside of American Jews comes from the evangelical Christian Zionist movement in this country, okay? And they do have the numbers as opposed to Zionist Jews. This isn't to say that like a significant percentage of American Jews are not Zionist, but there are not that many Jews. There's just, not that many Jews in general. There are a lot of evangelical Christians, however, and they're all super fucking pro-Israel. The notion that this is not a problem, the notion that this is not a problem that everybody else has to fucking deal with is so stupid. Look at his logs. This guy's a Nazi. What? He didn't say anything else. Tip her, bro. I can see them on my Insta. Why are you guys saying this? Look at his logs. This guy's a Nazi. What is this? This is your...
I can't tell you, like, every person in my family, when I came back for Thanksgiving, on both sides of my family were like, am I getting a bloody... Oh, no! Oh, no.
Anyway, let's move on from this. All right? I know you hate current news, but World War III popping off? We don't know, man. I don't know. Unconfirmed reports of Russian drone incursion into Polish airspace as commercial traffic is being moved further to the west with Polish Air Force aircraft active in eastern Poland. I don't know what the fuck's going on there, okay? And yes, Israel attacked another boat is what the... again, it's both of these are breaking news, okay? Stop. Please stop sending me fucking unverified stuff for now, okay? We'll get to it.
Now, where the Prime Minister has resigned following the deaths of at least 19 people during protests yesterday. Let's bring you the latest pictures from the capital, Kathmandu. You can see really chaotic scenes down there. Protesters have set fire to the homes of some of Nepal's political leaders. You can see somebody there holding a machine gun on the back of a motorbike. This is all in opposition to a social media ban. It was lifted early on Tuesday, a day after anti-government protests. The police in those protests, as we were saying, opened fire and killed 19 people, but still really chaotic scenes on those streets. Our Asia correspondent, Cordelia Lynch, is there and can tell us more.
There is officially a curfew in place here in Kathmandu, but just look, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people still on the streets. They've been marching on Parliament. We've seen them setting fire to a police station. There is real anger in the air. Now, the Prime Minister has resigned, but it's not enough. We constantly are seeing this stream of people on bikes and on foot. They are part of a movement known as Gen Z here. Now, yesterday, many protesters were really motivated by social media platforms that were banned, X, YouTube, Instagram. But this is about something far deeper. It's about concerns of corruption in this country. They want to see a wholesale change to the leadership. There is impatience. You can see a lot of people carrying sticks. We've seen them chasing police officers too. And there's deep resentment about the at least 19 people that died yesterday. Lots of people say they saw live ammunition being used by the security forces, and they want to see justice served. Exactly what that justice looks like right now is still very unclear. But this, a very febrile scene and a lot of jeopardy in the air.
Chaotic, kinetic, possibly seismic. Fury on the streets of Kathmandu. A generation that yesterday may have felt under siege, today looked on the offensive, empowered, emboldened.
The beginning of the revolution.
The government lifted its social media restrictions. The Prime Minister resigned, but it wasn't enough. These young people defied the curfew, their fight for something far deeper.
This is about more than social media platforms and freedom of speech. There is real rage in the air. People have deep concern about corruption in their country. They want to see meaningful change, and they say they won't stop until they get it.
This was about dismantling symbols of the ruling elite. Politicians were chased through the streets, some attacked. It felt like a government in retreat.
This protest is not against the social media ban. This is against the big corruption that these ministers have done for the past 2 decades. We were suppressed. Now we have our voice.
Homes were burned, police stations targeted too. And here, the very heart of government in flames.
This is Parliament House in Kathmandu, the centre of political power where lawmakers pass legislation. But look at it now. It has been burnt. Protesters here. And what's so striking is we haven't seen any police, any security forces.
After years of fermenting frustration over social inequality and corruption, they declared this the beginning of a revolution. Gleefully clutching mementos of the political class they feel has failed them for so long.
Things have shifted quite fast here. Protesters have now stormed into Parliament House. You can see them making their way up the stairs, and they're trying to take away or destroy what little is left here. There's the thud of things crashing around, broken glass all over the floor, and fires too. They want to make clearly the biggest possible statement they can.
They have given us open challenge. They have given the open challenge to Gen Z. They have given the open challenge to the 21st century Gen Z.
Are you worried about more violence? 19 people already have died.
I think to gain something, you have to lose something. So they are patriot for us.
They hope they're on the cusp of victory. Revolution or reckoning, it is a powder keg for Nepal, both perilous and pivotal. Odile Lynch, Sky News, Kathmandu, Nepal.
I don't do drawings. I'm not a drawing person.
When the Wall Street Journal...
So, what do you think were something like that to happen in the States? It'll never happen. I keep seeing this smells like CIA covert regime change. What do you think? The reason why people are saying that is because the Nepal government is pro-China, okay? And just like the Indonesian government is pro-China, at least right now, they are aligning with China. And these are important allies for China. And therefore, I think that there are a lot of opportunists that take advantage of the instability. There are also going to be more right-wing elements or intelligence operatives that take advantage of this as well, as has been the case numerous genuine points of discontent. Bruh, Indonesia hates communism. What the fuck are you talking about? It doesn't matter that Indonesia hates communism. What matters is what the Indonesian government is doing. But again, this is real discontent. The problem is that the left government is still capable of completely failing on delivering material change that the people want. Okay? And unless they pack this up and make said changes, this discontent will continue. And it opens you up to attacks by people. It opens you up to attacks by people, by outside actors that might use this discontent in an effort to create an unstable environment and enact regime change. That's it. Bros of Stalin, Ashok Kumar says, Nepal's so-called communist leaders have been corrupt at worst, inept at best, no nationalization of any industries, no land reform, no anti-imperialism, barely the outlines of a welfare state, shallow, parochial, and undeserving of anything but contempt. The kids are right. There are also political divisions that are unique in Nepal. The Communist Party ML that is in charge is opposed by the CPN, the Maoist Center. The latter seems to be somewhat supportive of the uprisings. Yeah. Anyway. Also, CPN is run primarily by upper caste oppressors anyways, just like the CPI in India. But from what I understand, I mean, this is only going to escalate. It's only going to continue, and we'll keep we'll keep a close watch on it.
First claimed that Donald Trump had sent Jeffrey Epstein a birthday note that looked like this. The president denied it.
I don't do drawings. Sometimes people say, would you draw a building? And I'll draw 4 lines and a little roof, for a charity stuff.
Really denied it.
I don't do drawings of women, that I can tell you.
So what's this then? The first time we've seen this lewd note allegedly sent by Trump, and the rest of the now infamous birthday book from 2003, said to be put together by Epstein's closest friend Ghislaine Maxwell. It was released overnight by the House Oversight Committee and has what looks very like Trump's signature being scoured over by American media.
Verified versions of Trump's signature from around that same time period.
But the White House say it's a fake.
And in fact, I have already seen many forensic analysts of signatures who said that this absolutely was not the president's authentic signature. And we have maintained that position all along. The president did not write this letter. He did not sign this letter. And that's why the president's external legal team is aggressively pursuing litigation against the Wall Street Journal, and they will continue to.
The alleged birthday book for Epstein's 50th birthday is 238 pages long, full of flattering and celebratory letters, many highly sexualized. One shows the since convicted paedophile handing balloons and a lollipop to young girls. Another mentions Trump again, his name on this check. Then an alleged letter from former President Bill Clinton, barely legible, but praising Epstein's childlike curiosity. And an extraordinary note said to be from US Ambassador Peter Mandelson, describing the mysterious Epstein parachuting into his life as his best pal. Today, the Prime Minister gave his full backing to the ambassador, praising Mandelson's key role in strengthening UK-US ties. But the government knows it does not look good.
Our ambassador has been very clear that he deeply regrets ever having been introduced to Epstein, and given what we now know about his horrific crimes, I mean, who would want to be associated with that sexual predator and paedophile? I don't think we should tar everyone with the same brush and do guilt by association.
6 years after Epstein took his own...
Bro, guilt by association? You weren't just like photographed next to a person who had a problematic tweet or something. You told an international sex trafficker of minors that he was your best friend. I feel like there's degrees to this shit, you know? That's crazy. A pal is a wonderful thing. God, Trump is so fucking zesty. It's crazy, man. It is his best quality. And you can tell it comes across on that drawing / letter that he absolutely wrote, by the way. Like 100p. They can keep saying that Trump had no hand in writing that letter till the fucking cows come home. It is so obviously Trump, partially because of how zesty the letter is. A pal is a wonderful thing. What's also funny about this, of course, has been the Republican reaction when they're not busy going along with the Jeffrey Epstein Trump is a white hat pedophile conspiracy. They are firmly committed to the notion that this is fake. It's a phony. This is just completely made up. Both of these beliefs require different degrees of stupidity, but by God, Republicans have an endless well of that. Let's not associate zesty with pedophilia more than it already is. Okay, calm down. This has nothing to do with pedophilia. Jesus Christ. I'm talking about Donald Trump's demeanor. I'm not even saying that Donald Trump is I don't have enough evidence beyond the way that Donald Trump has reacted to the story. That he may or may not have done, some illegal shit with Jeffrey Epstein.
Life, his powerful associations continue to shape politics in Washington, D.C., where survivors gathered last week to demand that the administration release the files linked to his case, making clear to Channel 4 News they would continue this fight.
We're not going anywhere, so none of us are going to be quiet. There's the silencing, I think, is coming to an end.
But Republicans say the focus should not be on Trump himself.
I think it's just a foolish red herring that people are trying to look at for political divisiveness.
Trump has threatened to sue the Wall Street Journal over this story for $10 billion, raising tensions between the president and one of the world's most powerful media barons. Rupert Murdoch owns Trump-loving Fox News, with an audience faithful to the president. But that didn't stop another of his titles publishing this story.
Before there was ever a Fox News, Rupert Murdoch was a newspaper man, and he loves old-fashioned, old-style newspaper journalism.
And scoops, like this one.
And he loves a scoop. So it's kind of catnip to him when one of his properties gets a scoop like this one.
Thousands of pages of documents have been given.
Which is why this is not going away for Donald Trump anytime soon.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
About the Epstein case, would the White House support a professional handwriting expert review of the document released yesterday to prove that it's not the president's signature?
Sure, we would support that. And in fact, I have already seen many forensic analysts of signatures coming out. I believe it was the Daily Signal that published a piece with 3 separate signature analysts who said that this absolutely was not the president's authentic signature. And we have maintained that position all along. The president did not write this letter. He did not sign this letter.
Sure. Wait, what the fuck? Did you notice the place in the drawing behind Epstein was Mar-a-Lago? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, brother. No, I did not notice that. Is it? No. I could see it being Little St. James Island, though. It kind of looks like it could be Little St. James Island.
And that's why the president's external legal team is aggressively pursuing litigation against the Wall Street Journal, and they will continue to. Christian.
Thanks, Caroline. Following up on
a new Supreme Court decision gives ICE agents the go-ahead for roving sweeps as part of the president's immigration crackdown. Now, this ruling is based on a case in Los Angeles, but yesterday, the White House announced expanded operations in the city of Chicago as well. Nancy Cordes is at the White House with the latest on this. Nancy, good morning to you. What can you tell us?
Good morning, Gail. Well, what the White House announced yesterday was not the National Guard deployment that President Trump has been hinting at for weeks. Instead, it's a new immigration enforcement operation. And a new decision by the Supreme Court could give the White House more leeway to ramp up its immigration crackdown.
We'd love to go into Chicago and straighten it out.
President Trump's new plan for Chicago is called Operation Midway Blitz. The Department of Homeland Security called it an ICE operation that will, quote, target the criminal illegal aliens who flocked to Chicago and Illinois due to lax local immigration enforcement. White House border czar Tom Homan.
We don't have that problem in Florida, right, where every sheriff and chief works with us. So where are we going to send additional assets? Sanctuary cities where we know it's a problem.
Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker fired back. This isn't about fighting crime. That requires support and coordination. Yet we've experienced nothing like that. It's unclear how this blitz is different from the ICE raids that began back in February.
No fear!
Chicago immigration activists say they haven't seen a new surge in federal personnel or arrests.
This was never about arresting the worst of the worst. It's been about terrorizing our communities.
In a win for the White House Monday, the Supreme Court allowed immigration and customs enforcement agents to resume, for now, roving raids in Southern California, overturning a lower court order that had banned stops based on a person's apparent ethnicity or if they spoke Spanish or English with an accent. In a fiery dissent, Justice Sonia Sotomayor wrote, "We should not have to live in a country where the government can seize anyone who looks Latino, speaks Spanish, and appears to work a low-wage job." Carter Evans is in California.
We're in downtown Los Angeles, generally an area with a lot of immigrants. You've got street vendors, day laborers. Homeland Security reports 5,000 arrests in the LA area since June. Now, about half the population of Los Angeles is of Latino descent. The majority are U.S. citizens, but now...
Yeah, bro, it's like saying, and this probably will be the next move, but it's like saying you're looking to deport Haitians and therefore going to like Southside Chicago and arresting every black person that you encounter. It's legalized racial profiling. That is the meta here, for the record. Insane.
Now, with the court ruling, it appears that many...
Trump is live after Poland drones. What is happening with this fucking Poland drone shit, dude? What the fuck? Send me a link, man. I don't know what's going on, dude. I don't know. Everyone is freaking the fuck out. U.S. F-35 jet airborne in Polish airspace. Russian drones enter Poland's airspace, Ukraine says. Breaking reports of Dutch and Italian Air Force activity over Poland. Ukraine's Air Force warned early on Wednesday that Russian drones have entered airspace of Poland, threatening the city of Zamosk. We already covered that. Polish jets are engaging Garon drones. Could be fake, I don't know yet. MSM was on it, but not seeing many details. That's not a new thing, right? Trump signs a proclamation. Is this live? I know it's a live feed, but yeah, this video has been on for hours and hours at this point. Operational commander of the Polish Armed Forces. To ensure the safety of Polish airspace, the operational commander of the Polish Armed Forces has activated all necessary procedures. Polish and Allied aircraft are operating in our airspace, and ground-based air defense and radar reconnaissance systems have reached the highest state of readiness. I mean, I don't know.
Ukraine's Air Force just now reporting Russian drones have entered Poland's airspace. Reuters is reporting the Ukrainian Air Force said on a messaging app drones were heading toward a Polish city near the border with Ukraine. Again, waiting for confirmation from Poland. Earlier tonight, Ukraine.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know why everybody's like fucking freaking out. I mean, I understand why people are freaking out, but just like wait. Just wait. Wait until there's confirmation. Wait until there's more information. You guys love fucking immediately being like, this happened. You have to cover it right at this very moment. I feel like the reason a lot of people fundamentally misunderstand what I do and don't realize that like this type of shit needs more time. It needs more time dedicated to understanding exactly what's fucking going on instead of immediately freaking out, especially when it's not something as consistent as like, you know, Israel bombing campaigns or something like that. Like we need to see proper verification. And every single time something like this happens, people just lose their minds over it and they're like, you have to cover it right now.
Here could be subject to detention just because of the way they look.
The Supreme Court's majority offered no explanation for its decision, but Justice Brett Kavanaugh wrote separately that it was reasonable to question people who met multiple criteria for possible illegal presence in the U.S. Yesterday, the mayor of Los Angeles called the ruling dangerous and un-American. Gail?
Nancy, we thank you.
We are following major economic news. New numbers suggesting the U.S. labor market is not as strong as it has appeared to be. According to a preliminary report from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the U.S. added nearly 1 million fewer jobs than originally reported for the year.
What? No way, dude. Nah, everyone's saying it's great. Trump keeps telling me he's great, and he would never lie to me. When Biden was in office, liberals would be like, nah. I mean, to be fair, we're going to find out how bad it can actually be now that it's Trump in charge. But, you know, it's just, I thought it was hot. I thought America was the hottest from the standpoint of heat.
Through March. This is a gigantic adjustment that we're talking about here. And if it holds through February, when the final tally is reported, this would mark the largest annual revision ever. CNN's Vanessa Yurkevich is here.
Look at those two numbers side by side to understand that perhaps the stock market is not the greatest indication or the greatest way to appraise the health of the economy.
Here to break down the numbers for us. Vanessa, what does this tell us about the state of the economy?
Well, it certainly shows that in the months of April 2024 through March of 2025, the U.S. economy, in terms of the jobs market, was a lot weaker than we had originally expected and which we originally seen as reported by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. But today's report is an annual report. It comes out every single year, and there's been some sort of revisions that the BLS has done for the better part of 90 years now. What is a little atypical about this report is that the revision is so large. It is the largest on record, 911,000 jobs to the downside, fewer jobs added over the course of that 12-month period. If you average that out, that's about 76,000 fewer jobs added each month. And that time period that we're talking about, that is mostly under the Biden administration, just a couple months, 3 months under the Trump administration. Now, sectors that really saw the steepest number of jobs lost in terms of what we thought was going to be there, but actually didn't end up being there, was trade, transportation, and utilities. 226,000 fewer jobs there. Leisure and hospitality, 176,000 fewer jobs than initially reported. And for professional and business services, 158,000 fewer jobs than initially reported. But as I said, this is typical. These revisions certainly do happen. But to the downside, one of the reasons, or a couple reasons rather, that this does happen is because the Bureau of Labor Statistics is really trying to work with survey data that they get from businesses. So some newer companies may have suggested that they were hiring more people than they actually did. And that
No. What? No. What? You mean to tell me to keep lying about how many job openings actually exist to make it seem as though these businesses are growing, but it's all a lie? What is going on? That would never happen. I'm so shocked. This is shocking, I tell you. This is my fault. I'm a small business and I pledge to hire 11,000 workers. Listen, we got a little ambitious, okay? Here at HasanAbi Enterprise, we got a little ahead of ourselves. Genuine question, didn't this happen under Biden? Yes, it happened under Biden as well. The problem is the trend lines are really bad. Like the direction that we're heading in, it's not just immediate action reaction. It's not just about like, oh, the jobs reports look terrible. There's a couple different issues here. Number one, we constantly look at two metrics to understand the health of the economy overall. And these two metrics actually don't present a clear picture. I would say three metrics. Number one, stock performance, the stock market performance overall. This is an incredibly stupid, incredibly narrow focus on trying to make an assessment on the health of the economy overall. It's incredibly stupid because the stock market is a unique system of exacerbated wealth disparity where the top 10% of wealth in this country own 90% of the stocks. And as is the case with wealth consolidation, everywhere else, and including in the stock market as well, that the gains are privatized, but the losses are socialized. So when it's doing well, you don't necessarily see the benefits. You feel like you're seeing the benefits, you know, your 401k looks good, whatever, but when it's doing poorly, you definitely feel the impact. So that's number one. Number two is the GDP. Okay. GDP is not a good metric of the health of the economy either. Look no further than the GDP of a European country, a European capital, as opposed to like, I don't know, fucking Alabama as a state. Alabama as a state will have a higher GDP than a European capital. Would you say that the people living in that European capital are living worse lives overall than like the average poor person in a place like Alabama? No, of course not. You know, look at the UK versus Alabama. So it's once again not a real metric for the success or the health of the economy. It's not a very good representation of the health of the economy at all. One of the reasons why we have this massive GDP, massive explosive GDP is because of, for example, private healthcare. Private healthcare should not exist. It shouldn't exist at all. And yet it is expansive. It has it brings a tremendous amount of revenue. A lot of money is exchanging hands, even though it is a middleman that is unethical in its existence and is totally there just to generate profit, generate revenue, create revenue. It's a massive industry, all right? That is among many other reasons why American GDP is so large. So last but not least, okay? Last but not least, the last metric for a healthy economy that is also, once again, patently incorrect is unemployment, okay? We look at the rate of unemployment in this country, and it's at 4.3%. What are you talking about? That's actually somewhat healthy. You don't want full employment because then, then you have labor has too much power, right? That's like a thing that people bring up, and you don't want like unemployment over a certain percentage because that means like the economy. There's too many people that are not working. But unemployment in and of itself is actually not a good metric for the health of the economy either, because it actually does not show the much larger number of underemployed people, okay? When you look at underemployment, people working part-time gigs, for example, or people working way below the wages that they normally should be getting, you realize that the underemployment rate is so much higher. It's around a quarter of the fucking economy, the job market, and that is massively consequential, okay? So there are a lot of these issues, and none of them get addressed. So when these guys are actually talking about the health of the economy, but they fail to consider what the actual problems are, you basically arrive at this false notion that like, well, things are looking better, things are rebounding, the economy is going to rebound. This, I think, was best represented, something that I talk about all the fucking time, okay? The true rate of unemployment tracks the percentage of U.S. labor force that does not have a full-time job, 35 plus hours a week, but wants one, has no job, or does not earn a living wage. conservatively pegged at $25,000 annually before taxes. Now, I need you to understand something here, okay? When these guys say the economy is doing well, they're still fucking lying because they use those three metrics, okay? Or when they say the economy is doing poorly, they're technically not lying because it's been doing poorly for a long time, but they're not correct in their assessment. My point is that the economic anger and resentment, the uncertainty that people have felt, was the reason why Bernie Sanders was so successful in the 2016 primaries and why Donald Trump won in the 2016 elections. And people refuse to recognize that. And that's precisely the reason why after Joe Biden's victory in 2020, when the economy obviously was slated to rebound or whatever by the last quarter, even though in the first 3.5 years of Joe Biden's rulership post 2020, Americans experienced negative real wage growth for 1.5 years. This never went away. This resentment and anger never went away against Biden. But the reason why, even when they were talking about how the economy is rebounding, and it certainly did, it trended positively towards the end of the Biden administration. The reason why I kept repeating over and over again that this is still not a success was for the very same reason that when the economy was seemingly hot all the way back in 2016, for the average American, it still was not working. And there has never been a point, I would say, since 2008 especially, where the economy has actually worked for the working class. Not at all. So whenever these guys run the same back and forth on, jobs numbers, unemployment numbers, GDP numbers, all this shit, they're actually refusing to factor in how terrible the economy is for the average working class American. Okay?
At survey data, the response rate has really dropped in recent years. So they're trying to merge survey data with now in this report, Brianna, much clearer and much more pointed tax filing data that businesses provide. And they're trying to merge those two and trying to paint a clearer picture. But also in those tax filings from companies, they will not be reporting undocumented workers. And so we know that they are a large portion of the labor force, but they will not be counted in this report. That is also why you can potentially see that this number is revised a lot lower than was anticipated.
Yeah, parallels to your analogy about giving a homeless dude $1 and expecting them to be grateful. Not even $1. You walk by a homeless person and you chuck a fucking dime at them, and then they turn around and they spit at you and you say, "What do you mean? Your financial circumstances have improved by 10 cents. I just gave you 10 cents. How dare you not be grateful?" That's it. Simple explanation of how GDP is not a perfect
Let's say
metric.
you pay someone $100.
Oh my God. It's going to be the 3-minute version of the two economists walk into the woods argument. Okay. It's one that I use all the time as well. Okay. Two economists walk into the woods. One economist says to the next, "There's shit right there. I'll give you $50 if you eat that shit." The economist eats the shit and takes the $50. Okay? Then they keep walking. There's another shit on the ground. The second economist who just ate the shit turns to the first and says, "Hey, I'll give you $50 if you eat that piece of shit on the ground." First economist says, "Yes, I'll take it." They stop and they go, "What was this for?" "We both ate shit and the $50 is back in my pocket." First economist says, "Aha, well, we just increased the GDP by $100. That's it. Is this shit from a butt? That is $100 worth of economic growth. You just butchered that fucking joke, man." No. What do you mean? That's it. That's the joke.
$100 to clean your apartment. Well, congrats. You just boosted your country's GDP by $100. But here's the catch. If you cleaned your apartment yourself, the GDP wouldn't go up at all because there wasn't a sale. Even if you'd produce the exact same output as someone else cleaning your apartment. That's one reason why it isn't a perfect metric. So if you've ever wondered how it's possible for people to survive in some countries with really low GDPs, it's partly because they do a ton of these activities themselves without a sale. Activities such as farming for food, cooking, child childcare and elder care. None of that gets counted towards GDP, whereas buying takeout and paying for a daycare would count towards GDP. So how exactly is this metric calculated? Well, it's this whole formula, but to oversimplify how it works, you start by just adding up every dollar people spend in your country. The idea is that when you spend $1, someone else must have had to produce something worth $1. So how much we spend is how much we produce. Okay, but what if you spend $10 on a t-shirt at a local shop, but it was produced abroad? Then wouldn't this methodology add $10 to your country's GDP even though your country didn't produce this $10 t-shirt? Well, to factor that out, we subtract imports, so that you're just left with the items that your own country produced. And the reverse is true for exports, where you add exports to the amount that your country produced. Now, the only thing with our modern globalized economy is that the math is never this clean, since almost every good we have is produced by a bunch of countries, not just one. But no worries, because you could add up just the parts of a good that your own country produced. For example, let's say you produce and sell a bike in the United States for $500, but you had to import a bunch of parts for the bike for $300. That means that you add $500 to the US GDP when you sell the bike, but subtract $300 for your imports, meaning that you increased American GDP by $200. But okay, the math still isn't this clean either, because corporate accountants kind of mess with these numbers. For example, you would think that if Apple sells an iPhone for $1,000, but paid $300 abroad to get it manufactured, then Apple increased the US GDP by $700, right? Well, not really. A lot of that $700 actually went to Ireland. This is because Apple wants to avoid paying taxes, so Apple created a subsidiary company in Ireland, and that Irish company technically owns the intellectual property rights for the iPhone. In fact, when Apple transferred its intellectual property to Ireland in 2015, this boosted Ireland's GDP by so much that the IMF estimated that 25% of Ireland's GDP growth in 2017 came from the iPhone. Though obviously the Irish people don't benefit at all from this GDP growth, as there weren't that many Irish engineers, designers, or workers hired to make this iPhone. And Irish people don't get to keep Apple's profits. And this is just one example of corporate accounting that messes with the numbers, but these type of practices are extremely common. And there are a lot more flaws with GDP as a metric in general. For example, if an oil spill happens and you have to spend $2 billion to clean it up, well, that boosts the GDP by $2 billion. Even though oil spills intuitively should be a negative thing, especially for the environment. The reasons why GDP is so flawed could be an entire video on its own, but hopefully this gave you a good overview on how the basics work.
This is a 0 out of 10 explanation because he did not talk about two economists walking in the woods and eating shit. Sorry. I'm just saying. Yes, you're right. A truly flawed video. Job applications have been turning into a nightmare process for a while, but this got dismissed as some TikTok derangement vibe for years while the labor market was tight. It's got slack now. If you make people feel like they're playing a rigged game, especially for something as crucial as self-worth or meeting basic needs of the job, where do you expect that frustration to go? Doesn't it only count if they report the exchange of money to eat shit? Yeah, they're economists. Of course they're going to report the money that they ate shit. What about black market shit eaters? I don't know. When new words are invented to explain a recession, I'm like a chocoholic but for booze. Trump is in danger of getting trapped in the same vibe session dynamic that doomed Biden, only this time the structural signals are flashing red and Trump's signature legislation is toxic. Using vibe session to describe distress caused by a stuttering economy reminds me of the classic Onion piece. Yeah. This time it's going to be worse, though. Like, that's the other thing. It's going to be worse. Donald Trump is ill-equipped to deal with anything, really. But, well, especially this.
And Bernie kind of alluded to it. He's like, he wears a nice suit. He's got a nice smile. And that can fool a lot of people. Trust me. I know, Kaylee. But they're on to something with the prices and all that. I mean, prices are still high. Can't Trump just bring in some corporate executives and just say, hey, guys, there's going to be a socialist revolution in this country if you guys don't do something. Please do something. I mean, you could do this with the heads of these universities. I mean, these tuition rates are out of control. Why doesn't he just say, guys, we're going to invest down. Get this stuff down.
Yeah, he's working on it. Look, Scott Besson is the best of the best along.
This is like when the mere threat of unionization causes a company to immediately boost wages. Okay? You got a dude who's like, I'm a socialist and I want to tackle affordability. And immediately these Republicans are like, we hate socialism. It's really scary. Go, dude, you got to do something about this. You got to bully these people immediately. Yes, also known as the USSR effect. This is why it's important that there is a different world power out there who presents a alternative vision.
Alongside Donald Trump, Scott Bessent said, I'm predicting Q4, you're going to see an accelerant on this economy. And already, if you look at it, 3.3% GDP growth, hundreds of billions of dollars of investment pouring into the United States. Donald Trump's cut taxes, deregulating. He has poured a fire on this economy. We're having to dig out from 4 years of Biden-era fecklessness, but we're getting there. And I can tell you this, by the midterms, I think you're going to have a very evident contrast between communist New York City and a thriving United States of America.
All right, Kaylee.
What is the USSR effect? A specter haunting Europe is the USSR effect. When so close in proximity, you have an alternative vision for how society should be run, people start getting ideas. And the Western liberal capitalists, in order to appease the masses and to prevent a full-blown rebellion from taking place, a revolution from taking place, choose to offer amenities such as an expansive welfare state so that you can stop people from recognizing how much has been stolen from them. Of course, in the absence of that counterbalance, in the absence of the USSR, in the aftermath of the illegal dissolution of the USSR, you have had an era of unlimited neoliberalism. We're there right now. We're living in the ashes of that. Without any sort of counterbalance on the global stage, even these beacons of social democracy, these expansive European welfare states, are hit with the austerity ray, with seemingly no interest whatsoever in offering any amenities to the public. Just more tax breaks for the super wealthy, and then austerity to make up for that budget shortfall. Until recently, people didn't know what the fuck was going on in China. And even now, there are people that are far more antagonistic towards the existence of China. China, unlike the USSR, also does not interfere in the affairs of the globe, or tries to even present like an influence peddling operation in the way that the USSR did. For China, the expression of socialism with Chinese characteristics begins and ends on the boundaries of mainland China. For people that say, what about the Belt and Road Initiative? There is not a single part of the Belt and Road Initiative that has made demands over aligning nations in terms of their forms of self-governance. As a matter of fact, China is very hands-off when it comes to aligning with countries, no matter how fascist they might even be. That's where we're at. China is just invested in trades maxing, and that's it, and nothing else. China is still a major trade partner to Israel. Israel is doing a genocide. You talk about Sri Lanka, similar situation. China does not hold back at all. China is never invested in interfering with the affairs of foreign nations. But of course, this back and forth is also correct, because the Chinese assessment of non-interventionism, above all else, is perhaps best dictated by their assessment of USSR's interest in soft power initiatives and its endless interest in aligning with a network of socialist nations and communist nations. So I don't know. The one thing I do know, however, is that China is not the USSR. In terms of its network of influence, or in terms of its global power and global relevance, China is far, far more powerful than the USSR ever could have been, as far as how important the Chinese economy is to the ways in which global trade is designed now. China is the manufacturing hub of the entire planet. The USSR never was. Like, not even close. That is the reason why America can intervene in countries surrounding China. America can have a placeholder, an imperial vestige in aligning in nations that are all the way around China. But America cannot intervene in the affairs of China as easily and collapse China in the way that they could with any other foreign adversary. That's it. China winning and presenting a country that uses socialism and succeeds will inevitably lead to the spread of socialism in ways that the USSR couldn't. More than any other nation, China has studied the collapse of the USSR the most and works to never let that happen to them. That's why they do the things that they do. I mean, I think so. I think that's part of it. But I think that they are heavy-handed in their pragmatic approach. They're a little bit too pragmatic. But then again, I'm an American. I live in the United States of America. And my country's interventions around the world have been so unimaginably repulsive, so unimaginably evil that who am I to fucking say, hey, Xi Jinping, come on, please do something. It is once again another reflection of how powerless we are here as American citizens, that we rely on a totally foreign country to fix the problems that we are creating by design, deliberately. I know we are used to Republicans lying, but this stuff is really next level. Oh yeah, this is Speaker Johnson doesn't think Trump's birthday note to Epstein is real. It's such a funny thing to lie about, man. I don't know.
Mr. Speaker, do you think the Trump birthday note to Epstein is real?
I don't. They say it's not.
Mr. Speaker, do you think the Trump...
I agree with you on this. Besides Israel, they need to move on Israel. You mean like they need to take action against Israel? Yeah, once again, it's our fault. It's our failure. It's our issue. But once I said this already. China does not intervene in the affairs of foreign nations that it is trying to develop security cooperative agreements with in their own fucking backyard, even when it's beneficial. Like arming the Philippine government against the Maoist rebel movement is a clear-cut example of this. America would never let go of a sympathetic group of, in this circumstance for America, it'd be fascists. You know, don't shoot the messenger. That's just who they align with. That's who America aligned with. Anti-communists almost always were fascists. So America would never let a group of fascist militants that are willing to fucking take up arms and fight against the government to not take advantage of that instability. China, on the other hand, doesn't give a shit. They will literally arm the government against the Maoist groups. That would drag China into proxy wars, though. See, that's what I'm saying. It's yet another example. With Israel, China could win the entire populations of the globe, of the Western world, but also certainly the global South as well, if it took some stringent action against the state of Israel and said, this is a criminal enterprise. We are no longer trading with Israel. It would shut off the Israeli economy. And not only would it shut off the Israeli economy, it would also be unimaginably beneficial for the standing of China all around the globe. It's just not going to happen. Too much risk for very little gain? No, I don't think it's little gain. I don't think it's little gain at all. Would you move to China? I think you prefer your Hollywood mansion smile. I think your topics on here can be interesting at times, though. Have a great day. Thanks, Joe Games. That's got to be the most normal hater of all time. Yeah, it's because I love my Hollywood mansion. That's why I won't move to China. All I'm saying is there's going to come a moment where it will be time for China to intervene, and I don't think they're going to.
And this revision, Vanessa, covers most of President Biden's final year in office, as you noted. It also comes after President Trump in
If you think being rich is antagonistic or contradicting within socialism, wait till you get a load of China. Chatter said, clearly you're hypocritical because here you are, wealthy, preaching the gospel of socialism. What you should do instead is move to China, which is, of course, a nation in abject poverty because of socialism. China is the OG. Socialism is not a poverty cult. To be rich is to be glorious nation, dude. Is there a chance you're both kind of right, though? It's true, though. You got to admit. Oh, my. No, it's not. You want to know why it's not? Because I'm not fucking trading stocks. I'm not like operating a business where I'm exploiting the labor of others. Okay? That's the difference. I could. I'm not a fucking landlord, you know? I'm not engaging in the act of capital accumulation, even within the confines of like acceptability. So no, the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored only by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Okay? That's it. No ads, no nothing. Just voluntary subscriptions in the form of a free one, which is a Twitch Prime, or a $6 a month subscription, which is 35% off, by the way. Gifted subs are 35% off on the month of September. Open presents. Thank you for the 25 gifted subs.
quite a spectacular fashion, fired the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. He accused her without evidence of rigging the numbers in favor of Democrats. Is there any reason to doubt this new data?
That's not what the dog shit takes. Never MAGA. Yes. Hey, MAGA, watch this, bro.
There isn't, and that is because
Watch
as a
this,
viewer at home,
MAGA.
you may be saying, wait a minute, these numbers keep changing up and down, but that's actually to get the numbers to more of an accurate representation of
You're going
the
to say,
jobs
Mr.
market.
President,
As new
no,
data comes
Mr.
in,
President,
more
we are
surveys
winning
come
so
in,
much.
More data points come in. The Bureau of Labor
Please, no
Statistics
more
is
winning,
able to
Mr.
get to a
President.
more
And I'm going to
accurate
say we're
picture
going to
of the
keep
jobs
winning.
market. And Brianna, in February of 2026,
So
we will
much
actually
winning.
get the final annual number for what the labor market looked like this year. Also worth pointing out that the commissioner of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Brianna, doesn't have any oversight over the
Yeah, he's destroying the woke jobs, dude. You see, you don't understand. He's destroying all the jobs that were given to the woke, okay? All the woke jobs are gone. It's just the non-woke jobs that remain now. We're
collection
winning.
of this data. They're not involved in the data. And when these big jobs reports comes out on a Friday, the commissioner doesn't even see that data until the Wednesday before. And William Beach, he's a former BLS commissioner under President Trump. He's told CNN that when he was commissioner, he was locked out of the process in the building of which this data collection was happening. So the commissioner is so far removed from this process that they have little involvement. However, we have heard from the Bureau of Labor Statistics that certainly the BLS could do for an
You need a little cuck chair scene thing on the screen to put the chatters like this in when you pull them to watch their jobs report. Yeah. Per the Financial Times, manufacturing is the worst economic position of any sector of the economy at the moment. The U.S. has lost 78,000 manufacturing jobs so far in 2025. Those tariffs sure are working great. Yeah. You know what else is really good, by the way? Normally, this is a person who is antagonistic to everything that I believe and everything that I talk about. But in this situation, they are right. Okay. But you know what's really good? Deporting a bunch of Korean nationals after allowing them to work in the country to build a fucking massive battery facility that is going to hire 8,000 Americans. That's right. That was a real victory, a real W by the Trump administration this past week. What makes it even funnier is that happened a week after Donald Trump touted getting hundreds of billions of dollars of promise notes from the Korean government. Okay? So good. It was so excellent. What an excellent move, Mr. President. You are so bold. This guy said Hasan is anti-China takes. Hasan doesn't know shit about the Philippine Maoists. They're called the CPP-MPA. They are seen as terrorists, bandits, kidnappers by the Filipino people for the past 50 plus years. Literally negative motion and universally hated in the Philippines. Stop misinforming people with your misleading anti-China takes. Yeah, as opposed to the fucking neo-Nazis that the American government always utilized when causing instability in the countries that they wanted to dominate. What the fuck are you talking about? We're just saying that the guys are fucking Maoist and China could use them to foment instability, to cause instability, and then, take over the country in a way that suits their purpose. It's not whataboutism at all. Also, it's not the only it's not the only Maoist group or Maoist formation that China is actively against. Do you think that the Chinese government is given arms to the Filipino government specifically because of the good nature of their heart? No, it's just because they think that this is the better version of soft power initiatives, which has been a failure so far. How can they, if the CPP is universally hated in the country? I don't know. In the aftermath of World War II, do you think the fascists were actually super popular groups in all of the countries where they inevitably took control over the country? My point, America uses ISIS, dude. What are we talking about? It doesn't matter. My statement is not about how awesome the Filipino Maoist movement is. My statement is more so about China's reluctance to engage with any country and intervene in any country on their domestic affairs, even if it's potentially to their benefit. That was it. That was all I was stating. America, on the other hand, does not even shy away from utilizing ISIS to foment instability. Does China arm Palestine? No.
Upgrade. They could do a modernization of the data collection to maybe make it more timely, maybe make it a little more accurate in terms of the initial reporting. But the Trump administration says that they are going to look into that. But we know that President Trump was pretty unhappy with that July jobs report that did show.
I know this is a topic I've blabbered about quite a bit, but it's something that only continues to spiral more and more out of control. advertisements during streams. Twitch being the most egregious culprit. I think out of pretty much every service that exists, Twitch's advertisement model is the worst. Actually, you know what? Strike that from the record. I take that back. Put the poop back in my butt. I'm not giving that crown to Twitch because I think mainstream media outlets are so much worse with their advertisements. I don't know how many of you have gone on the internet with the condom off, no ad blocker. It is miserable when you go to any news site. Like, tabloids are the worst, like Daily Mails, obviously, The Sun, shit like that. You will not even see your article. There'll be like 4 auto-playing ads everywhere. Fucking cerebral jacking in, like, Ford advertisements. Like, the article is just encapsulated, entombed in so many ads. So I actually think journalism sites are much worse, but Twitch is a close second. Anyway, the reason why I'm yapping about this again is...
No, dude, when you're on your phone and you try to scroll any website, like any news website, it is the most cumbersome, the worst experience of all time. Because my phone doesn't have ad blocker. It is a fucking nightmare. The web page doesn't load because it's just filled to the fucking brim with ads. And then when it does finally load, you scroll, and then while you're in the process of scrolling, an ad pops up. Like through the scrolling endeavor, an ad is scrolling up, and then you accidentally hit it, and then now you're on a totally different page. It is the worst, dude. Oh my fucking God, it's so bad.
Because a report was recently published about how Twitch viewership is down significantly, the lowest level it's been in 5 years since their bot crackdown, which I've already touched on, but a lot of people have been speculating that it's more than just the bots contributing to the decline in viewership. XQC's take recently just kind of popped off and has reopened this discussion to a broader audience, and it's a really interesting one. He and many others believe that a lot of people are tuning out of Twitch because the ads ruin the experience. What's going on Twitch right now is often being compared to television, how TV started to decline once streaming got a foothold because most people switched from TV to streaming because they were fed up with all of the ad breaks interrupting them. It was far more convenient and a lot more enjoyable to just watch what you want to watch without any interruptions. But of course that opened up its own can of worms with how many streaming services are popping up like fucking weeds across the globe. It is a goddamn pandemic. But the point is, ads made people want to switch from that service, television, to something that had less ads. And in the streaming space, right now we're seeing that with Twitch mainly, but not just exclusively to Twitch, YouTube. YouTube ads have recently been fucking exploding. Like, there are so many more ads now that users are noticing during streams. Though it can't hold a candle to Twitch, where the standard affair on Twitch, if you don't have an ad blocker or if you're not subscribed to the streamer you want to check out, is you go on Twitch, you go to a category, you click on a stream, you sit through like a 2-minute pre-roll ad before you ever even see the content. You see, like in the top right, the countdown for how many more minutes of ads you have to sit through before getting to the content you wanted to watch in the first place. And you say it's not worth it, and you exit out of that person's stream and then just go to someone that you're subscribed to, or you just go somewhere else. Like, I am at the point, and I've been at this point for a while, where if there's a pre-roll that plays, I just leave. And on my streams, there are pre-rolls. Not because I put them there, it's because Twitch has it as an automated process. If you don't run at least, like, 3 minutes of ad breaks...
Yo, I have a solution if he wants to truly be ad-free. Put the fucking politics CCL on, and you'll be fine. A new invention brought to you by the Anti-Defamation League, also known as the Apartheid Defense League, brought to you on twitch.tv/HasanAbi. No, literally, if you put on Politics CCL, they don't serve any ads. Your channel runs Twitch ads? Wait, it does? No, people say that, but no, I think it's your ad blocker that thinks I'm like automatically running an ad or something. I don't even have pre-rolls anymore. Yeah, because I have a content label. I have a content classification label for politics, and Twitch does not serve any politics on the, or serve any ads on the politics content classification label. Prime ads? Your channel runs Twitch ads Prime? No, I don't think so.
3 minutes worth of ads for every hour that you stream, Twitch puts pre-rolls there. You earn your good boy points through ad breaks on Twitch, and if you reach a...
You said it's because your contract ended? Yeah. I stopped running ads because my contract ended, but there were still pre-rolls that could be run. But the reason why pre-rolls don't run is because I'm on the politics content classification.
Certain threshold, they get rid of the pre-rolls. What benevolent saints. For me, though, I don't do the 3-minute ad break. I do the literal lowest level possible. I'll show you exactly what it looks like to clear up a lot of confusion I'm seeing, because now a lot of people are saying, Twitch is blameless. Actually, we need to all point our fingers at the streamers. They're the ones that are running 30 minutes of ads per every hour they stream. They're the ones that are greedy and putting the pre-roll ads there. And you're half right. There are streamers that do put the maximum amount of ads per hour possible and just force their viewers to just fucking take the punishment, take the belt to the cheeks. That's brutal. It does get rid of the pre-rolls, but that shit sucks. The pre-rolls are something that Twitch does, not the streamer. So as you can see here, streamers like you have to run up to 3 minutes of ads per hour. In the past month, streamers like you who are based in US, have 6K concurrent viewers, stream gaming, whatever, have to run 3 minutes of ads per hour. So they're trying to push that, and if you don't, then you get the pre-rolls. So I have it set to 30 seconds of ads per hour that I stream, the actual lowest it can possibly go. And because of that, I have pre-rolls that Twitch shoehorns in there. But this can go all the way up to 22 minutes and 30 seconds worth of ads per hour that you stream. And I think there are streamers that do that. They just fucking have it go Insano style, turbo mode, off the charts ads out the wazoo here for it. And that is entirely on the streamers. That is not Twitch's fault. I do think that ruins streaming. Streamers that do that and try and normalize that level of ads. That shit is diabolical. But as for the pre-rolls, that is on Twitch. And I think that is a terrible, terrible practice. That is the antithesis to what streaming is supposed to be, where it is just a live flow of content and you click on things that seem interesting or streamers that you might be interested in watching, and no one wants to sit through fucking 3 minutes before they even see that stream to see if they even like that streamer. They're just gonna leave, like I do. It's just stupid. But it is what it is. That's what the platform is. And it's extremely annoying. And I would actually say that the way Twitch does ads is worse than television ever was. By its very nature, streaming is supposed to be a constant flow of content. You are watching something live. And when it gets interrupted with a 3-minute ad break, it's not just like everything pauses while you watch those ads. You are just now missing 3 minutes of what you tuned in to see. Whereas television, even when you're watching a live sporting event, when the ad break pops up, there's a timeout. There is a break. You don't miss anything. Or if you're watching your favorite show and it gets to the big climax and then there's an ad break, well, the climax doesn't happen in the fucking background. You don't miss anything. When it comes to streaming, you do. So I think it is much worse, and it is much more intrusive, and it is far more out of control now than it ever was for TV. Because at least with TV, there was a set amount of commercial breaks. On Twitch, Jesus, Lord knows, because streamers control it. And there are a lot of streamers that just do maximum ad breaks, so it'll be fucking 7 minutes worth of ads for every hour streamed, or significantly more. They could be doing 3-minute ad breaks every 10 minutes. There is no telling how many ads you will be served when watching a Twitch stream. At least with TV, you knew. There was an expectation, and there was plans around it from the content itself. Again, you didn't miss anything with the ad breaks. With streaming, you do. And it's annoying. And people are really fed up. So I do agree with the take that XQC has said, as well as many others have said, about how ads are literally leading to the death of streaming, in particular on Twitch. Because Twitch is the worst offender for it. YouTube is going down that path with how many ads they're starting to shove down users' throats. Twitch is still in a worse state with it, and I don't see either platform improving in this department. I just think they're going to make it even worse. Especially Twitch. Twitch, I feel has been treading water for a while. Now they do this bot crackdown, their numbers plummet for a little bit. I think that maybe scares them a bit about the potential advertiser hit that they might take, where the advertisers are oh, Twitch, this is a big drop. Maybe we won't spend as much on Twitch. Maybe it's not worth the budget that we're allocating over there. We're going to cut back on this. And then they're going to go even harder, pushing their other brand partners to try and, foster that relationship and keep it tight, because they're going to need to, fucking latch onto it. So I really feel Twitch's direction with ads has only been getting worse and more intrusive and ruining the experience further and further. YouTube is starting to follow suit because, like I mentioned, they are pumping a ton of ads on streams as well now. Not to Twitch's level yet, but it is there. And I just think that it is horrible for streaming, like, in general. Nobody wants to sit through streams like that where it's interrupted by minutes worth of ads for shit nobody wants in the first place. It is what caused TV to go in a bit of a rough patch there because streaming offered a better ad-free service. And I've already seen some spitball solutions here that I think are pretty trash. One of them was, well, you should be paying all the streamers anyway. So if you want to watch content ad-free, well, fork over some clams to the streamer and subscribe to them. What the fuck, goober? No, that's super stupid. Streaming is free. Like, you are producing...
Excellent React King. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Take a week off. All right, I don't even fully understand. I mean, he's just like, he's just complaining about how fucking ads are slammed up the ass cheeks to Twitch as a platform, which is true. Joe Wilson, official Twitter account of the U.S. Representative Joe Wilson and Dick Durbin have also made a statement. Repeated violations of NATO airspace by Russian drones are a fair warning that Vladimir Putin is testing our resolve to protect Poland and the Baltic nations. After the carnage Putin continues to visit on Ukraine, these incursions cannot be ignored. Russia is attacking NATO ally Poland with Iranian Shahed drones less than a week after President Trump hosted President Naraki at the White House. This is an act of war, and we are grateful to NATO allies for their swift response to criminal Putin's continued unprovoked aggression against free and productive nations. I urge President Trump to respond with mandatory sanctions that will bankrupt the Russian war machine and arm Ukraine with weapons capable of striking Russia. Putin is no longer content with just losing in Ukraine. I don't think he's doing this because he's losing in Ukraine. I think he's doing this because he's winning in Ukraine, and there's not really much that the Western nations have been able to put together as opposed to, like, in opposition to that victory that he is getting in Ukraine. I also don't really understand where the fuck this is supposed to go. I don't even understand why fucking Russia would just like start droning Poland. He is now directly testing our resolve in NATO territory. Putin stated that Russia knows no borders. Free and prosperous nations will teach Russia about borders. I got it. I have a solution to this. Allow Israel to nuke the rest of the Middle East. I think that's what we need to do. And we also need to give more money to Israel as well. This representative is being quite anti-Semitic right now about arming and beefing up support for the free and fair Baltic nations. Excuse me. The only Baltic nation I care about is Israel, okay? The only free and fair nation on the planet is Israel. Am Israel high. This is ridiculous. Yeah. Notice how he didn't mention October 7 or the hostages. Quite anti-Semitic, sweetie. The info so far is that the F-16s have been awakened because Russia is attacking Ukraine and they're trying to make sure that nothing damages the Polish land. Both Latvia and Belarus currently are having military exercises with extensive GPS spoofing from both sides. Some drones missed their path. Nothing big or coordinated happened. I can sense irony on you, and for that, I'm reporting you to the Gestapo. Well, I guess I'm going to prison. No, dumbass, we need to enforce the Caribbean 9- line and invade Vuvuzela. That's true. So many opportunities. There's also a European continent incursion that we can engage in with Greenland, right? I mean, that's another thing that the Trump administration was showing appetite for. It's fantastic. Anywhere around the planet, dude. Anywhere around the motherfucking planet. Also, apparently, there is new footage of the reported drone attacks on the Alma ship on the Samud Gaza Aid Flotilla. The boat was sailing under the British flag. Fire damage seen in this video. This attack on another Gaza Aid Flotilla ship, this one sailing under the British flag, comes just hours before the Israeli president is set to visit the UK. See, this is what I'm talking about when I say, like, this is obviously not anti-Semitic. Okay? This is, allowing this to happen is the maximum combating of anti-Semitism that you can do. Obviously, Streamer Coin, thank you for the 26 gifted subs. Yeah, what kind of SIG is that? Seemingly the same exact kind of SIG that initially impacted the first ship. Yeah. Another, do you see that? Another cigarette. How crazy. Another cigarette lighting up another life jacket. Yeah. It's just many such cases, you know? Yeah, what are the fucking odds, dude? What are the goddamn odds of so many cigarettes just keep getting flicked on these flotillas? Anyway, Polish representative official account about the Russian attack. We are waiting for official information about the Russian drone attack. We are waiting, and be careful about what is on the internet right now. Okay, what does this mean? This is nothing. What is this? Travelers went viral.
2 American travelers went viral after accidentally booking a flight to Tunis, Tunisia, instead of Tunis, France. The women who were traveling through Europe over the weekend didn't realize their mistake until they were already on the plane, a moment captured in a now viral TikTok video.
Is this going to Nice?
Tunis, yeah. I thought you said to Nice, which is in France.
Oh.
That's why you confused me.
Wait, where is this going?
Tunisia, in Tunisia.
TikTok creator Brittany Dizialo documented the entire ordeal, posting more than 21 videos in just 24 hours, which have collectively racked up millions of views. After speaking with flight attendants, they learned they had no choice but to stay on the flight and figure out their next steps once they landed in Tunisia.
Nice. We told them Nice.
Yes, later.
After
this flight.
It's gonna go to Nice?
We change the plane later.
We're gonna have to go change it in Tunis.
From there, Brittany chronicled their unexpected detour, arriving in.
This is the most insane story I've ever heard in my life. What the fuck? How do you do that? You didn't look at the boarding pass at all? The story began here and they have like 20 more parts.
Wait.
This has 3 million likes.
Is this going to Nice?
No, this is fake, right? This has got to be fake. Nah, this is fake. This is fake. They're just like faking it. They did it on purpose and they're acting as though this is a...
In Tunis, trying to explain their situation to airport employees and scrambling to find a way to Nice.
We told them we needed a new flight to Nice, France, but they accidentally booked us to Nice, Africa, period.
At first, they were told there were no available flights until morning, but after speaking with a supervisor, they managed to secure seats on a later flight that same night, though they had to pay out of pocket for the new tickets. Exhausted but relieved, the duo finally made it to Nice by the next morning. While the girls were able to laugh through their pain, the saga has been met with a mix of opinionated TikTokers, many criticizing them for their blindness to the mistake of booking the wrong ticket until they had already boarded the plane. Their whole spiel is just so painfully stereotypical American when it comes to their perception of Africa being one huge scary place, wrote Ben Schlappig on the travel news site 1 Mile at a Time. He continues, and
I mean, this is the fakest story of all time, low-key. I suspect this is exactly... I mean, this is normie slop that normies eat up and they're like, haha, it's funny. And to them, I say, great. It's fantastic. No harm, no foul. Dude, Tim Pool is live about Poland right now. I'm done. I can't deal with this. Okay? I can't fucking deal with this because it's like, not only is the Poland stuff just, we don't know anything about it, but Tim Pool is like the dumbest person to tune into on any issue, let alone an issue there's not a lot of detail on at this moment. Like, why the fuck would I look at what Tim Pool has to say, man? That motherfucker is paid for by Russia. Like, he's the worst person on this issue. He got paid by the Russian state. It's so crazy because, like, on the one hand, it's already a breaking news story. There's not a lot of evidence. There's not a lot of information that's readily available. Everyone's fucking panicking. They're like, it's World War III or it's World War III. And then on the other hand, it's also Tim Pool. Like, any issue, if you were to come in here to my chat right now and be like, yo, did you see what Tim Pool had to say about this? It better be the funniest Tim Pool video of all time. Okay? You could get a lot less people chatting like that if you did some gaming. Yeah, to be fair, if I did gaming, a lot of people would just leave. What is this? Did you see the next GQ mag? Glenn Powell? This Glenn Powell GQ shoot is absolutely bonkers. What the fuck? It's kind of sick. I like it. This is cool, man. It looks like it's AI. There's no way it's AI. Is it? No shot. Is this fake? Like, or is this actually a new... Like, I'm not saying this is not made with AI. If it's AI, then it's not a real GQ shoot, is what I mean. GQ is not going to fucking do AI. The state of the American male in 2025. Okay. Yeah, obviously it's a muscle suit, chatters. I didn't think this was what Glenn Powell actually looked like. I'm not fucking stupid. Dude, oh my God. Every magazine is hitting the fucking state of masculinity shit now, huh? Are they mocking your article? No. Bro, an Austro-Hungarian hot air balloon has drifted into Ottoman airspace. War is in the offing, and you're looking at fucking GQ shaking my head. Do you see Adept and Maya got arrested by a prankster named Eric? Oh yeah, I saw clips of it. It's pretty crazy that he did like he really accelerated the whole
It brings me great.
What is this? Oh, this is for members only, chat. I can't see this yet. I'm not a member. We'll watch it when it comes out for everybody. But not adapt. Sorry, did I say adept? Oh, there's also the David stuff too. What was I? Oh yeah, there was a news article that came out. There was a news bit that came out talking about how they found a dead body in the car of David. What happened during the Qatar situation? I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. Everybody shut the fuck up. Okay? Shut the fuck up. I swear to God, I'm gonna end the stream right now. Every single person is like, this is our opportunity to fucking hit whatever our own personal shit is that we need to talk about. Okay? No, not David Dayan, man. David, the musician that's done music with Jason. Okay? And no, I'm not going to pull up your chat about fucking the situation in Nepal. Take a week off. Oh my God, dude. Oh my fucking God. Here.
Well, we don't know how he was in the vehicle as that car was found several days ago, but TMZ is reporting that the car is linked to the popular singer David. We can go ahead and show you his photo. TMZ reports that the car is registered in Hempstead, Texas to David Anthony Burke, David's real name. He now last posted on social media yesterday and is scheduled to perform today in Minneapolis. Sky 5 was overhead as detectives were seen surrounding a black Tesla in a Hollywood tow yard. That's where investigators found a body wrapped in a bag in the car's front trunk. LAPD detectives responded to Hollywood Tow, located on the 1000 block of Mans.
Yeah, I suspect it was like stolen or some shit, but that's crazy, right? There's no way that he's just like I don't believe that he is a murderer. That would be the most insane thing of all time. I met him once. Like, he was a really nice dude. That would be genuinely shocking. I feel like my sus meter is so busted if that's the case. You know what I mean?
Field Avenue near Romaine Street shortly before 12:30 yesterday afternoon. This after employees from the tow yard reported a foul odor coming from the vehicle, which was parked on the roof of the tow yard's parking structure. KTLA spoke with a man who was getting his car from the lot as the investigation was underway.
That's kind of messed up. I mean, I don't want to swear on camera, but yeah, I'd say that.
You didn't. You just said it's kind of messed up.
It's pretty horrifying. Nobody wants to. I mean, we live here, so that's kind of gross. Yeah, I mean, I hope they find who did. I mean, the person, though, their family, that's got to be terrible.
Bro, that dude, my sus meter says that dude did it. Whoever that guy is. No, I'm kidding.
The LAPD towed the car from the yard.
He got the Kash Patel look to him. You know what I mean? You know what I'm talking about? When Kash Patel tries to describe something that's going on, and you look at his face, and you're like, dude, what are you hiding? Oh, Jesus Christ. It's a joke. It's a joke.
The LAPD towed the car from the yard after gathering evidence at the scene. They say the car was reported abandoned in the Hollywood Hills about 5 days ago. Once again, at this time, the identity of the person found in it is not known. Also, not known if the body is that of a male or a female. Now, back here live, we have reached out to reps for the singer to get a statement or see if they have any more information about this situation. Anyone who may know anything, though, is also encouraged to contact the LAPD.
Only way to get the LAPD to recover a stolen vehicle? I mean, I don't know. But yeah, this is the guy. This is David.
You should bring your best friends right now. Meet me on the west end uptown. I promise I will never let you down.
Which is a crazy way to introduce this guy to this community, but that's not. I don't think he's related to this incident, for the record. But that's, for those of you who don't know, that's who David is. He seems like a very nice guy too.
Your best you want it, babe. I don't know if I love you, it's hard to say. I could be with you every day, but I might forget your name. I don't wanna say too much, I already said enough. Make sure you stay in touch, I might just fall in love. Let me see some, I can give you everything, I just need a reason. Different time, different place, or a different season. But
Yeah, he's cooperating. He's cooperating with the investigation in the body found in the impounded Tesla, and I think he's already he's doing a concert right now. So respect the nephew, but it's singing his cheeks. I think you guys are cheeks. This is a great song, man. What the fuck? Y'all are crazy, dude. Oh my god, this community that I have, this community that I've cultivated is one that is just a bunch of fucking annoying people that hate everything. Jesus Christ, all the time. Man, this sucks. Go back to war. That's what you sound like all the time, bro. Holy moly. It's just like we want doomer shit. We want doomer shit all the time. The song sounds like how summer feels. Yeah, it's a good sound. It's a good song. It was a bop, dude. Holy fuck. Poland attacked! Anyway, 4 minutes till your internet goes out, at least fill it with gaming. Also, so many things happened today that I didn't even get to do this, which is Katie Drummond. My Wired magazine article came out. Hassan Piker will never run for office. The Twitch streamer could pivot from influencer to candidate, but he tells Wired's big interview podcast he'd rather use his platform to tell Dems you can't podcast your way out of this problem. And it's a 40-minute. It is a 40-minute pod, okay? And you guys can check it out. And we'll take a look at it as well. If one more person says Poland news, I'm going to fucking end it all, okay? I'm done. I'm done with Poland, okay? Stop. Jesus Christ. Sometimes I honestly feel like y'all just want fucking war to happen so you have something to escape the monotony of your day-to-day existence. I swear to fucking God. Why can't you be normal and escape the monotony of your day-to-day existence by watching me play Pee Pee Poo Poo Water Park? All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. It's Pee Pee Poo Poo Water Park time. Okay, we're back. I tried to play a little bit of Umama Sume, and I don't fully understand it. Gaming is here. You are seated. Gaming frogs are Oilers. I'm seeing that right now. Soft shell Krabby, thank you for the 10 gifted. Chatter, thank you for the 5 gifted. They are the real Oilers in this community. They're the real backbone of this community. All right, we have to sell 5 hot dog. We have to open park today and sell 5 hot dog. Are you guys ready? The park is open. Hey, take this. Already wants a ticket? Fuck. What about you? Take this. Wait, what did he say? Wake me up later? Oh, fuck you, dude. All right, hello. Welcome to the park. Oh, fuck. Oh, god damn it. Okay. Isaiah passed for 4 hours teen. I feel like some of these guys are not teens, bro. I swear, when they say teen, I don't believe it. And they don't feel like teens to me. All right, get out of here, bro. Never yet. Oh, she's Iranian, I think. Francisco, I see your ass. Pass for 4 hours, teen, slide pass. Here you go. I'm gonna come over there and beat your ass, dude. Sky, pass for 4 hours, adult with a slide pass. Also, here you go. Pass for 8 hours, teen, slide pass. Oh, I've been giving him the wrong ones this whole time. I've been scamming him, I think. Yeah. This motherfucker. Wait. Fuck. Neve's waiting for hot dog. Wait, do I drop it? Okay, I gotta get the hot dogs first. God damn it. Okay. Hey man, I'm buying a pack of hot dogs. All right. Wait, is that an order? What the fuck? No! Hands! No! Everything is collapsing! Fucking queso! You fucker! Get out of here! And he took a shit! And the pool is rusty! What is happening? How do I fix it? Oh! Shit! Oh, fuck! Get out of the way! I'm repairing the... Oh! Okay, we're good. Is he alive? Oh, I gotta fucking take care of the Duke. Fuck. Is this guy dead? What is happening? Why are they all dying? Dude, this day has fucking gotten completely out of control. Hot dog. Oh, fuck. All the hot dogs were stolen. How do I put water in here? Oh, close the plug. Oh, shit. Don't come here. Don't come in here. Don't come in here. Don't come in here. Don't come in here. Don't come in here. Don't come into the park. Don't come into the park. Park is closed. Park is closed. Park is closed. Park is closed. Fuck! Slide pass. 6 hours. Adult or teen. Okay, slide pass. Here you go, sir. Have a wonderful time. Okay. Oh, fuck! I just slid and fell. God damn it. Okay, this is so difficult. This is so difficult. Are these guys like dying in the pool? What's happening? Wait, where's the fucking freeloader? Are they dead? You received a fine for an ambulance dispatch? Oh, he's dead. Oh, he's dead. Clean the filter. Fuck. Oh my God. I had a much better handle on things. What is this? Out of order. Oh shit. What is happening, dude? What is happening? Why is everything falling apart so hard? These are also in a state of disrepair. Oh, never. I got you, girl. I got you. I got you. Ketchup. Oh, thank God. We got one hot dog. Okay, park is back in order. Fucking Christ. Okay. Does this need a state of, is this also in a state of this? Oh my God, it's 10%. Faster speed run this game? I can't. Even when it's clean, it still looks like dog shit, by the way. Oh, that bitch. Where is my freaking glove, dude? Guess waited too long for ticket. Oh no. Where are you at? Get the hell out of my goddamn park. No freeloaders. This ain't communism. This ain't communism. Y'all thought this is pee-pee poo-poo park. Woman beater, equal rights and equal lefts, chat. Y'all are out of your dang minds if you think I'm gonna allow people to come in here for free. I work real hard for this. I sweat for this, okay? Sweat equity, baby. Oh my God, everything's breaking all the time in real time. Sell hot dog. Ain't nobody wants motherfucking hot dogs, man. It's not my fault. Ain't nobody wants hot dogs. Ain't nobody wants to come to the park either. Hey, Melissa, you want to come to the park. You definitely want to come to the park. You want it. Yeah, let's go. What are you, a teen? No slide pass? 4 hours? Easy money.
Yeah.
There you go. Oh, God damn it. How do you not see the mop? iDubbbz raid? What up, iDubbbz? Hope you had a good stream. Fancy seeing you here. I'm operating Pee-Pee Poo-Poo Park, and everything is in a state of disrepair. What am I missing? Like, there's something I'm not doing right, because ain't nobody wants to fucking slide past teen for 4 hours price. Here you go. Lucas, pass for 4 hours teen slide pass. Joseph, pass for 4 hours teen slide pass. Again, a lot of teenagers coming in with a slide pass and everything. What is happening? Oh no, Melissa! Shit. That dude was 34. No, I know. There's hella people that just like act as though they're teenagers, you know, but they're not. I'm reminded of that one guy. Bro, there is no way that these guys are... Y'all are fucking assholes, dude. Actually, you're just deliberately you're deliberately walking on the puddle, bro. There is no way. And you guys keep throwing the trash on the ground when there's no reason to do so. Why are you throwing the trash in the pool? There's a trash can right here. Fuck. Joseph, what do you want? Mustard. Here you go. DJ Mustard. Now he's got a shit. Add both. Yeah. Melissa has poop on her mind. That's weird. Oh, what the fuck? There's poop right there? What the fucking hell is... What the hell are y'all These guys are animals, dude. What do you want? Just a regular ass dog? Here you... Who the hell eats a dog raw? Tutorial complete. That was just a tutorial? That was just the tutorial for Pee Pee Poo Poo Park? Bro, that is insane. You need to be the most cracked gamer of all time to run a water park. This is 2 days in the making, bro. It's so over. I got half a star. Look at the state of this goddamn park right now, bro. Get the fuck in there, Melissa. Wait, we're half a star in? That's cool. Fuck. No! Oh, god damn it. God damn it. Get out of the fucking way. There's just shit. There's just straight dookie up in here, bro. Who fucking puts the dookie right there? Who? What kind of animal? Oh, you're having a blast, ain't you? Yeah, that's right. I wish I was fucking having a blast while he's shitting in there. Let me clean this up a little bit too. This game just normalizes. You're becoming petite bourgeoisie. Bro, I'm already there, okay? I am, dude, owner-operated businesses are the backbone of the American economy. And let me tell you, okay? Get out of the way! Fuck. It's crazy. You're just standing right on the puddle. Like, what's wrong with you? And this shit broke as well. God damn it. Bro, Tatum, did I just see you throw trash while you were fucking... Oh my God. Oh my God. 16 visitors had a good rest thought. 3 visitors had I used a clean attraction thought. 6 visitors had I had a good snack thought. 12 visitors had a I'm injured thought. Oh my God. I'm injuring the frick out of everybody, bro. Look at this. 8 visitors had I saw something disgusting thought. Bro, I beat people with hammers. Satisfaction is at 44%. We are basically the Democratic Party. North Korea has better pools. Okay, well, you know, that's North Korea. Like, let me clean up this fucking place, dude. God damn it. Also, it's in the name. I think I don't need the sledgehammer in my inventory. That's like min-maxing shit, but this is what Kamala Harris meant when she said, I'm a small business. My mother was a small business. Like, this is what she was talking about. Oh my God, half a star. Let's go. Yeah, I finally respect Kamala Harris. Mop everything, bro? What do you mean? Is there a different mop? Is there something I'm missing? There's a mop. Is there some here? Like, this is when you upgrade. Use mop to clean items. Dude, my mother was a small business. I'm a small business. Poop everywhere. Okay, that's a bad... I need to do research. You use mop for everything? Bro, it's not working though. Like, this mop doesn't fucking clean it. This mop doesn't clean shit. Like, I tried mopping this. It doesn't work. Oh, what the fuck? It does. And no, wait, what is this nasty ass gunk in here still? I could have cleaned this whole time? Oh my Lord, it's been so gross this whole time, bro. Look how dirty my shit was. Well, I mean, cleaning it didn't make it better. It still looks dirty as hell. Oh my God, this shit was rusty from the dust, dude. What else can I mop? Can I mop this? Oh my God. Wait, the porta potties were only 50% unclean. So these guys were just like not even shitting from the butt. Oh, never mind. That one is 0% clean. Yo, we're on our way to a whole ass. You clean the shower? Why would you need to clean the shower? The shower is automatically clean, no? Wait, can you clean the duct? Nah, that shit looks nasty. Whitest thing you've ever said? I got the rusty trash bin. I can't. Oh, these won't even unlock until I get 1 star. So I can't even unlock shit right now. I can't even unlock anything right now because I'm not even at the 1 star level. Please wash your shower. Nah, that's fake news. Y'all are not. Wait, what does the beach ball do? Oh shit. What is it? All right, I gotta pee. Like in real life. Stats increase with quest progression. Don't worry, I got you. Okay, we're back. All right, where was I? It's pee pee poo poo park time. Freaking pee pee poo poo park, dude. I recommend life rafts to throw at drowning guests. Nah. Set quality preset to high and anti-aliasing to make the game look pretty. That's crazy. Why wasn't it high already? How difficult could this be? Wait, oh, dude, I'm gonna be a sweat. We need to increase the FOV so I can see more. 90 is good, probably. Yeah, look at, wait, what the fuck? Dude, this game cannot handle high quality presets. What is happening? Okay, it's fine now. Wow. Look at my beautiful park, man. Wait, we build with B, right? We got slides. Do I have everything? I do. I guess I have everything that I can build right now, you know? I have a pool, I have a slide, I have all the utilities necessary. Do I need more? Should I build another shower? Oh. Is this a better place to put it? Frick. Sell ticket, 15 tickets. That's easy. I can do that. Build a shower. Oh, fuck. It's the other way. Whatever. It don't matter. Add more trash cans. It just wants me to do 2 trash cans. Why should I add a 3rd? All right. Full spectrum coverage here, you know? Twitch integration, please? Nah. That's crazy. Okay. It's bedtime. Oh, wait. Let me get some... Welcome to Game On. Let me get some food, too. Honestly, I'm gonna need that. for tomorrow. You know what I mean? Get the fresh dogs in there. Fresh dogs. Won't it spoil overnight? Nah, it's fine. Day old dogs is even better. You let the taste accumulate. Yeah. All right, 15 tickets. Easy peasy, baby. Nothing to me. I got this shit. Park is open. Hello, welcome. Welcome to the park. Let me give out some fucking flyers too. Hey, yo, come to the park. Already wants a ticket. Already wants a ticket. Damn. There's hella heads coming in. Let's go. Pass for 6 hours. Teen slide pass. Bro, you do not look like a teenager, Tatum. You look like a whole ass adult. Every teenager. Wait, hello? What is that? Slide pass for 4 hours, teen. You better get your ass out of here quick. Neva is back. 8 hours. Teen with a slide pass. Lucas, come on. Quick. 6 hours, teen slide pass. A lot of teenagers coming in, dude. This is the hot town. This is the hot spot in the town, you know? Wait, do you have a... Are you fucking kidding me? Get the hell out of here. You want to fucking come to my park? You don't even pay and you're scared? Wait. Oh, yeah, you got to take it. Plane. Here you go, Tatum. Mustard. Here you go, Melissa. I got you, girl. Let's give out some flyers. Hey, yo, what's good? Here you go. You want this. You want this bad. Miguel. Oh, you're loving it, all right. Get in there. Get in there, Miguel. Wait, what? Ain't no fucking way, Miguel. Bro, what? Get the hell out of here. I just wasted a fucking flyer on your bitch ass. Brinley, 4 hours, adult. Slide pass. Coming right up, Brinley. Bro, that's crazy. I just gave that dude a flyer and he just came in for free. I'm so mad. Oh, trash. Piling up. I got you. Let me get this out of your way, ma'am. Add both. Oh, adventurous. I got you. Push Willow out. Bro, are you fucking for real? Are you for fucking real, dude? Ain't no way. Oh, you don't like it? Oh, you don't enjoy it? Make it stop? Get the fuck out of my park. Get the fuck out of my park. Anybody want a dog? Dog over here. Hit him with the hammer. Can I? Rayon, you look like you would enjoy the park. Pass for 6 hours. Teen. Slide pass. Incoming. Do we got another intruder in here? No, you guys are all here. Oh, dude. Uh-oh. We got dog alert. Dog alert. Oh, shit. Add ketchup. Damn, some of y'all just fucking... Where's your tip jars? Passive income? I haven't been able to research the concept of tipping. Oh, my God. I'm gonna bust that ass. I can't hit him with a... Oh, fuck. It won't let me smack him with a hammer. Get the frick out of here, dude. Oh, my God. I kicked her so hard. Rayon! Bro, I'm cooking. Like, there is no... Look, this park might not be the best, but there is no way that anybody could run it as good as me right now. I'm not even joking. Like, look at me. I'm cracked, dude. Wait, what is this? What the hell? Whoa! How'd that happen? Oh, shit. I keep sliding. What the hell? No, I want to clean it. Oh! Uh-oh, I'm stuck. Okay, now I can clean it, but I'm stuck. Uh-oh. Oh, no. I'm stuck. Guess waited too long for the dog. No! Oh, respawn. Does this guy not have a ticket? Joseph, get the fuck out of here. Asshole. Slide pass, 4 hours. Teen. Here you go. Oh, my God. The dookie toilets. Purple icon means evil. Wait, can I clean these? No, I can't. You guys are such fucking little liars, bro. I swear to God. Clean the windows, he says. There ain't no windows to clean. Hey, what's going on? Welcome to the park, Joseph. Yeah, you'll like it. Boring? Your ass, bro. Juliana, what about... I'm done here. What the fuck do you mean? Fuck you, Willow. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Fuck you, Joseph. Bitch. Talking shit about my park. You too, actually. Talking shit about my park. You need hot dogs, man. Shit, I do. I need some dogs. Hold on. While I'm here, I might as well grab some dogs. I have an intruder. Who? I don't see him. Oh, sorry. Mustard. Mustard on the beat, Leah. There you go. Boom. Where's the fucking... Oh, there it is. The intruder, bitch. I don't have the address. See, I'm cleaning while he's cleaning. Oh no, there's people at the ticket line. Fuck. 4 hours senior. Yo, you're a senior. Should you be on the slide, honestly? Whatever. I don't care. Melissa, Park, 4 hours teen. No slide pass. You should probably be on the slide. You're a teenager, Melissa. Have fun with it, you know? Fuck. Ow. Ow. God damn it. Fuck. Ketchup. There you go. How come you can't make buckets like that, IRL? Yes, I can, bro. Shut up. Yo, shit is broken all the time, bro. God damn. Add mustard on it. Here you go. Ticket, guest waiting. 6 hours. Teen slide pass. Wait, what? I just take the ticket, dumbass. Get the fuck out of here, asshole. Don't come back here. We're having so much fun without you, dude. Fuck you. Spiritually Israeli water park owner? Yeah, whatever, dude. Turns out they were right, okay? Sometimes customers not always right, okay? Customers always wrong, actually. Shut the fuck up, chatters. I need more customers! Ain't nobody's coming to my park, bro. Hey. Oh, shit. No politique here! No politique. No politique here. Also, that was a good day. That was a good day. Oh, look at that. I'm proud of my 1/2 star. 13 injured today. You went up. Fuck, how is that even possible, bro? Anyway, I'm done for the day as well. Because I have to go and get a haircut, and I have to get my brother a haircut as well. So that is all we got for today. I just realized it's time. It's haircut time for both me and Marat for his big wedding haircut. Anyway, love you guys, and I will see you tomorrow as always. Banger stream. Started off with Andrew Cuomo yelling at me all the way to operating Pee Pee Poo Poo Park, the greatest water park of all time. Peace, everybody. Love you all, and I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. To the topic just begun. There is again her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There is again her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time.
All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming.